Good morning, everyone. It's now 9:30 and time for me to open this session of the Places for Everyone Joint Development Plan Document Examination hearing. Can everyone hear me okay? Good, thank you. For those who don't know me, I'm Stephen Lee, one of the inspectors appointed by the Secretary of State to examine the plan alongside Louise Gibbons and William Fieldhouse. I think most people have been here before. Has everybody been here before? Sorry, no. So I will go just for your benefit. I will give a little bit of a wider overview. Just a reminder, please, for everyone to switch mobile phones off, laptops and other devices put on silent mode. Water is provided and will be replenished during adjournments. Please do not bring hot food or drink into the room. I'm assuming there are no fire alarm tests planned for today, so if the alarm does sound, then please vacate the building in an orderly fashion, following the green emergency exit signs. And I think in this room it's over to my right or to the rear. Helen, our programme officer, is sitting at the back of the room and will probably depart to her room shortly. But if you need any assistance or clarification or help, then Helen is your first port of call. In terms of what is session 4, it's the purpose of examination to help us decide if the plan submitted in February 2022 is legally compliant and sound, and if not, how it could be modified to ensure that it is. This session, like the others, will take the form of a structured discussion of the matters set out in the agenda that was published last week. And this afternoon, we'll be talking about JPA 26, land at Hazelhurst Farm, and JPA 27, east of Boothstown. So for those who haven't been here, how the session will be run, I'll start each agenda item with some questions to the GMCA team. And when I've heard the response to those, I will invite contributions from others. When you wish to speak, if you could turn your nameplate on its end, and I'll bring you in at an appropriate time. When I invite you to speak, please say who you are and if appropriate, who you represent. And please focus your comments on our questions or specific points made by others. Each contribution should normally be no longer than a couple of minutes, and trying to ensure they are focused to allow everyone a chance to speak if they wish to on a particular issue. Please remember there's no need to repeat or summarise what you wrote in your presentations or written statements, and there's no need to repeat or tell me you agree with or anything like that. The comments of others have made their representations. And normally at the end of each agenda item, we'll give GMCA a chance to sum up their position before moving on. Just as a reminder, while we are discussing the details of the sites today, this doesn't mean that we've made up our minds on the allocations. As we set out in our action point notes at the end of every session, our ultimate conclusions on whether each of the allocations in the plan is justified will depend on our consideration of a range of matters, including those relating to the amount of development needed, the spatial strategy and greenbelt, as well as site-specific issues. Therefore, even where we issue action points on the sites after the sessions, we may decide in due course that other or different main modifications are required to those we set out. Just in terms of today's session, we'll probably have a comfort break at around 11 o'clock, or depending where we are with the agenda. We'll probably also, once we've got to the end of one site, have a brief adjournment before moving on to the next one, so everyone can just rearrange their papers and get their minds focused on what they need to focus on. Lunch will be around 1 o'clock, probably. Again, we'll see where we are. Before I go around the room asking for introductions, a couple of housekeeping points from my perspective. Firstly, through the programme officers, we asked the GMCA to provide us with maps illustrating the location of the sites we'll be discussing this week, and peat deposits, which we'll be discussing today and tomorrow. Clearly this was going to be discussed anyway, but we felt that would be useful context to help with the discussion. They were produced, I think, late last night, and published on the website as GMCA 59 this morning. Thank you for your prompt help in that regard at GMCA. Has everybody had a chance to see those maps? If not, Helen can provide you with a copy. I don't think they change anything that's going to be discussed. They're merely for help. So they don't change any questions or anything, but just useful context. Secondly, just to point out, we have Barbara Keeley MP. Welcome. I can see. Can you hear me? Okay. Sorry.
Yes, fine.
Thank you. With us this morning, and I believe tomorrow morning as well. who wishes to make a statement to the examination about the sites we're discussing each day. And I think, so once I've had introductions, I'll invite you to make your contribution. So thank you for that. And just one final point, which is a fairly standard one. I think on Friday last week, GMCA provided us with their suggested modifications for the allocation policies we're going to be discussing today. And I think that would be documents GMC 53 and GMC 54. And I'll be using those to help when we go through the site policy. So again, hopefully everyone's had a chance to see those. It may be just worth Helen, if perhaps a copy of the GMCA 53 and 54, today's changes could be provided for Councillor Greedo and his colleague. Councillor Kelly, thank you. And then just as we go through the site, you'll see where the GMCA have changed, suggested changes, but it should be quite easy to pick up as we go through.
So you mentioned an email had gone out last week about this.
It was on. Sorry, it was published last week. It was
just published, not sent out.
No.
Right. Okay.
I think the idea is obviously we hope people can keep an eye on the website, but the changes are fairly clear where the changes are made, and we can be talking about them as we go through. So hopefully you should be able to. You don't need any time for adjournment, but if you do have anything you want to, if you have any concerns or things you would need an adjournment for to consider, then let me know and we can consider that for a few minutes. Just before I do go around the table, anything from GMCA you wish to raise? Asking Price, thank you.
Good morning.
Sorry?
Good morning.
Good morning. So, okay, well, and then we'll start then, if I could go around the table, as usual, and ask for introductions. That would be very helpful, thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm Chris Katkowski, KC for the GMCA.
Good morning. I'm James Shuttleworth from Salford City Council on behalf of GMCA.
Good morning. Matt Doherty, Salford City Council on behalf of GMCA.
Good morning. Jimmy McManus, the same, Salford City Council, and on behalf of the GMCA.
Good morning, Councillor Robin Garrido, representing Worsley and Westwood Park Ward. I'm also leader of the official opposition on Salford Council.
Good morning, Councillor Adam Keeley. I'm here on behalf of RAID, and I'm also a Salford City Councillor for Worsley and Westwood Park.
Anne Pritchard, TEP, on behalf of Peel.
Good morning, Mike Hibbert, TTHC Transport Consultant on behalf of Peel.
Good morning, Paul Forshaw from Turley, representing Peel.
And Christopher Young, King's Counsel for Peel.
Thank you. Obviously, we have 4 representatives from Peel. I think you've got others besides. I mean, on other days, we might not be able to accommodate you, but as we've got, in the same way without hot seating, but as we've got space today, we'll, I think, make an exception provided, obviously, no one's got any concerns about that. Slight break from the norm. Okay, so we'll make a start then. First of all, I say I was turn it over to Barbara Keeley MP, who wishes to make a statement. Over to you, if that's all right. Thank you.
Yes, fine, thank you. And let me introduce myself. I'm Barbara Keeley. I'm the Member of Parliament for Worsley and Eccles South. I have been the MP for the Worsley area since 2005. The adoption of the Places for Everyone plan in its current form would result in 4 sites being removed from the Green Belt in Salford, JPA 26, 27, 28 and 29, which all lie within my constituency of Worsley and Eccles South. My constituents have expressed a great deal of anger over the plans in the Places for Everyone plan to develop local Green Belt land. I share those concerns and I oppose strongly any loss of Green Belt in my constituency. I have objected to the plans to develop these 4 areas of Green Belt since the first version of the plan was published years ago, and I've submitted written objections at every consultation. Now, while I welcome plans to introduce more affordable housing to ensure local people are able to get on the housing ladder, I do not consider the need for affordable homes a sufficient justification for removing these areas of land from the Green Belt, particularly when some of the affordable housing may be directed elsewhere. Much of the new housing recently built in this area of my constituency has been aspirational housing, not affordable housing. I would also question why so much of the affordable housing scheme for JPA 26 and 27 is directed towards off-site provision. Releasing four precious areas of greenbelt land in my constituency is short-sighted, and it ignores the wishes of local people and the practical issues with worsening traffic congestion and overstretched local services, and I'll talk about all of those. Today, as we know, we're focusing on the land at Hazelhurst Farm and the area east of Boothstown, JPA 26 and 27. I know that proposed modifications to the plans were published last week. Now, these mention measures around community consultation, both in advance of the planning application and during construction. However, I have already undertaken a consultation with constituents. The vast majority of people who responded are opposed to these plans. In response to a petition survey on my website, 1,122 people commented about the development of the land east of Boothstown, or JPA 27. 99.6% of the respondents objected to the proposals in JPA 27. Only 4 people out of well over 1,100 did not object. Now, JPA 26 was identified by the Greater Manchester Landscape Character and Sensitivity Assessment 2018 to fall within the landscape character area, historic parks and wooded estates farmland, Worsley and Edgerton. The site borders the Worsley Woods, site of biological importance on the western boundary, and therefore this site may come under increased pressure from the proposed development. The site is also located within the Greater Manchester Wetlands Nature Improvement Area that extends across Salford, Wigan and Warrington. The site appears to be extended under the latest changes published last week and now goes right up to the border of the A580. The land east of Boothstown is part of the Greater Manchester Wetlands Nature Improvement Area and also part of the Carbon Landscape Partnership. As we know, it's close to the RHS Garden Bridgewater, which I believe would be significantly impacted during the construction phase. Now, the proposed modifications to the plan include a provision for compensatory improvements to the environmental quality and accessibility of remaining green belt within and or in the vicinity of the site. However, I believe that would be insufficient for what could amount to irreparable damage to the existing local environment. With no adequate plan for improving current levels of pollution, let alone mitigating future increases, I believe that removing these sites from the green belt runs counter to many of the strategic objectives of the Places for Everyone plan. Strategic Objective 7 sets out the aim that districts are carbon neutral, and Strategic Objective 8 sets out the aim to improve the quality of our natural environment. However, there are strong concerns in Worsley and Eccles South that further development on land at JPA 26 and 27 will make current levels of traffic congestion much worse, and this will have an impact on air quality and on health. In and around Worsley and Eccles South, local roads, infrastructure and public transport capacity all struggle even at existing demand levels. The loss of green space and the large-scale development that the Places for Everyone document proposes for these 4 areas of the constituency will exacerbate these congestion problems. There are few solutions which have been put forward to try to tackle the current congestion, and none which have been tried have been effective. The local road and motorway network is prone to gridlock at peak times, and when sports or other events are held in the constituency, as they often are at the AJ Bell Stadium or at the Trafford Centre, just over the border of the constituency, these events have a terrible impact on the road network. When people move to these areas, it's often because they have good road links, and they then want to use these to drive to work at locations across the northwest. Expecting new residents to use bicycles or to walk instead of using cars is unrealistic in this area, especially as the proposal for land east of Boothstown is aiming for the top end of the housing market with the aim of attracting highly skilled workers. That is, people in my view who are likely to need to commute to their jobs. In my view, the proposal for JPA 26 and JPA 27 rely too much on the greater use of public transport, which my experience as a constituency MP for 17 years is difficult in these locations. I note that the recent changes to the plans include there should be provision for new and improved sustainable transport and highways infrastructure. This is almost laughable. I know there is no such improvements that are being planned or being funded, because that's a question that I take up with authorities regularly. The suggestions include encouraging the use of public transport services, including the guided bus route on the A580. This is a poorly considered suggestion. In general, bus services have been cut repeatedly and severely in Worsley. On existing services, I have constituents raising with me that people are left waiting at bus stops on the East Lancashire Road for long periods of time, while multiple buses which are full go past. At peak times, there is literally no space for extra passengers. I can make a recent quote from a constituent on the problems with the Vantage guided bus service from Ellenbrook. I need to bring to your attention that the Vantage from New Earth Road is still an absolute shambles. As I write this, my daughter has been waiting at the stop for 40 minutes since 7:30 a.m, along with multiple other people. In that time, 3 have gone past all full with no one able to get on. This really is ridiculous and totally unacceptable situation, and it needs to be addressed again and taken seriously. Maybe the powers that be should visit the stops in the rush hour so that they can appreciate the magnitude of the problem and appreciate that it needs fixing. I receive many complaints about other bus services in the Worsley area and about the lack of bus services. Constituents complain to me about delays and cancellations in bus services and the need to take multiple buses to reach a particular destination. The commercial viability of one service, the X34, was so affected by congestion delays on Worsley Road that it had to be rerouted via the A580 East Lancashire Road 18 months after it was commissioned. It is not sensible to suggest that the guided bus service would become an alternative to using the car for proposed developments at Boothstown and Worsley, with the capacity problems that these bus services already suffer. Also, for potential residents in the land east of Boothstown, the nearest bus stop for the guided busway is 1 mile away. And of course, buses can't help improve accessibility during peak hours if they are stuck in gridlock traffic. One constituent told me in a response to my petition, my son has to walk to school in Astley because the school bus is late to school most mornings due to the traffic through Sale Lane, Mossley Common, Ellenbrook and Boothstown. Public transport is not seen as a viable way for people to travel to schools and other local amenities, and most people commute to work by car, contributing to the congestion and air pollution issues which we have. And although I understand that there will be some future reform of bus services commissioned by the Mayor of Greater Manchester, I can only speak about my constituents' current experiences, which paint a really worrying picture. Additionally, the proposals for the development of JPA 26 and JPA 27 rely too much on the service levels of local trains. JPA 27 is not served by trains at all, and the Metrolink network does not go close to either Worsley or Boothstown. The nearest train station to JPA 26 is 1 mile away at Walkden, and the local train services have been described by constituents as appalling and a daily nightmare. This rail line connects to Salford Central in the city centre, and it then takes another train connection or another mile walk to reach Manchester city centre. The future High-Speed Rail 2 will only be accessible by a time-consuming journey to Manchester Piccadilly, which would probably take longer than the projected travel time to London on the new high-speed rail line. Walkden Station is not currently accessible, having 2 steep flights of stairs and a gap between the platform and the train. Earlier residential development in Boothstown included a minibus service which was meant to run to and from Walkden Station. The bus ran empty most of the time, and the service became a joke, a ghost bus. Without viable public transport, these proposed developments will lead to a significant increase in congestion and the number of cars on the road. It would be reasonable to assume that if 400 new homes were built in JPA 26, it could result in over 800 vehicles on local roads and joining the M60, M602 and M62 motorways and the East Lancs Road, which connects Manchester City Centre and Liverpool City Centre. And around 600 or more extra cars would obviously be placed on the roads if the development went ahead in the land east of Boothstown. My constituents and I feel that the roads in Boothstown simply cannot cope with this extra pressure being placed on them. They are already at capacity. This is in part due to the 500 new homes which have been built in Boothstown over the last 5 years. I believe that the plan to designate JPA 27 for further development is short-sighted and will cause irreparable damage to Boothstown. Primary access for the development at JPA 27 has been stated to be Occupation Road, a new purpose-built road for access to the RHS Bridgewater Garden. The extra road users will be sharing this small road with many thousands of people coming to the area to visit RHS Bridgewater. And there will undoubtedly be the creation of a bottleneck where Occupation Road meets Lee Road, which is the main route through Boothstown. Each morning, the Lee Road junction with the Worsley roundabout starts to be gridlocked by 6:15 a.m. due to the sheer volume of vehicles using the route. Local roads in the area will not be able to accommodate this level of additional traffic from the proposed development. I believe it could bring traffic in the area to a complete standstill at times. And although extra cycle and walking routes are welcome, the main issue is the traffic congestion on local roads not being alleviated by the use of cycles or walking. I do not believe that a housing estate next to the RHS Bridgewater site would enhance the natural beauty of the site, and it may in fact impinge on the natural setting of the RHS garden, despite the proposed buffer zone on the eastern boundary with the RHS, which is included in the modifications you mentioned. Beyond the local roads, I also have concerns about motorways close to this site. The M60 is a critical part of the North West transport network in England. The mix of local traffic and through traffic, together with the poor design of this section of the motorway, exacerbate congestion and environmental problems. The East Lancashire Road immediately adjacent to Hazelhurst Farm and Worsley Road has been designated an air quality management area by the Department for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs. Any additional environmental and noise pollution caused by these new developments and more cars on the road would be unacceptable to my constituents. Now, modifications to the plan, which were published last week, suggest mitigation to address noise and air pollution from nearby roads. However, there is no detail in the plan, and I think this fails to recognise the scale of what is needed to deal with these kinds of pollution and the increased pollution extra traffic would bring. My constituents tell me that they feel that further development in the land east of Boothstown will make current levels of traffic congestion much worse. In responses to the petition on my website, over 1,100 people, as I mentioned, 99.6% of those responding objected to that development, and 4 respondents did not object. And the majority of these people objected on the grounds of traffic. Some even said that they were considering moving out of the area because the situation was now so bad. One constituent said, "The traffic in Worsley is so heavy now that we are wanting to move out of the area. We cannot get out of our road in the mornings due to queuing traffic. We have to allow 30 minutes to get to Monton, which is only a couple of miles away." Another said that their son had to walk to school because the school bus was nearly always late due to the traffic through Boothstown. Now, any proposal which exacerbates this problem runs counter to Strategic Objective 8 to improve the quality of our natural environment and Strategic Objective 10 to promote the health and well-being of communities. Even before these developments, the route from central Salford, Blackfriars Road to Worsley Road was the 10th most congested road outside of London, according to the Intrix 2017 Global Traffic Scorecard. And in 2018, the World Health Organization designated Salford as having the second highest levels of air pollution in the country. The last GMCA Air Quality Annual Status Report before the lockdowns of the COVID pandemic found that in 2018, Manchester, Salford and Tameside had the highest level of mortality attributable to particulate air pollution. The mortality figure for Salford attributable to air pollution in 2021 was as high as 5.7%, which is higher than the average for England of 5.5% and much higher than in some other parts of the country. The reported level of the respiratory illness chronic obstructive pulmonary disease in Salford is worse than the average in England. 2.6% of the registered population in Salford has chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, and that's higher than the England average of 1.9%. Constituents have told me that they are worried about the impact of these proposed developments on air quality. Over 300 people out of around 1,100 who responded to the petition said that they were concerned about pollution and air quality as a result of the proposed development on land east of Boothstown. One constituent told me, "I am concerned about the impact of this congestion in terms of noise and air pollution and poor air quality for my family, including my 3 young children. Their daily walk to school is essentially walking next to traffic at a standstill." Another said, "Traffic congestion is already unbearable with many unsafe roads and the air pollution is shocking. I merely wish to be able to breathe properly in the place I call home." Clearly, any increase in traffic pollution levels would be harmful to local people in these residential areas of Worsley and Boothstown. While I support actions to reduce air pollution through measures such as more environmentally friendly public transport measures, action like that alone would not solve the problem, because too many commuters do not have confidence in our local public transport systems for reasons I've described and would rather travel by car. Given the severity of the problems we currently face with air pollution exceedances and the potential impact this could have on the health of local residents, it does not seem sensible to bring forward proposals to add to the volume of traffic congestion and to threaten the future of our green spaces. In their current form, these proposals would clearly run counter to the strategic objectives I quoted, and they would be detrimental to the health of my constituents. I would like to turn briefly to the issue of community resilience. Strategic Objective 7 sets out the aim that districts are more resilient. However, building on land as proposed at JPA 26 and JPA 27 would not make Worsley and Eccles South more resilient. It would place further strain on public services, which are already struggling. I have serious concerns about the lack of consideration being given to the impact that proposed new housing developments could have on local public services, including demand for school places, demand for GP practices and dental surgeries in Worsley and Eccles South. This development would put added pressure on an education system that's already under pressure. The closest primary school to JPA 26 is Broadoak Primary School, which is already oversubscribed. There is no secondary school within walking distance of JPA 27, and other primary schools in the area are already oversubscribed. I had one constituent who could not get their daughter into a local school despite living less than half a mile away and her having attended nursery at the school. This causes immense stress and upset for families and children, whom I hear from every year when the school places issue comes to the fore. And there are no adequate plans to increase provisions for vital GP and dental services. General demand on our local medical practices is already very high. Constituents often tell me that their GP service is fully booked for weeks ahead before they can make an appointment. I've raised concerns in Parliament on a number of occasions about increasing demands caused by the number of extra people moving into the catchment area of local GP practices. And GPs in the area have told me that there are no extra resources available to manage the extra demand. 38% of the 1,100 responses to the petition on my website cited concerns about access to doctors and dentists as a reason for their objection to the proposals for land east of Boothtown. One constituent said, I have only just registered with a local dentist after nearly 5 years, and I still cannot get my children registered. Whether it is dentists, doctors or schools, there is already a shortage. 300 family houses means potentially 1,500 people to add into the area. We are already struggling. I believe that as it stands, Places for Everyone fails to consider the impact that sizable developments like this could have on local health services and other public services. It appears that little or no analysis has been made of the impact of these developments on local health services and infrastructure. Greenbelt land is precious in Salford as it provides the green lungs for our urban city. Green spaces have many benefits, including for health, well-being, recreation and the environment. They provide a longer-term positive effect on life satisfaction and are good for people's well-being. A study from researchers at Exeter University found that living in an urban area with green spaces has a long-lasting positive effect on people's mental well-being. There is abundant evidence of the positive effects on nature of mental health, including studies on specific psychological conditions such as depression, anxiety, and mood disorders. Access to nature has also been found to improve sleep and reduce stress, increase happiness and reduce negative emotions, promote positive social interactions, and even help generate a sense of meaning to life. Being in green environments boasts various aspects of thinking, including attention, memory, creativity, and that's in people both with and without depression. Besides these mental health benefits, we know that the healthy natural spaces provided with a range of essential ecosystem services for free, from clean air and water to nutrient cycle, recycling, flood defence and pollination. Ideally, in designing or reconfiguring urban environments, we should aim to maximise the benefits of biodiversity too. The COVID pandemic has shown us, I believe, that in an increasingly urbanised world, our access to nature is dwindling, and it's often the most socio-economically deprived people who face the biggest barriers. It is vital that our green spaces are preserved in a city which has high levels of air pollution, low levels of physical activity, and poor health outcomes. In summary, for all the reasons I've outlined, I want to urge the inspectors to reject this allocation of our green spaces, particularly the ones at JPA 26 and 27. I believe it's particularly important to note that Greenbelt land is used for walking, running and recreation, and that's an important usage in an area like Salford, which does have current issues with physical inactivity. Physical inactivity accounts for an increasing proportion of deaths and disability across the city, and it's associated with high healthcare costs and lost productivity. Regular physical activity is a safeguard against a range of chronic diseases such as type 2 diabetes, cardiovascular disease and some cancers. So in summary, the end result of removing Greenbelt status from land at JPA 26 and 27 will be more people needing public services which are already at capacity, more cars on the roads which are often gridlocked, and more air and noise pollution affecting people's health and well-being. I believe the vision for our area should be clearer and it should focus on regenerating brownfield sites. Green spaces, as I've outlined, offer many benefits to people who live near them and who visit them, as well as delivering benefits to the local economy. And they have a positive impact on the places they are set in and to the nature which they host. These areas of land are important assets, and for all the reasons I have outlined, I would urge the inspectors to reject the proposals which would see us lose precious areas of Greenbelt land in Worsley and Eccles South.
Thank you. Is that you finished? Thank you very much for that. Thank you.
Yes, yeah.
Very
Yes,
helpful. Thanks for that. Obviously, you're welcome to stay and participate. If you do stay and want to participate, then if you wish to make a contribution where people put their signs up, then if you can raise your hand, but I don't know if you're intending to do that, but you're welcome to do so. What I suggest, I don't know if GMC want to come back, or we just pick up some of those. Obviously, we'll pick up a lot of those issues as we go through.
We will, so that's right. And obviously, more than one allocation has been covered. I make no complaint about that, obviously, and we'll deal with the points as we.
Yeah, I think probably can't stay for the whole day. So
if I could say that was agreed, that I would cover.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why I said I make no complaint about that. It's just from our point of view, we'll be discussing each allocation in turn.
Yeah, don't worry. If he had made a complaint, then wouldn't have gone very far.
Twice I'm not.
Sorry, Councillor Garrido, do you have a point you wish to make about anything? I mean, obviously, we're going to go through any of the points that have just been raised. We're not getting into that discussion. I'm going to introduce...
Not a specific point, but a statement about our position. Do you want to take that now? Or
no, I think, except a statement from the MP, because that's how we've been doing things. Yeah. Generally speaking, for participants in the room, I'd rather not have statements. I'd rather just, ask questions, make your point on each particular issue that when we go through it. So if you've got a point about traffic, when we get to traffic, make that point. If we've got a point about housing need, make that point then, rather than, I don't want to basically have a lot of statements and MPs, obviously, because of availability and everything else, and it's a different approach.
Right, thank you.
So if you just hold fire on that then,
yeah.
Obviously, when we get to the points you wish to make, you make them in the normal way. You've been before, haven't you? So you know how it's worked, generally.
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you for that. We'll make a start then on the agenda. Under the normal course of events, I introduced GMCA to introduce the site, and before we get into questions on Greenbelt purposes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So as has become normal, I'll just give a brief overview of the position as to why we consider this as a sound allocation. That's JPA 26 land at Hazelhurst Farm, which, as you know, is allocated in the plan. Sort of proposal for around 400 homes. In terms of the site selection criteria which we've used, as you would know from the papers submitted to you, this site meets criterion 1 because of its proximity. It's very close proximity to the high-quality public transport connections into the city centre. That's the Leigh-Salford-Manchester guided busway. Stops are available to the north of the site on the East Lancashire Road. In terms of the contribution that the site would make to Salford's housing land supply, and the land supply in this part of the Places for Everyone plan, as you will know from the background papers, in Salford, the existing housing supply and the delivery of new homes over a considerable number of years has been very heavily weighted towards apartments or flats. And this site we see as one of the sites, we'll be discussing others later on, as a site which can deliver houses as opposed to more apartments. It's also in a part of the city where new housing provision is low, as in our monitoring work, or in our published monitoring work in Boothstown, Ellenbrook and Worsley, and those areas, over the last 10 years, there has been the net addition of only 314 new homes in 10 years in those three areas. That's less than 2% of the total net additions in Salford. So more houses rather than more flats in a part of Salford where there has been precious little new homes for a considerable number of years. Affordable housing, a significant contribution would be facilitated, the equivalent of at least 50% of the dwellings on the site. Obviously, we'll talk about that particular allocation criterion when we come to it. There are other advantages as well that we see in this allocation. In terms of the harm side of the equation, it's greenbelt land. Our independent study work has attributed a low to moderate level of impact on the greenbelt purposes of removing this site from the greenbelt and building on it. And the two moderate impacts were related to checking the unrestricted sprawl of the large built-up area and safeguarding the countryside from encroachment. Those are the two purposes which achieve that moderate rating. As you all know, we've had a number of sites which have been discussed where the level of impact has been considered to be high, and this is certainly not one of those. Other potential impacts of developing on the site, some of which have been mentioned by the MP, so traffic, the neighbouring site of biological importance, landscape issues, noise and air quality, all of those we consider can be satisfactorily mitigated and addressed, given that this is a proposal to build 400 new homes on the site. Obviously there will be impacts, but we consider that those can all be satisfactorily mitigated here. So in overall terms, we consider the greater public interest weighs very heavily in favour of taking this land out of the greenbelt and allocating it as proposed to address significant issues, as I've very briefly summarised. And so in those circumstances, we consider there are indeed exceptional circumstances here to justify the proposed allocation.
Thank you. Thank you for that. So we'll start with the greenbelt purposes. Obviously, you've outlined what the assessment has shown, particularly in terms of preventing a moderate role in preventing the further coalescence of Worsley and Swinton. I think I'm right in saying. And so GMC content that there wouldn't be coalescence of those. Are they the right settlements, as it were? Have I got the right information there? And content that there won't be coalescence? Or have I got the wrong information? I was basing this on the LUC stuff, I think.
So I think in terms of presenting the coalescence of Worsley and Swinton, it was limited or no impact on the assessment. I think you said moderate.
Okay, sorry. I've already know as moderate role, so if it's limited.
It's limited or no.
Is that because there's some coalescence already taking place to the south of the site, I think?
Yeah, the study found that those two, the settlements had merged to a significant degree.
Okay. But over to the west, you would effectively have immediately west, there'd be Worsley Woods, and that's predominantly what would remain as a buffer, if you like. The gap is just Worsley Wood, and content that is sufficient to meet greenbelt purposes.
Well, so we've had an independent study done in relation to Worsley and Swinton. The study shows a limited degree of impact in relation to neighbouring towns. So yes, I mean the study work that's been done, which we rely on across the piece, as you know, because it's had to look at a wide range of sites, has come up with those conclusions. So we stand by the study.
Okay.
As we've said previously,
okay.
You know, we're not going to budge an inch from it because that's the work that that was commissioned. It's been carried out in a consistent way, applying the various criteria consistently across the board.
Okay. What I'll do, I think, is I'll go through all of the greenbelt issues I've got, and then open it up. Just for the sake of everyone as well, I should have mentioned this at the start. I'll be using, maybe I'll refer to from time to time, the site visit maps that the GMCA provided to us right at the start of the process, if I need to. And also there was an indicative layout, I think, which could possibly produced by the site promoter, or I think it was produced by the site promoter, was in the topic paper, I think, which if need be, I'll refer to as well. So I will just talk about boundaries. Obviously, the eastern and southern boundary, or sort of southeastern boundary, if you like, and the southern boundary are existing residential areas.
That's right. So, yes.
The western boundary abuts the Worsley Woods SBI, and the northern, as submitted, the northern boundary follows an area which was, I understand, identified as a priority habitat and possibly needed for road improvements. That was the initially
that was the initial
understanding.
position.
And now you're
right,
proposing a modification to that boundary to extend the allocation and the allocation and the greenbelt boundary up to the A580, isn't it?
Up to the A580, East Lancs Road. That's right, sir. And you'll know, I mean, because we've written this all out in our paperwork, so to speak, that this modification, which isn't a modification, it's not a new modification. This point about the boundary, it's not one of these ones that simply.
No, this was in your this was in your MIQ.
Exactly. This is quite some time ago now, before the hearing session started. So, as you'll know from the submitted work on our part, the original conceptions turned out to be misconceptions for the area in question because, as a result of further surveys of the habitat, it's been concluded that the land in question is not a priority habitat. Natural England, Greater Manchester's Ecological Unit, and indeed the City Council accepts these findings, and the idea of part of the land being required for future highway schemes is also shown to be not right on further examination. So logically, therefore, it would make much more sense to take the boundary up to the A580, given that the original reasons for not doing so have proven to be ill-founded. And that's a point in a nutshell.
I mean, obviously, we know I can only make recommendations where they're necessary for soundness. My first sort of point on that would be, irrespective of whether or not it was a priority habitat and needed for a road scheme, if it functions as greenbelt and meets the purpose of greenbelt, then it can be greenbelt, can't it? And so I suppose the question is,
can be, yeah.
and arguably the other way round, you could argue that if it didn't meet those purposes, the fact that it was a priority habitat or need for road scheme wouldn't justify its inclusion in the greenbelt. So you could say, I suppose the question really is a bit of a so what? Those things have perhaps fallen away, but does that actually matter in terms of greenbelt designation?
Well, I'll look to my left, but as I understand it, had the information which is known now or become known a few months ago been in play at the time when decisions were made about the extent of allocations and the extent of removal of land from the greenbelt, the boundary would have gone up to the A580, as I understand it. But I mean, I just have that checked to my left.
No, that's right. I think the reasons for its exclusion were based on the assessment of priority habitat, which was considered to provide a boundary on the ground which was evident but not very strong, and when that reason fell away, I think we concluded that in line with the NPPF, the A580 provided a much more robust boundary.
There are 2 points in play, aren't there? So there's one, the purposes, contribution of, area of land X, whatever it is one's talking about, to the greenbelt purposes. There's also then this need when you're revising the greenbelt to have boundaries which make sense. I'm summarising very briefly. We've had this conversation obviously in relation to a number of sites over time. There are some sites that we've taken out of the greenbelt where greenbelt boundaries have to be created, either mainly in part rather than whole. In other instances where there's a logical boundary and a strong boundary, close to the allocation, then that boundary has been used. What we haven't done is just keep taking land out of the greenbelt, out of the greenbelt, out of the greenbelt until one gets to some far away road. In this case, That's not what's happened because it's a few paces away to get to the East Lancs Road.
Well, I suppose that was one of the points I was going to make. As you say, in other areas where there perhaps hasn't been a clear physical boundary, but you've, including the policy, create one. I suppose the question here would be then, so if the concern is the boundary isn't readily recognisable and likely to prevent, etc., why remove the green belt here and not have a criteria that says, create a boundary here?
Because we're so close to the A580 here, in other instances one would have had to have removed large areas of the green belt for no particular purpose, if you like, in relation to allocations, unneeded land, if you like, very extensively in order to get to the nearest road, metro line, or whatever it might be. So, yes, that's the point of distinction here. You'll know from our previous discussions, obviously the position in the framework is there's an expectation that you should have strong boundaries rather than create them, and we've said we've dug our heels in relation to a number of the allocations and said, well, yes, we know that's what it says, but in some instances, I'm afraid we don't think that makes sense on the ground because it's so far away before you get to the nearest strong boundary that we've said pragmatically, let's just create a new boundary. This is different. This is different here.
And just so to confirm, your position then is setting the priority habitat to one side and the road set to one side. Your position is this area of land, even though it does obviously connect to the green belt to the west and the north, albeit across a road, would not function as green belt, or would not meet the purposes of green belt.
This is more, as I understand it, but I'll check this to my left, this is more reported about taking a strong boundary.
Okay.
Yeah. So, as I say, if we had our time again with the information which we now know, if you could retrace our footsteps, then, to be quite frank, I don't suppose it would have occurred to anyone for one moment to draw a boundary as set out in the published plan rather than going up to the A580. Okay. It's just basic sense, really.
Okay.
In this instance, this is not where we are, we're within spitting distance of the road, not within marching distance of a metro line or whatever it is that we've had in other instances.
In terms of the other side to this, of course, is again we'll come on to one of these situations later. Obviously, there are other situations where you've removed land from the green belt, but not then included it within the allocation. I just wondered why both here? Is it necessary for both to occur? And I guess just as a correlation to that, of course, is what is the expectation of that additional land? Might be a question for the site promoter at some point, but is it going to be performed part of the development? Is it going to be something else?
Yes. Well, I won't tell you what my expectation. I'll look to my left as to what the expectation is from the council. The additional part of the allocation, what's anticipated there. I think you were chatting to Mr. Dirty at the time.
I think we have an expectation that it would be considered through master planning. We don't change any particular development outcome, change any outcomes we expect from the site, but it gives scope to accommodate more, I suppose, some of the contributions towards green infrastructure or more leeway. But we would expect this area to be considered within master planning, the same as other parts of the allocation.
So it wouldn't, from your perspective, mean changing the requirement figures or the capacity figures or any of the...
No.
It's around, isn't it? It's around 400 dwellings, which in any event introduces an element of flexibility. Quite how much we need to debate through this process, but it's not an exact number. So if one had a few more houses, one might say, good.
Okay. There's nothing, even though it's not I might get into this when we get to some of the development requirements, but there's nothing, even though it's not a priority habitat, again, Peel can respond to that later, but that still would raise concerns in terms of biodiversity and so on.
On this particular piece of land that we're talking about here, not from the work that's been done, no, and there are criteria, as you know.
I suppose I'm thinking ahead a little bit to the development requirement section, but in that rather than the green belt. But,
I mean, I understand why you're asking these questions, because this is a change that we propose, albeit a few months ago, but this is a change that we've proposed to the published plan. So I understand obviously why this piece of land is being examined in this way, of course. But that's how we see it, sir.
Okay. No more questions on that aspect or the other elements of boundary.
Thank you.
Well, we'll come on to the stuff outside the allocation, but in terms of the compensatory feature improvements to remaining greenbelt, I think I'll pick, as has been seen in the norm recently, we'll pick that up during the development requirements because there's a suggested modification in relation to that. Sorry.
I had brain freeze for one moment, because I was just thinking about the land immediately to the east of the allocation. You're coming.
I'll come on to that.
Fine. Absolutely. Sorry.
Yeah.
Forgive me. Sorry. And you were asked, because I was distracted by that. And
Yeah, sorry. The compensatory improvements, I'm just going through the agenda. Compensatory improvements will pick up under development requirements.
Right. Thank you,
which I think
sir.
is done for the last couple of days.
Thank you.
And then, so we'll put that to one side for now. And then, yes, then I want obviously the piece of land outside the allocation.
Yes.
Which is to be removed from the green belt.
Yeah.
I think the justification, obviously the justification, I think in the same is that it would be an isolated
It would be an
form.
island.
It was, yeah, an island of.
An island, indeed.
And presumably.
Not even a peninsula, just an island.
Yeah. Outside the allocation,
Yes.
presumably, from my visit, it appears to be public open space. Is that, yeah. So would not form, logically would not form part of the allocation as other bits have, because it's protected under other measures.
That was our conclusion as well on the allocation boundary.
Okay. And in terms of, and when we're talking about the exceptional circumstances test, as we know, it should be familiar with, we're not asking a specific question about that. It's going to be the sum of the parts of the whole discussion as to what we take away when we think about that. But from this point of view, the exceptional circumstances argument, notwithstanding the fact it wouldn't function, is obviously is in the same context as the allocation. So yeah, it's all together. Yeah.
It is, yes. It's the, well, we would say logical consequence, whatever one thinks of it, but it's the logical consequence of taking the amount of land out of the green belt that we propose for the allocation. The consequence of that is that one has this island of what would otherwise be green belt. And in terms of addressing that island and asking whether it meets any of the purposes, well, no.
Okay.
So it's a consequence of the allocation and the removal of the land to the west from the green belt, leaving this pocket, if you like.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, that's my questions on Greenbelt. I'll open it up to the room. Starting with Councillor Green. So you have to obviously focus on the Greenbelt issues first, and then we'll, if you could, thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So to come back on some of the points which have just been made, I was interested to hear, in fact, as I think Mr. Karkashli referred to a lot of public interest in using the Greenbelt land. I hope I'm not misquoting there, but I think he did refer to that. And if I could just refer to the fact that we held a public meeting in September at Worsley Church, at which several hundred people attended, local people, and there was not one of those people who were in favour of the development of that land. Also, Peel themselves, the owners of the land, held what could only be described as a public relations exercise to show people what they were proposing to do on that site. And on the days that we attended, I think we attended on both days, we didn't find a single person attending that presentation that were in favour of what Peel were suggesting. So I think that needs to be very, very clear that public opinion within the area is very, very solidly against that development. And if you add to that the MP, Barbara Keeley, mentioned the number of people she had responded to the petition and her postbag. And as a local councillor, I can say that my email account is flooded with people who are against this development. I can honestly say I have not received one response in favour of it. So I really just wanted to make that clear. Just to come back onto the access to the site, I mean, would the council not agree, in fact, that this site is particularly landlocked?
Well, we'll come on, if we can come on, if we just concentrate on the Greenbelt side of it, we'll rest assured we'll cover every aspect you want to cover. So we'll get to that. So at the moment, we're just talking about Greenbelt, if you can.
Okay. So do you want to leave pollution till later on?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think anything, well, yes, unless it's related to specifically to
okay.
Greenbelt. But no, we'll cover it. No, as I always say, no one's leaving the room until they've said everything they want to say. So as long as you get to say it. But if we could try and keep to the to the topics.
So if I could
hand.
just cover one of the other points, in fact, that was made, and that was regarding social housing, and also it referred to the fact that only 314 houses have been built in the area in the last 10 years. I think that is probably very much an understatement, in fact, because if you look at the Booth Town area in particular, over 50% of the Booth Town area is now made up of properties which have been built, certainly in the last 20 years or so. So over a longer period, admittedly than the 10 years, but what was a small village has now developed into a large area of residential units. And that certainly has affected the infrastructure of the area, which has not kept pace in any way with the excess amount of development.
Okay. So we're bleeding into other territory.
Sorry,
I know it's incredibly frustrating because you want to get it all off your chest immediately, but
right. Okay, I'm happy to leave the other points until we get to them. But health problems, do you want to leave that till later?
Pretty much,
That's
unless it relates specifically to the Greenbelt boundary, the Greenbelt purposes, or the land relation. I'm happy to leave that. I mean, as I say, don't be worried. You'll get a chance.
Right. So just then, finally, then that's the extra piece of land, which has now been included. That worries us considerably, I have to say, because that would seem to indicate that there's possibly an intention in the future to increase the number of houses to be built on that site, and that would have a significant additional impact on the area, both in terms of health of local residents and also of traffic. So on that basis, we would be strongly against that increase in the piece of land. It draws the land close, as you can see, to the slip road and the motorway, and the pollution levels at that point are going to be significantly higher. So to include that piece of land, I think, is a very much a retrograde step, and in fact, the rest of the site is affected the same way, but this actually makes it worse.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, Councillor Keeley.
Thank you very much. Yes, just again to introduce myself, Councillor Keeley, no relation to Barbara Keeley, different spelling. But I've been a councillor now for the last 8 months. It was certainly a hot topic during the election. And again, with what Barbara was saying about her own consultation, and also following up on what Councillor Garrido has just said, I can say that the exact number of people that we have spoken to since April 2021, which is when I was, which after COVID, which is when we first started talking to people about this, is 1,112, and of those who have spoken in favour of this is 1. So I think that's really important to know. I do know, obviously, about the additional land that has been accepted, but I just want to place on record, not that I'm accusing anyone of being misleading, because I think it's wrong to do so. However, we were told in an email from Mr. Shuttleworth on the 29th of September about the additional land. We were given 4 days to respond to this. So there hasn't been any, if very little, consultation with the local community, which of course it talks about in here. I think that's really important to note, that among the consultations and public events that have taken place between RAID, which obviously represents many organisations, which I'm here on behalf of today, the Member of Parliament's own consultations, Places for Everybody's consultations, and various different community surveys or consultations that have gone out. I could say the word again. Very little has been spoken about on those who have sought out against this development. And I also want to put it on record that actually Salford Council, I was in the chamber at the time, last year declared a biodiversity emergency. Among the other ones, it has declared in the past a climate emergency. I think it was one of the first councils in the UK to do so. But recently they declared a biodiversity, and I think questions have to be raised about how they can declare a biodiversity emergency, and then of course there is conversations about the impact of biodiversity again.
We're talking about
of course, yeah,
Greenbelt isn't necessarily
absolutely.
biodiversity.
Well, in terms of that, then I just I think in terms of the Greenbelt land, about the redevelopment of the possibly for 400 dwellings, it's obviously not very helpful for residents. Again, not accusing anyone of being misleading, but of course we're hearing 400 dwellings, and then of course from Peel Holdings we've heard 450, and that's certainly what they advertised at their public event back in June, which we attended. Again, I think it might be helpful for those who were present to be able to indicate who was in favour of that. But I think on the Greenbelt, that's all I've got to say. I do think it's important to recognise that there is real strong objection to this in the area. It's certainly something that I received in the election, but not on a political note. People were certainly not voting for me as a result of my party, but were very much against this development. I think it really needs, and I really want to emphasise though, is that when it talks about the development, when it talks about the dwellings, I think actually, you know, I don't think it's particularly fair that we're obviously being given now this additional land, this additional boundary, and that actually among all the developments and all the consultations that have taken place, this particular additional land has not been consulted with the community. 4 days is not enough time to be able to go out and speak to people, and I'm happy to sum up at that point.
Yeah, I've got the point. Just a matter of, you may not be aware of this, obviously, if we accept this change, because this is a suggestion from GMCA or Salford Council that they are putting to us for us to consider as to whether, and we can only make recommendations to change the plan if it's necessary for soundness. Any main modifications that we do think should be made will be subject to public consultation at the end of the process, or at the end, at a point in time before we issue our report. So there will be engagement on if that change were to follow through. There would be engagement on that.
Can I just say though, it's obviously, you know, we are here now. So the issue is that at the time when we were told about this, we were obviously given a long time to prepare. 4 days though is not enough time to talk about the additional land. I think that just needs to be placed on record.
The 4 days is, if you like, I don't know what that is. That's not, you know, that was obviously out with this process.
We were obviously told, we were given a deadline of preparing written statements and giving them to yourselves. That deadline was the 3rd of October, I think it was. I was sent this email on the 29th of September. Right. So that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, well, everyone had the same deadline.
Well, I know, but obviously if we're talking about widespread consultation, I think that needs to be placed on record.
And you've had, obviously you're here today to be able to say why you're concerned about that, and you've done that. So we've got the point. Peel.
Thank you very much, sir. So just to confirm that we agree with the findings of the Greenbelt study. We agree that the boundary should be changed as proposed because we've got the NPPF telling us at paragraph 143F about using physical features that are readily recognisable and likely to be permanent, and I imagine the East Lancashire Road falls into that category. So those are the Greenbelt considerations. Just on the wider issue, if I may, and tell me if you don't want to hear this, but I understand why the councillors and the MP raised the issue about opposition and opposition to Greenbelt in particular.
We do it in that context, and it's all right.
Yeah. And of course, we know it's a very emotive issue, the Greenbelt, and of course people object. But let's be clear: when there's a public consultation event, that consultation is inevitably attended by those who live in the area and don't want to see an area developed. It's almost a truism of British political life. And it, as demonstrated here, it transcends political parties and political boundaries. It's just what happens. If you consult people in the local area about the loss of green space, and in particular green belt, they will object in numbers. But the difficulty, and it's the same with the email and the inboxes, and we all understand that, but the difficulty with that is that you're listening to 1,000, 2,000 people when the population of the borough is 270,000 people. And you've got a housing waiting list in Salford alone of 5,158 households, families and individuals in desperate need of housing. And so whilst, of course, you can spend your time as politicians listening and re-emphasising the points that are made by those constituents who have a particular direct concern because of their physical proximity and their attachment to that green belt, it is doing a disservice to all the other members of the borough who make those choices. And so the council here has made a choice, a brave choice, to decide to allocate suitable land for Greenbelt. There's a great deal more Greenbelt land in Salford. It's a tiny percentage that is being removed to meet housing needs for what I'm afraid is the silent majority as opposed to the vocal minority. And that is really, really important when we talk about these issues and people say, I haven't heard anybody speak in favour of it. No, well, you don't. I mean, that's just what happens. Actually, what Peel did was conduct a survey of anybody interested in purchasing a home, and there were people who were purchasing that. But people don't write in to say, I want a house, because it seems so distant from them and the way in which the planning system works. But they buy the houses, and there's the proof, because people need houses. And then I can put it no better than my learned friend. It's articulating a theme that we have made throughout this entire process. Manchester is building lots of flats, but it is not building family housing. And that family housing is desperately needed, as earlier Schmar documents have demonstrated. And in particular, a particular problem is the delivery of affordable homes, and Greenbelt land is capable of delivering affordable homes. That is across the country, and it's the bit that people just ignore. They just ignore the fact that many brownfield sites, whether it's tall towers, which are expensive to build.
I'm going to stop there. I think we've got the point, and no doubt you'll have the opportunity to make the point again. And I've heard that point before. So thank you for that. And we're moving off the Greenbelt into the more site location purposes. I don't want to get necessarily a big back and forth, but obviously before I get the council come back, let Councillor Greedo have his point. I don't know whether you've noticed that the MP was indicating it should. Oh, sorry, no. Well, okay. Councillor Greedo, then. Sorry, I didn't notice. Okay. You want to come back on that?
Okay, yes, if I may, sir. The Council for Peel referred to some responses that they had received for people wanting to buy houses in this area. I wonder if he could just supply us with the number of people who responded against those houses, against the number of people who responded in favour. That would be certainly quite helpful. And could I just ask, in fact, whether he is aware of a report that was done in November 2020 with regard to the spatial framework, which actually disputed the number of houses that were required within Salford. And in fact, I just to give you those figures, it stated that Salford's housing requirement over the period 20 to 37 was 28,560. An annual average of 1,680, which is nearly 6,000 higher than Salford's own housing need figures, which is an actual figure of 1,344. So we would say that this Greenbelt land is not needed to fulfil the housing figures which Mr Hibbert referred to, the 5,000 people on the waiting list. And can I just make the comment about the people on the waiting list? I think it is quite well known that where houses are built in an area of particularly high value homes, and both in terms of the Boothstown site and Hazelhurst. Whether one agrees with us or not, the Boothstown site is adjacent to houses of over £1 million in value, and the Hazelhurst site is adjacent to houses upwards of £500,000. Now, it's inconceivable that any of those social housing units will be built on those sites. What generally happens, and it's happened in Salford previously, is that agreements are reached, and of course legally that is capable of being done, that these houses are provided elsewhere, right? And we would therefore say that there are in fact sufficient brownfield sites in other parts of Salford where these social housing homes can be provided. We are in favour, and I think most people who speak to in the area are in favour of more social housing homes being provided. I've campaigned for it, my colleague has, and many other people have. So we accept the fact that we need social housing. We don't accept the fact that this greenfield site is the most suitable for those houses to be built on, and we don't believe that any developer, whether it be Peel or anybody else, will actually develop them there. We believe that when it comes to the crunch, agreements will be reached and those houses will be built elsewhere. So I think that argument actually falls quite flat on its face.
Okay. I'm taking, I mean, again, some of that is bleeding into other territories, which is fine. I mean, obviously, the main point you're making is, in terms of Greenbelt release, there's sufficient housing elsewhere. I'm not going to ask Mr. Young to reply to your response on the figures. I've got the picture that, you know, there's, you know, you've highlighted to me the amount of concern that you've expressed to you. Mr. Young's got a different view. I think we can leave it at that. I don't want to get into a 15%, 20% and all that. I understand the points being made. Barbara Keeley, MP, do you want to just make a quick point?
Yes, I'll just make a quick point. I do agree with what Councillor Keeley's just said about the timescale. I found it problematic. I had prepared for today, and then we only were sent a link on the modifications a few days ago, and it's actually very difficult. So we have not been able to consult people affected by this, and I don't think that's right. I mean, this has been a very long period of developing these plans, and I think the level of modifications that are coming in now and the things that are being thrown in, and I'll just make some observations on what is being thrown in. Yeah, and it's certainly true in the modifications that I've looked at. There's all kinds of talk about mitigating schemes in various ways. I mean, it's a serious thing to remove Greenbelt. The representative from Peel said that you know, people object because they feel emotive. People feel emotive about the Greenbelt because it's so important to them. During the COVID pandemic, when people living in residential areas, you know, really sought out any small piece of green land or a little bit of wooded land, and I think I find it rather shocking that the sort of casual way that it just is being talked of here. And I think the other thing I want to say is that let's keep in mind why people feel emotive about the Greenbelt, because it means to them, you know, all those good.
Oh, we appear to. Oh dear.
That's the first one we've had, isn't it?
Sorry, we lost you there for a second. Can you hear us now? I can't hear you, unfortunately.
The green. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah, yep, you're back.
Okay, thank you. Well, I don't know what you heard that I said. I was talking about the Greenbelt. People do feel emotive about it because of what it means to them to be able to have a piece of open space, a wooded area, an area where there's wildlife that they can walk. We have serious problems with physical activity in Salford, and that's why we need the Greenbelt. So let's keep in mind why people feel so positive about the Greenbelt and not just see it as something that causes them to object to more housing. And I really do challenge this balance of Greenbelt and saying that we really need we need this to meet housing need. What we're talking about here, as Councillor Garrido has talked about, is aspirational housing, high-end aspirational housing. That is not what is needed. What is needed is much more affordable housing, much smaller properties. So there's a complete, it's out of kilter what's being discussed here. We're talking about getting rid of something that people really value and want to keep for something which doesn't meet housing need. And I should know about housing need, I should say, because housing issues represent at least a third of my casework every single week, and I believe I do understand what homes people need, and there's not the big demand for this 4 and 5 at least 4 and 5 bedroomed aspirational housing, which is actually what's being proposed here. So let's be clear what we're doing. If we lose Greenbelt that people do value for aspirational housing, and all the affordable housing gets directed elsewhere, that's not a good balance for local people. That's just what I wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Would you like to respond to that? I mean, obviously, inevitably there's some bleed over into other issues, but if you want to respond.
Certainly, yes. Just very briefly as to whether this, in contrast to the next site that we'll be discussing, you'll notice that when we come to the development requirements, this is not a site which is spelt out as being for, if we compare it to the next site, exceptional quality, top end of the housing market. That's the allocation 27. This one, allocation 26, speaks of 400 homes, and as I've said, the intention is that that should be houses rather than more flats, more apartments. And as for affordable housing, there's a specific clause which we'll come to when we look at the details. So all I wanted to say in response to what we were meant to be discussing, which is the Greenbelt and boundaries, we've explained our position on that. I won't reiterate all of that, but I do just want to say very briefly, I'm not going to enter into this ping-pong about, whether one would expect local people to put their hands up in favour of new homes being built in the area. I'm not going to get involved in that debate. All I do want to say, though, is on behalf of the plan makers, is that we consider our role is to act for the greater public good. That's why we have proposed this allocation along with others which involve the removal of land from the Greenbelt to meet the needs that we consider are in play.
Okay, thank you. And I guess people will have that opportunity when we go through the rest of it to say whether they agree with that.
Absolutely, of course. I appreciate that people don't agree. Absolutely. If we wanted to be popular, then doubtless we wouldn't be doing any of this.
Okay. Right then. Is there a point about Greenbelt?
Well, it's very quickly as well. I mean, I don't think it's in anyone's particular interest to say what's for the greater public good. I think we're talking about Greenbelt here, and it's the whole point of it is it's being designated as an area from preventing the loss of this area, preventing development. The whole point of it is that it provides a mental, a physical space for people to go to in a highly developed area. I don't think it's in anyone's, no one's qualified enough to hear to say this is for the greater good, or that this is, we're thinking about the wider public here, because of course, as it's been pointed out, the housing figures are plenty in this in the plan compared to what's needed. So I disagree with what's saying about the greater good on that.
Okay, understood. Thank you. Right. Okay. Do you want to come back on that, or should we?
So you appreciate the point that we need to demonstrate exceptional circumstances. In effect, that's a greater public good test, and that's how we put our position. As for the housing numbers, we've discussed those extensively before Christmas, and you have our position on that. And obviously, the allocations are riding on the back of the wider discussion and debate that we had before Christmas about the housing numbers. If you decide against us in relation to those points, and obviously the allocations won't make sense. If you decide in our favour on those points, then the allocations make a great deal of sense.
Okay. And again, I imagine under this next item, we'll probably touch on this anyway. So, so we move on to site location and I guess the overarching principle. One thing I will just say about this, obviously, if because I don't necessarily want to divorce the development requirements list of discussion from the principle. So if you've got concerns about traffic as a matter of principle, obviously there are criteria about traffic, so we can pick them up then. If it's about biodiversity and so on, we'll pick them up then. Just so then we can relate that discussion to the item in the policy. But obviously, say please raise your concerns if you have any. Just in terms of the site selection process for this, you've already pointed out that this site meets or met, as far as you're concerned, criterion 1 of the 7 site selection criteria, which relates to land which is well served by public transport. I think in this case the argument is that it's good access to the Lee Salford Manchester Bus Rapid Transit System. That's correct?
That's right.
Yep.
The guided busway, that's right, sir.
It's obviously been put to me both in written statements and this morning already that access to public transport from this site and perhaps the other site we discussed isn't as good as might be expected, isn't as good as suggested. So perhaps explain how you came to the view that this is a sustainable location in public transport terms.
I'll look to my left for any details, but yes, the gist of the point that's been made is that in peak hours, if you like, services are, the buses are full, etc., or people have to watch full buses pass them, etc., But if we just think about this in locational terms, I mean, that's the point about how the services are run and so on, and as has already been pointed out, and we've mentioned on a number of occasions already at this examination, there is, as you know, a review of public transport across Greater Manchester. But if we just take the locational point and the criterion, I mean, let's just think about the other side of the coin. I mean, we have a criterion which is if you're located in proximity to good public transport, and here we are. Gosh, I mean, it's so close to the road and the stops for the guided busway. The locational criteria would indicate this is a good place to put new housing development. The corollary, the other side of the coin is, I mean, it really makes sense to say that we should locate sites which aren't anywhere near public transport corridors. I mean, it would be a very, very odd way of going about planning. It would be counterintuitive and frankly nonsensical. So I'll just look to my left as to whether there are any particular details that anyone wishes to add about the particular services on this guided busway, but the principle is very, very clear indeed, and I mean, frankly, it fits completely with the framework, and it would be foolish to apply the reverse approach, which is to say one should locate housing sites nowhere near public transport. I mean, that really would be very silly.
Okay. Yes, so the site selection criteria, the background report to that kind of goes through the different criteria and looks at kind of the thresholds which apply to those different criterion. So criterion 1, which you're saying applies here, table 1 in that background document says kind of look at how much of the site is within good public transport, and then there's a footnote, it's footnote 7, which talks about good public transport includes Lee Salford Manchester Bus Rapid Transit route. So that was the basis on its site selection. So there's also, so you've got 4 buses per hour on the guided busway. There's also other services, so there's a 20, which is 2 buses per hour, the 66, which is 1 bus per hour. Clearly, bus franchising is going to give Greater Manchester more control over reliability and service numbers. And then there's also buses on neighbouring roads of Moorside Road, Worsley Road, Greenleach Lane, and these are well within acceptable walking distances in terms of access to public transport. So I think clearly it meets site selection criterion 1 in terms of the busway, and then there's also other services as well which contribute to that good public transport.
Just confirming there, so obviously my site visit map shows the 2 bus stops on East Lancashire, marked as East Lancashire Road, the A582. You're saying that there are other services? Oh, sorry, yes, I see. There are these on the southwest as well. So you're content that wherever you are on the site, wherever you have got both reasonable route, but reasonable in terms of distance, but also we're not just talking about distance, we're also talking about the quality of the route in terms of is it a safe and sensible and attractive, if you like, route to those bus stops. Is that your position?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Okay. Right, well, the other side to the question we ask about, obviously, site selection, we talk about the strategy as well, and I think you've highlighted in your written statement that you feel that it fits into the objectives, I think it's policy strat 6 of boosting Northern competitive competitiveness and help in terms of diversifying the housing stock. Just to confirm, and I think it is true, just before that's not, that's sort of a general point about potentially any allocations in Salford of this nature might well meet that objective. This isn't a criterion of meeting a local problem, a specific local problem. This is more of a general housing, this type of housing meets that criteria. Okay.
Yes, and there's a spatial and strategic point involved in this. That's right. I mean, I've made the point several times about the twofold points, if you like, about first of all houses rather than apartments, sites suitable for houses rather than apartments, or rather than being focused on apartments, and about the contribution of this part of the city to housing land supply over the last 10 years, which has been minuscule.
Okay. This isn't a point particularly that's in the development requirement, so I don't think so. I will pick it up as a general point of order, if you like, on principle, and it's a point that was raised by the CPRE, well, not here, but about a point they made on several sides about loss of best and most versatile agricultural land. Just if you'd like to, again, I think I generally understand GMCA's position on this, but I'd just like to highlight, confirm your views on whether it would result in loss of that and the consequences.
Thank you, sir. As I understand it, most of the site is grade 3B, some 3A in the southern part of the site, as I understand it. Is that right? Yeah. Good. I'm glad. So, yes, and all these things, there's a balance sheet, isn't there? But on the agricultural land side of the equation, one wouldn't sort of put that point high up on the sort of cons list, if you like.
Okay. And actually, I was going to ask, your map has confirmed this, that this site isn't affected by peat. I think the map you provided.
This isn't a peaty site, no, sir.
No. Okay.
We'll save that for another session, not this one.
Yes. Because I think, just because it covers several potential criteria in the development requirements rather than one, and again, it's been raised by a few people already this morning, is about the social infrastructure, the constraints on social infrastructure and whether or not this is a suitable location to be delivering housing because of that constraint. I think we pick that up as a bit of principle here.
Well, if you're to treat it as a point of principle, or to ask the question as a point of principle, the direct answer is there are no showstoppers in relation to the point as a point of principle. I mean, Salford is unique, actually, of the 9 plan-making authorities in the sense that it has a recently adopted development management local plan. So it wasn't one of those who's waited for places for everyone, if you like, before then doing sort of more detailed policies. It's done it the other way round. So January this year, last month, 18th, gosh, look at that. On the 18th of January, the local plan development management policies were adopted. There are development management policies which deal with social infrastructure. Of course, we got the thematic policies in places for everyone as well. So we'll look at the detailed criteria when we come to them, but you might or might not have wondered why it is that in this case we haven't spelt out lots of detailed points about that. That's because in Salford they are in a unique position of the 9 authorities, and actually would have been unique in relation to the 10 authorities if Stockport hadn't jumped ship of actually having a up-to-date, very recently adopted development management plan. So a lot of the I haven't used the expression heavy lifting this year, have I? A lot of the heavy lifting in relation to detailed policy matters is dealt with in that local plan that Salford have just adopted.
Thank you. Okay, so I'll open it that's sort of on that agenda item of general site location principles. I'd say we'll get into some of the nitty-gritty of some of the particular issues as we go through the requirements. But Councillor Greedo, if you want to start us off, any comments?
Yes, thank you, sir. So just coming on to the transport side and the buses which were mentioned, It was said, in fact, that site selection is not done on the basis of the availability of public transport. That was a comment that was just made. In fact, as far as Worsley and Boothstown is concerned, we've seen the withdrawal of at least 4 bus services over the last 4 or 5 years. There's, I think, only 1 bus now that runs down Greenleach Lane through Row Green, which would be the nearest one to Hazelhurst Road, and that is an infrequent service. As far as the guided busway is concerned, it's already been made very clear by the MP, and I would reinforce that because I was heavily involved in the provision of that guided busway when I had my doubts as to whether it would be successful when it was being planned. And the situation is that because it starts in Wigan and Lee, that by the time it gets to Edinburgh, which is the first stop in Salford, it's full. And certainly by the time it gets to Park and Ride, you've actually no chance of accessing the buses there. 3, 4, 5 buses can go by before you can actually get on the bus. So many people, in fact, have given up trying to use the guided busway. They have, in fairness, about 3 years ago, provided an extra 6 buses on that route. And even by providing those extra 6 buses, it's not improved the availability of that service for people in Worsley. Even if it did, the amount of the distance between certainly Boothstown and Hazelhurst to a slightly lesser degree, the distance to the nearest stop is substantial. And if you're talking about older people, or if you're talking about families with young children, to walk the distance they would need to walk to get to any of those bus stops is quite significant. Some play was made just now of the fact that transport is currently undergoing a review in Greater Manchester, and that's quite right. I actually attended a full meeting with Greater Manchester Transport, I think 2 weeks ago, in Salford, where they explained what the new franchising system would mean. And it doesn't mean extra buses. That's the main point I would like to make. The franchising system is about the operation of the bus network, not about the provision of additional buses. And in fact, when I posed a question about additional buses, I was told, well, when money's available. Well, we've been told that now for a number of years. Money isn't available for extra buses, and I think that's a bit of a red herring to suggest that the review of the buses is that's going to cope with that. It's been said quite clearly by Transport for Greater Manchester that that's not likely to happen. It's about the way the buses are operated, not by how many are actually provided. I think that makes the point quite adequately. Thank you.
Thank you. You saw Councillor Keeley?
Thank you very much. Again, I just wanted to pick up on the point about that there's suitable public transport around the area, and I'd actually disagree on that point. I don't think there is, and obviously from what's been talked about the new bus franchising system, I won't repeat the point made by Councillor Garrido, but I'd actually like to draw to bus stops in the area. Now, the nearest railway station, I think, is to the development would be Moorside. And of course, depending on where you were within the development, regardless of where you were within the development, you would have to cross the East Lancashire Road. Now, of course, if you wanted to get a bus eastbound into the city or towards Swinton, you would have to cross the East Lancashire Road. Now, of course, there is an issue there about how you would get safely across. And of course, the crossings at the moment, you would have to go across several roads until you got to a bridge to be actually able to cross the road. So I think that's really important to note, is that actually current bus stops in the area and the safety concerns that people have. I mean, there are numerous advertisements on the East Lancashire Road, on bridges, talking about road safety. And of course, it's up to the person whether they choose to run across the East Lancs or whether they choose to cross it safely using a bridge. But in that area in particular, if we were talking about wanting to, depending on, of course, where we wanted to go, if one of my constituents in this new development, for instance, hypothetically wanted to get a bus from their house to the city centre, then of course they would be able to use the guided bus lane. Of course, they would have to cross the road to get there, but they would be able to use the guided bus lane. If they wanted to go to Swinton to use some of the shopping facilities there, they would have to walk up the industrial estate to get to the nearest bus stop. I think that's really important to note. So there is not sufficient bus routes to get them from the development to the proposed development, to one of the nearest major towns in the area with much of the facilities. Again, I think that's really important to note. So I disagree that actually there is sufficient public transport in the area, because again, if we're basing it a lot on what the new bus franchising system would come in and we'd be able to maybe be able to get some new buses, maybe we would not. But I think we're putting a lot of this on the hope that we would be able to get this and that there is an expectation that we will be able to get this. But in reality, that's not how this works. If we are going, yeah, we'll be able to do this because we'll be able to do that and we'll be able to do that, well, actually, there's a chance that we won't. Because as Councillor Garrido said, well, I won't reiterate the point, but I do think it's important to realise that actually the so-called sufficient public transport in the area, I think if you look on a map and look at the bus stops and the train stations, it doesn't look too bad. I think it looks quite sufficient. However, if you actually go to, if you look at where they're going and, the opportunities and the bus routes taken, obviously some people will choose to go to the city centre. Some people have chosen to go to Eccles. Some people would choose to go to Swinton. Some people could choose to go to anywhere else westbound towards Leigh, towards Wigan. And that is where, if we look at the map and we look overall, we think this looks quite good. I think it looks helpful. But if we go into the detail and where the bus routes are going, then actually, they're not close at all, depending on where you're going. There isn't sufficient bus routes at the moment. There aren't any Metrolink stops in the area. There's no plans to introduce any Metrolink stops in the area. I've had numerous conversations with Northern Rail about the impact of them cutting morning services, again in peak hours. And I think obviously following on from points about that during peak hours people are unable to get a bus, well, I think actually, that's what people care about the most, is that they're able to get to work and they're able to get to school and where they're supposed to be going. And if they have to wait 40 minutes, then I think it's perfectly justifiable for them to think, well, is it going to get worse? Because before it's certainly not going to get better. Is it going to get worse? I think that's worth taking a note. But overall, I'll conclude now. I don't think that if we look in the detail, which I think is really important in this aspect on public transport, that there is not sufficient public transport in the area. I won't go, obviously, because of what the gentleman from Peel said about, people contacting me in my email inbox and this, that and the other. But actually, one of the serious issues was bus routes, and the fact that they have cut it, I think needs to be recognised. And of course, they've cut it knowing that the new bus franchising model is coming in, the renationalisation of the transport in the city. It's been cut in advance of that. So just place that on record as well. Thank you.
Okay, some of that, I think there's a couple of points in there I'd pick up on the transport mitigation measures that are referred to later in the policy. There's this, I don't know if you're at Appendix D, which does list some things. So I think we'll come back on to some of the points you've raised about crossings and service provision later on, but the point taken, thank you. Peel.
Just going to hand to Mr. Hibbert, please.
Thank you. Just in relation to the busway, I was going to make a bit of a correction in terms of the frequencies in any event, but just by way of background, obviously a lot of bus services suffered during COVID and were trimmed back, so they are still in, I think it's fair to say, a stage of recovery, including rail services as well. Surprisingly, the busway services are almost back up to their pre-COVID peaks, which was 10 per hour in the peak direction. They are currently running at 8 per hour in the peak direction. And there are discussions ongoing at the moment as to future additional buses. And by chance, I met with TFGM yesterday about that. So in terms of the busway, that's been extremely successful. There's a good reason for that. It's extremely quick, and it's a very high quality service. I've, like the sad little transport man I am at times, I've done that trip both by bus from the Wardley site and by car, and I can get to my office faster on the Vantage bus than I can in the car. So it's extremely popular. Yes, there have been times when those bus services have been running at full tilt. That's a victim of its success in a way, but there are ways to resolve that, and that's providing more bus services. In terms of other facilities in the area, I mean, Moorside Station, I think, was quoted by the councillor. That's within a mile of the northern boundary of the site. It can actually be accessed relatively easily by crossing at the A580 using the footbridge at Moorside. There are investigations at the moment ongoing as to whether alternative at-grade facilities can be provided, crossing facilities that would replace the footbridge, or at least supplement it. So from Moorside, you can access Central Salford, Manchester, I think direct services to Leeds, Wigan in the opposite direction. So the overall package of existing transport provisions is actually very, very good, which is one of the reasons the site was selected. Thank you.
Can I just add about the nature of the East Lancs Road? You'll obviously observe and be aware of the road, but to the north of the site, there is in fact control crossings. So there is specific at-surface crossing there, and then if you don't want to use that, then there is the footbridge, which is down by the Moorside Road. So you've got two options there in terms of crossing that road.
Okay, thank you. So anything wish to come back on those points?
There was just one point about additional buses, which I'll look to my left for, but I mean, this is a point of principle, as you know, so if underlined in due course, you and your colleagues agree with our position in relation to the need for further development that we're seeking to address through these allocations. If you do, then one has to sort of work out which are the best, or if one's got one's glass half empty, least bad sites to go to. On the best side of the equation, if you have a criterion which relates to proximity to public transport, a criterion that makes a great deal of sense, this is a site that performs extremely well. So I'm just going to look to my left for some additional clarification about additional bus services.
Thank you. Yes, just saying, as well as the bus franchising, which we discussed earlier, the GM 2040 transport plan does include proposals for increased services along the Leeds Salford Manchester busway. And there's potential, obviously, for developments in the plan and with the plan to make contributions as well to secure that, to secure improved service. But there is an intention to improve the volume of service.
Is that intention dependent on development, or is that planned anyway? Do you know?
I think my understanding is planned anyway within the GM strategy. It's in there.
Okay, Councillor Keeley's put your sign on.
Yes, thank you very much. It's just, obviously, I just want to talk, obviously, I've spoken a lot about the bus stations, but in regards to the Moorside railway station, it being the nearest one, obviously, depending on where you were in the development, it's going to take longer, but I understand that with everywhere. But in particular aspect to Moorside station, regardless of whether you were towards the north or the south of the development, you are going to have to walk towards there, and actually if we look at the geographical impact of that, there is quite a steep incline to get there. So I wouldn't say it's the most accessible station. And in actual fact, the station itself, it doesn't have step-free access. Neither does Walkden Station. I'm not aware of any plans to introduce it in Moorside. And so I think actually it's not an accessible station. So I think that's really important to place on record. That actually, despite there being a railway station, again, is what I was saying before, that there is a need to look into the detail of this. And if we are creating a bit of a wish list and saying, well, we have plans to be able to introduce this, we have plans to be able to get a lift access, well, we're putting a lot of this on hope and aspiration of being able to do stuff and reach these measures via creating a list of things that we want to see. So.
Just to clarify, just to be clear, you have the points, or I know you have the point, but just to be clear, in relation to site selection criterion number 1, it's the proximity to the bus services on the main road that we rely on, as you know. Because of our distance criteria that we've used, we haven't relied on the on the train station.
No, I mean, obviously it does fit into the wider point about sustainable location, but I understand the point.
It does, but it's a heck of a lot more sustainable than a site which is nowhere near a very good bus service.
Okay, right. Okay, we'll park it here. It's 11:15. I think we'll have a break until 25 to 12. We'll come back and start talking about development requirements. So thank you very much. Okay, thank you. We'll make a start then. I'm going to move on to the development requirements, which is set out in the policy. My intention is to go through each of the criteria in turn, so using the latest version as a sort of aid memoir, so we can pick up all the GMCH suggested modifications as we go. And obviously, opportunity, as I said, if there are, not just necessarily about the wording, focus on the wording and the policy, but if there are general concerns around that principle, then it's a good time to raise them. Did you want to say anything first, or are you happy for me just to go through?
I think if we're doing them one by one, so that's fine, yes. Thank you.
Right, so, first of all, it's not actually a criterion, it's the opening paragraph, which is obviously, we're talking about scale. Yes. And the type of housing. I suppose the general question is, it might not be for you, because obviously you're content that 400 dwellings is a reasonable amount of development to put on the site.
Around 400.
Around 400. Underline that. 400. It's suitable. So I think in general, I'll just open. I mean, I know that Peel have put forward representation suggesting it should be. Well, they could do 450, but may be content that around 400 is an acceptable phrasing. I don't know if you've got anything you want to say.
Around 400, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Anything on scale, Councillor Greeno?
Yeah, we're against, of course, any number of houses on that site. I'm rather concerned when Peel says around 400. I'd rather guess that means in excess of 400.
Okay. I mean, the policy, as set out, says around 400. So, are you suggesting that shouldn't be? You want something more specific than that, or?
Well, yeah. As I said, our figure is 0. We don't believe any house should be built there. But if any figure is going to be there, it should be specific rather than around. But we're absolutely against any houses.
Yeah, I mean, I think I can take that as read, I think. But fair enough. Thank you, Councillor Keeley.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to know, actually, obviously, again, I'm sure there's no need to reiterate how many I think should be on the site, but obviously, am I right to assume that the inspectors have visited the site already? Yeah. I don't know if you managed to have had a proper look around, but if I can draw your attention to Hazelhall Close, which is one of the cul-de-sacs off Hazelhurst Road. That leads on to, that could be an access to development, maybe not, but it is an area at the moment where there have been a number of houses built in that area already. I think it's about 5 or 6, and they have stood empty for a long time because of issues that have arisen with the developers in that area. I think that's just important to note that. I mean, even if we look at adding, well, we can maybe build 1, or maybe we could build 2, or maybe we could build 6, or whether at 400, we can all say numbers, but actually 6 have been allocated in that area already, and there have been a lot of struggles with that particular side of the development. So preferably 0, but I think it's important to realise that actually, for those who have been done at the moment, there have been a considerable amount of issues about that.
Okay, thank you. Anything you want to come back on?
I think the word around is a pretty easy to understand word. I mean, as you and your colleagues have been sitting as we've been through these allocations, I mean, we had one, was it only yesterday, where the planning application had come in at, I think, 50 less than the around number in the thing. So, there's obviously flexibility, and it's not appropriate at this scale to be so precise as to to have that exactitude of 400, for example, not a house more, not a house less.
Okay, thank you. Okay, then I'll move on then to criterion 1, which is about master planning. So the planner submitted requires a master plan and/or supplementary planning document to be produced in consultation with the local community and the stakeholders and considered acceptable by the council. Some suggested modifications to that. I'll let you introduce those.
Yes, if I could. So, I mean, the first series of changes here at the beginning of item number 1, requirement number 1, is primarily to delete the reference to a supplementary planning document because one doesn't need it, it's OTOs. What we need is a master plan. And then we have the phasing and delivery strategy, which in this instance is considered to be appropriate in the criterion. Now, the rest of the paragraph, and in particular the addition at the end in circumstances where, etc., 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 I mean, that is language that we haven't encountered before. You haven't had the pleasure of encountering before at this examination hearing. And I quizzed those to my left about where it come from, and they reminded me they've come word from the plan that I promoted for Salford. That's their recently adopted local plan, and it's policy EF2. So we have sought here to bring item number 1 in this particular circumstances of Salford into line with their own recently adopted local plan, which uses this language in relation to master planning. In fact, it uses a lot more language than this. So this is a brief lifting, if you like, of the key element of that policy EF2 and plopping it down into item 1 here.
Okay. Just on that then, sorry, I'll take those two issues. SPD, I think, okay, you're not intending to produce one, not a lot of point referring to it, and we've had that before.
Yes.
Phasing delivery strategy, I know there's been discussions about some sites have had that, and some sites haven't. So you obviously content in this case, this will be a site with potentially multiple developers and or phases, or that the idea?
It's a phasing point.
Phasing point.
Yeah.
Okay. And the cross-reference JPD1, understood. Mm-hmm. Then this extra bit about consultation. So I think it's two. One, obviously, first point, general point, necessary to make the plan sound to include that, question mark.
Necessary to make the plan sound. Well, the last few words of the first sentence, which would now, in these changes, run into this, put forward as part of a planning application, early and effective engagement, all of that is consistent with Salford's local plan, policy EF2. To be honest, I don't know whether you've got Salford's recently adopted local plan.
I'm not.
Examination document.
We've got a lot of documents before us. I'm not sure that's one of them.
You probably haven't because it's so recently adopted.
We may have versions of it.
You might well have. I don't know, but
I've given you quite have the encyclopedic knowledge, but I should have the examination library.
I have no knowledge at all of what's in the library, but EF2 is the policy in question. So the issue which arises, as you will know, sir, but I'll just, forgive me just for 1 second setting this out, if in Salford's case, because they have their recently adopted local plan, etc., if Places for Everyone started to speak in different terms about, for example, the issue of master planning or some other issue, then if, as and when PFE is adopted, it would trump, in cases of inconsistency, it would trump their local plan, because the most recently adopted plan is the one that prevails in cases of inconsistency. That's the other bit of Section 38 of the 2004 Act that no one ever really mentions. So we've been careful here to try to ensure that that unintended consequence, because it would have been unintended, doesn't arise. And the speed of Salford's local plan, if you like, has overtaken Places for Everyone. So, you know.
So if you there's nothing in the submitted policy, or are you suggesting, so not delete, all you're deleting is reference to the SPD adopted by the City Council?
That's right, and the rest of it is additional.
The rest of it is additional. So there's nothing in what was written already, other than the SPD stuff, which is inconsistent with the Salford plan?
That's right.
Right.
So
theory, you could rely on the Salford plan.
You could do, or you could even just cut this right down and say, be in accordance with the master plan framework consistent with the phasing delivery strategy JPD1 full stop, knowing that in the local plan there is a specific policy about master planning, which is policy EF2. We thought it sensible, if you like, when one's setting out these criteria to expand the items so that we were consistent with and set out the key point in this policy consistently with EF2 in the local plan. But I mean, that's the fork in the road. Do you say, I think you would strip more of this out, to avoid the danger of saying something a bit sort of inconsistent. So,
Yeah,
if
I
you
mean,
were to, you know,
yeah,
that-
I
that's
think
the
obviously.
fork in the
Sorry,
road.
sorry, beg your
Sorry,
pardon.
my fault. I'll shut up.
No, sorry. I was going to say, obviously, as you've alluded to, references to master plan,
Yes.
master planning throughout the allocations differ
They do.
across the board. We'll have to, I think, take a view at some point whether that matters or not, or whether we
Indeed.
need to try and
Absolutely.
bring them together, or whether we
Yeah.
and wonder whether, in this case, because you've got a local plan policy relating to it anyway, whether it would be necessary.
Yes. Well, we've had it's almost a philosophical
But,
discussion.
yeah,
isn't it? 'Cause
exactly.
we've
It falls
had
into
this-
that category,
it
doesn't
does
it?
really,
Of,
yes, yeah.
of things to perhaps be
Yeah,
and
and
look at in the
also it's,
round.
it's the soundness on the one side of the line and sort of, you know, a nicer read stroke, you know, a quest for perfection on the other side of the line. But you know, but that's
Councillor-
why it's here. I mean, that's you know, that's the explanation. So make of that. You'll tell us.
But
what you
even,
make
sorry,
of it,
even, but even, obviously, just to be clear, obviously for anyone in the room, if that text wasn't there,
we've got the
you'd
local
still
plan.
be relying on local
We've
plan.
got
Now,
the
that would
recently
still
adopted
require
local plan.
engagement with the.
It would require that and a lot more.
Yeah, quite. So, Councillor Greedo.
Yeah, thank you, sir. The local plan's been mentioned again a few minutes ago, and it's been mentioned previously. I think, can we just make it clear that the local plan that's been approved is part one? It's half a local plan. There's still a part two yet to be produced, and in fact, the part two includes a number of other sites which have not yet been discussed, which, in our opinion, if they are included in the second half, makes the whole thing a lot worse.
Okay.
In terms of what we're now discussing.
Yeah, obviously, quite, but that's outside the scope of obviously what we could talk about. But I understand the point about the status of the Salford local plan, I think. Thank you.
Yeah, just to be clear, the recently adopted local plan is a development management policies local plan. Chunky allocations, if you like, are dealt with through Places for Everyone, and then there is a role for a Part 2 plan, as you know, I've loosely dubbed it, picking up other sites.
Simplified planning system.
Absolutely.
Peel.
Long may it continue.
Peel made. Sorry, Councillor Greedo, did you want somebody to say something else?
Yeah, well, just to confirm that this could have part two could have a substantial effect on the amount of land available for building, and could therefore affect what we're discussing on Hazelhurst and Boostown.
Okay, understood. Thank you. I don't know if Peel wants to make. Obviously, you referred in your written statements about not necessarily, I think, a need for a master plan, but also that you wish to have reference to what was in the Salford plan. So you're content with what's been suggested?
Yeah, we are content.
Okay. Would you be content if that wording wasn't there and Salford local plan was relied on?
Yes.
Yeah.
It'd have to be quite frank, because it's a development plan, but yes.
Well, quite. So, yeah, well, take your point.
I don't have to be cheerfully content, but...
No. Okay, move on then from, unless there's any comments on the master plan criterion. Move on to criterion 2, which is about affordable housing.
Shall I just say a few words?
Yes,
by
if
way
you
of
would, yeah, if you want to,
introduction? So the issue with affordable housing, if I understand this correctly, is that because, forgive me, let me take a step back. The recently adopted local plan in Salford does deal with affordable housing. It deals with it by way of value areas. Because this site and other sites that we'll be discussing in Salford are in the green belt, they're not caught by the recently adopted local plan's affordable housing policy, because it doesn't have a value area which relates to the green belt. And so therefore there is a need to say, there's certainly a need to say something specific about affordable housing vis-a-vis this allocation, because it involves taking land out of the green belt, et cetera, et cetera. That's the first step. In the middle part of the item 2, the indicative affordable housing tenure split, that is derived from the recently adopted local plan. As for the equivalent to at least 50% of the dwellings on the site, with some of this directed towards off-site provision, I would look, if you'd like me to do this now, I'd look to my left for a brief explanation as to why that's...
Clearly, I was going to ask about the justification for that, so you may as well ask now.
Yes, so obviously we think it's important that the site makes a appropriate contribution to affordable housing, and so the overall target of 50% or equivalent to 50% is based on the viability evidence and the evidence of housing need for Salford. The reason we have taken the approach of acknowledging that some of this can be provided off-site is to recognise that there is a potential tension, there's a tension between the prevailing housing need for affordable housing, which is looking at 1 and 2 bed apartments primarily, but not just, but there's a focus on that, and that providing all of that within a site which is focused on family housing wouldn't be able to meet that need adequately. So that's why we've accepted there could be some accommodated on-site, some accommodated off-site, with that split, the precise details of the split, something to be dealt with through the planning application, negotiations and master planning.
So while we've got that point then, is the reference to off-site provision, albeit to be determined at the time of an application, is that consistent in principle with paragraph 60 of the framework, which obviously expects affordable housing to be delivered on site? And I'll just quote, unless off-site provision can be robustly justified, which I guess is what you're arguing, or agreed, or the agreed approach contributes to objectives of creating mixed and balanced communities. So how does that approach fit in with national policy?
I think we certainly would say it can be robustly justified in terms of meeting the needs of Salford in terms of affordable housing. I think it also probably contributes to sort of mixed communities in terms of making sure we can address the need across a range of housing needs. So we've got some larger homes within the site and some and meeting the more dominant need of 1 and 2 bed homes in other locations where that kind of development would be more appropriate. So I think it certainly ticks the first criterion in paragraph 76. I think there are elements of the second one, but I think we feel we have a robust justification based particularly based on our evidence of what our need is. But we certainly think it's important to provide a proportion on site. But we recognise that that all on site could undermine some of the aims as well.
Paragraph 63, so of the framework.
Oh, sorry, I got the reference wrong.
No, I was looking at the reference you gave and I was scratching my head.
Sorry.
63, I think, is a reference.
What did I say?
76 is a great paragraph, sir, but...
No, I said 63.
Did you?
I can categorically say 63. It's written there on my note.
Excellent.
There you go.
In that case, it's just the rest of
I
it,
am
sir.
right.
Of course you did, sir, absolutely. I was just confirming you'd said paragraph 63. That was,
I think it's your colleague who said 76. Yeah. No. My accent, is it? Okay. Just in terms, so obviously, coming back to that point, in practice, so the policy says, and we'll talk about the 50% later, I'm sure, but the and the split you've got, this is with some of this directed towards on-site, off-site provision. So is that sufficiently robust to is some of it enough for you to be confident you're going to get some on-site? And I mean,
well, I mean, because it's interesting, isn't it, the way the point was explained just now when it was said some on and some off. In fact, the policy wording is some off, some off-site. So one can read into that something. But if one doesn't, if one accepts the principle, the proposition of what's been advanced, and plainly we do because we're advancing it, then one needs to think, well, is this language apt to cover it? And I think the struggle is to think of some other wording which would be a better fit for what's been explained. And frankly, some seems to capture the point very well. But if there's some, if a different and better word springs to mind, fair enough. But it seems to be captured perfectly well by some.
Okay. And presumably the mechanism obviously be a financial contribution, presumably, or not. I mean, that's the other thing. Is that the mechanism that's expected? There's not other land somewhere else where the site promoter would be expected to deliver greater proportional?
I obviously will be open to the negotiations through the planning application process. We'd anticipate it being a financial contribution through Section 106, though.
So,
and again, sorry, just forgive me for one moment. I mean, I've made the point that, I mean, we could have just simply referred to our affordable housing policy in the Salford local plan, but we can't here because, of course, the value area doesn't include the green belt. But on this point, I mean, I do think we really must add at least pertinent policies from the Salford local plan to the examination library, because the recently adopted plan at policy H4, I'm just looking at it now, just very briefly, it's a very long policy, but it has an element on a heading on-site and off-site provision, and it tackles this very point. In some circumstances, it would mean that on-site provision is most appropriate. In other circumstances, off-site provision or the payment of a commuted sum may enable the more effective delivery of affordable housing to meet local needs. It's exactly the point that's been made to my left. So, you know, this is not new ground for Salford. It's been dealt with through the examination process and found to be sound for Salford through that local plan.
Okay.
So I think you really do. That's policy. That you really do need to have.
Yes,
these
probably it sounds like
key
it would
policies,
be
I think,
useful.
to be honest. That was policy H4.
I've made a note of that. So if that's part of, again, Salford's local plan.
But the difficulty is here that point about the read across. I mean, that approach has been found sound, but your colleague examining that local plan was not considering affordable housing on greenbelt sites because, of course, it was no part of that plan to take land out of the
But
greenbelt.
the principle
But
of
the principle was in there.
on and off site is picked up in that plan. So
It is.
I suppose there's a question mark whether you need to refer to that area. But
You could, alternatively, once you've seen this policy, we must make sure you have it, but alternatively, you could say on-site and off-site in accordance with policy H4 of the Salford Development Management Local Plan.
Okay, because that might actually also be an issue with the indicative affordable housing tenure split as well, which if that's consistent with.
Yes, I mean, that's been lifted straight from H4, but yeah. I mean, I take the point.
Okay, we'll just put a pin in that there for a minute. I'll just come back on to so in terms of the, as you say, obviously one of my 50%, or at least 50% here.
Yeah.
My first question, my general question would have been, what is Salford's general affordable housing requirement? You're saying that the local plan wouldn't have a requirement for this?
Not for this.
It doesn't have a sort of windfall approach?
No, because the green belt is specifically excluded. I'm again looking at sorry, it's so difficult this because I've got the policy and you haven't, but the same policy talks about the green belt not covered by the value areas, and it simply says that if very special circumstances exist to justify such development in the green belt, then the proportion of dwellings that are affordable must be maximised. There is a table in the plan policy that I've just referred to, which sets out the value areas, and cut a long story short, at the top end of the value range, it's 50%. But I mean, as I've said, the green belt is not in any of those value areas for the reasons I've just explained.
And the 50% in this case has been based on your viability assessment? That's what you said,
Yes,
yep.
Yes, that's right. It's included in the viability assessment, yep.
Would, again, sorry, you might not be able to answer this because it's obviously going to be an issue when it comes in, but I'm thinking about the off-site provision. Is there a mechanism, so if you get a financial contribution, are there mechanisms in place for that to be spent, basically? Are there scheme, how is that spent? Are there schemes waiting to go, that council schemes? How does that work in practice?
There are a variety of options in terms of registered provided partners, but Salford also has its own sort of wholly owned delivery vehicle, Derive, for delivery of social housing. So we have a experience in directing contributed sums towards delivery of houses through registered providers, but we also are increasingly looking to try and do that more so ourselves as well. So there are a number of options open to Salford.
And this is in thinking about getting additional, because obviously you're getting additional affordable housing. This is about unlocking sites that wouldn't necessarily come forward then, is that? Because obviously if the provider's got a scheme and they're going to be providing, say 30%, this is a way of getting to provide more. Because otherwise you're just getting the same, you're just funding what would happen anyway.
You are either bringing forward schemes or enhancing the delivery of the schemes, certainly. I think the view of our, as a council, is that delivering more accessible and affordable housing is an absolute priority.
Okay. I know I was going to ask about whether it's necessary or helpful to write the 10-year split in, but you've explained where that comes from. So I guess we'll put it in the same category as other things.
Actually, it's the same category as the on-off-site point. If you had a cross-reference to the local plans policy, but in doing that, you'd have to bear in mind that the policy doesn't apply in terms directly because it's a green belt site, although once it's taken out green, but the trouble is, even when it's taken out the green belt, it won't have been mapped. I've got the map here. It won't have been mapped as one of the value areas because it wasn't coloured, if you like.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Right, so any comments on affordable housing? Councillor Greedo.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Can I say first of all, in fact, that this is probably the only reason which is being given, in our opinion, for building on greenbelt land, the fact that there is a housing need. I don't believe that any other reason has actually been given at this stage. Now, if we look at the figures, can I refer you to Boostown, some figures as an example, and there's been 2 phases of development on land owned by Peel, off Highclove Lane in Boostown, and somewhere only between 5 and 10% of the houses that have been built have actually been social housing. Now, I dare say they've come to an agreement to build social housing somewhere else as well, but on phase 1, I think it's amounted to about 12 houses out of somewhere around about 200 houses in total. So a very small amount. And our expectation is that if this was actually approved, because in fact it's even a much higher value site than the Highclove Lane site, in fact probably 3 times the value, our expectation is that none of these houses, or very, very few, would actually be built on either Hazelhurst or on the site east of Lee Road at Boostown. And in fact, if you look at Salford's record of developments which have been done by private developers where planning permission has been given, I don't think any site in the city has actually exceeded 30%. Right? And most sites, in fact, have been considerably less. I can't unfortunately quote you all the sites, but that I think is quite factual. So our concern, in fact, would be that whilst figures of 50% are being quoted, and I think as the MP said earlier, these are aspirational housing sites rather than sites for social housing, it's unlikely that all but a very, very small percentage of housing, social housing, would be provided. And if it is, they'll probably do as they did on Highclove Lane in Boostown, stick them just round the corner at the beginning of the site where nobody can see them, hide them away. And I don't think that's what social housing should be. I think social housing should be integrated within a total development. It should be a mixed tenure of both affordable, social and shared ownership schemes. And we don't believe for one moment that would ever happen on these 2 sites.
Okay. Obviously, that's getting into the detail. Again, beyond all I can look at is what's in the policy.
Yes.
And the viability assessment and so on. Obviously, those kind of detailed matters would come forward through a planning application and have to be looked at the time. So
okay.
I take the point your point is that the policy might not be implemented, but obviously I'm looking at the policy. So.
Yeah. But the whole reason for developing this site, I think, is anchored to the fact that it's for social housing. And can I just say, in fact, that we talk about social housing quite glibly. Social housing is quite wide. You've got what you might term at the lower end of the spectrum in terms of rents, social housing at the lowest possible rent, right? You've then got affordable housing, which comes under the same bracket as social housing, right? But which is just more affordable rent. And you've got shared ownership, which again still comes under the shared ownership label, but nevertheless includes a wider number of people. So we're not just talking about those people on the waiting list who are desperate to get a house. Even under the social housing label, we're talking about a much wider section of the community.
Do you how do you respond to the council's point that the need they've identified for affordable housing is 1 and 2 bedroom apartments and that kind of thing, smaller housing maybe, and this site and the site this afternoon or later today are more going to be more family housing and so on. So the need on these sites does that
no, it doesn't fit with what's actually happening on the ground, sir. What's happening every time planning applications come before the City of Salford, right? They are generally speaking being sold to the council, the development, on the basis that they only they have a demand for 1 and 2 bedroom, and that, I believe, is why the vast majority of properties which have been built in Salford have been built at that lower end of numbers of bedrooms. I don't think there's any proof at all that the demand is for the 3 and 4 bedroom houses. There might be a small demand, but it is a relatively small demand. Unfortunately, and I think Salford can, complain that they've, got all these high-rise flats in Salford, right? Had the policy have been right, they could have had a policy that restricted development in Salford to low-rise. So if they'd have felt there was a need for 3 and 4 bedroom houses, the policy within Salford on the planning side could actually have dealt with that need by only allowing that in terms of planning applications. They've not done that. They've chosen to allow lots and lots of high-rise 1, 2 bedroom flats who unfortunately are not going to people on that 5,000 people on the waiting list. They're going to people who can afford to pay substantially higher rents.
I think I recall that argument made early on, so I've got that point. Thank you. Sorry.
Something before we go to the next councillor on this, because I just want to clarify a few points, if I may. I think it might be helpful before we just go off on a bit of a tangent. So references to affordable housing delivery in Salford prior to the recently, as in January of this year, 18th of January this year, local plan, need to be seen in the context that Salford's affordable housing policy was of very considerable vintage before their recently adopted plan, and it had 20% subject to viability. So it isn't at all surprising that affordable housing delivery has not been at the level which its recently adopted local plan speaks of, nor for in relation to this site, the 50% equivalent that this site refers to. So that's one of the driving forces behind Salford deciding, having waited for a long time, having decided to get ahead of Places for Everyone and put its development management policies into place, because it really just couldn't wait any longer. Now, as for the definition of affordable housing, you do need to have Salford's local plan, because the same policy has paragraphs, literally paragraphs, on defining what affordable housing means, all discussed and examined by your colleague, all found to be sound with the modifications that were made on your colleague's recommendation. As for where affordable housing is placed on the site, someone who's spent most of his childhood in a house in multiple occupation, I can speak from my heart on this. The policy also deals with pepper potting to ensure you don't have this internal ghettos, if you like. So that is also covered in the same affordable housing policy design, pepper potting, etc., etc. So when you see this plan policy, you'll see that these issues are addressed. Salford, for many years, had in place very old policies which either had a very low expectation in relation to affordable housing or simply didn't address issues like pepper potting.
Okay, thank you.
That's all now been rectified. So there is, in planning terms, in terms of the development plan, there is a completely new era
Okay, thank you.
for Salford.
Understood. Councillor Keeley.
Thank you, sir. Just a few points, really. I suppose there's always mixed definitions of the term affordable, and I think there has been a lot of emphasis so far this morning and in the 10 minutes we are into the afternoon that there is a need, that there is a shortage of people. There is a large waiting list, supposedly a large waiting list and a shortage of housing. Now, if we look at the 400 houses that are proposed, or we'll say 400, if we look at the 400 that are proposed, obviously it's helpful to see that at least 50% of the dwellings on site perhaps would be deemed affordable. But then, of course, we're talking, if we looked at what our colleagues in Peel were proposing in the first stage, it would only be 20%. And I think this is where we're talking about inconsistency here, is we're hearing different figures constantly, and that actually on the site there could be very little or there could be very more. And if we break down, obviously, we look at 37.5 social rented, 37.5 affordable rented, 25% shared ownership. So 200 houses would be wholly owned. Essentially, that's all. You know, if we're constantly talking about the need for people to get on the housing ladder in the large 5,000 waiting list that exists in the city, 200 houses. You know, we're talking 50 houses would be shared ownership. 50 houses, 75 social rented, 75 affordable rented. So, you know, 150 would be rented. You know, and we were talking before about the mixture of the houses available, and I think obviously colleagues around the room have talked about high rises, they've talked about the type of accommodation. Well, actually, there are still proposals for apartments and flats to be built here as well. You know, it's not necessarily houses, as people were saying before about that there is a shortage of family housing. Well, actually, there's, you know, it's not going to be all family housing. It's not all going to be houses either. It's, you know.
Sorry, when you say that, you're talking about this site.
I'm talking about this site in particular. Is that people have spoken today about the need for family homes to be built, but in actual fact, there are proposals that it doesn't necessarily need to be a family home, as Peel have obviously advertised that apartments would be built as well. And I think that's really important to note, that actually that you know the presentation of it all, on top of it, it looks great that there's going to be homes, but again, looking into the detail, you know, we're seeing constantly different figures batted about, and that there's welcome of a view of a consultation where affordable housing should be provided on site, or whether it should be delivered elsewhere in Salford. That's Peel's own words about whether it should be in this site or not.
Just on, obviously, yes, there's always, whenever you're going through a local plan examination, quite often there will be planned applications in or proposals in. They're not before me. I'm not examining those. I'm examining what's in the plan. So the plan says 400 dwellings, around 400 dwellings. That's what it says. So that's, you know, if you're suggesting that's unsounding, it should be something different. I know, notwithstanding the fact it should be zero from your concern, but you know, are you therefore suggesting it should say, be very clear, 400 family houses? There are other sites which talk about that, I think, as well. So,
well,
and just on the other point you're making, we just heard that the tenure split that's referred to in the policy is actually part of Salford's adopted local plan, which is also not before me. I mean, obviously, I can look at what's in this policy and talk about, you know, whether that's suitable or not, but that split is already part of the Salford adopted local plan. So, and that's all that's reflecting. So,
well, I mean, I can tell you I voted against the local plan because I didn't feel that it needed, or abstained, one of the two. I didn't vote in favour of it because of inconsistencies that I raised in the council meeting that we've raised since as a group and other things. What I'm looking at in particular, yes, obviously I don't think any houses should be built, but obviously when we're talking about this, because we're seeing constantly, you know, overall around 400 houses, we'll go with that, around 400 houses, but then when we talk about the need for affordable housing, we're seeing different figures dotted about. The fact is, we need to, and actually, let me just, sorry, one sec, sir.
No. To clarify, when you say different figures dotting about, are you I just need to understand where these different figures are.
I'm talking about 20% from Peel on the first stage. I'm talking about 50%, obviously, in this stage. They're two different figures, quite large as well, different figures if we're talking about around 400
But
homes.
obviously the policy says at least 50.
Right,
So,
okay.
so that's what I'm...
Someone's wrong then. So
who's-
obviously...
Well, just in terms of the policy,
Yeah.
just focus on the policy. Are you content with... are you happy, content, whatever you want to look at, with the phrase at least 50%?
No. What I'm content with is that... Well, what I'm not content with is that they're not talking about the type of houses that... Well, the policy doesn't specify exactly what the type of houses are. Now, obviously, I haven't read other sites have said it would be, they'd all be houses or they'd all be flats. I've not seen that in particular. What I'm saying is that in this site, because there's not specification about what type of houses there are, I think it's difficult to be able to justify it's able to just, it's not, excuse me, it's difficult to be able to justify its support on that basis because there's different types of houses. It really should say specifically what type of accommodation would be provided, whether it would be flats or whether it would be houses.
Okay.
And because obviously, if we look at the breakdown, 200, if we look at around 400 houses, 200 would be wholly owned. So that's what 250 would be of some ownership, shall we say, and obviously 150 would be rented in some course. Well, obviously, if there is a housing need, then what people are looking for is people are looking to buy houses and not necessarily to rent houses.
I mean, we're going...
We might be going a bit off there.
Well, no, you're not going off, but we're going round.
All right, okay.
Would you mind, sir, forgive me, just because, again, the adopted local plan deals with some of these points.
Well, can I get to Peel's?
Okay.
Because I think we need to move on.
I'm finished. Yeah.
I'm not. I think I understand the point. I'm not entirely sure where it takes us in terms of what's unsound about the plan, what you want to see changed in that respect, other than specifying exactly what is required. And obviously, I make the point that that split you're talking about is already part of the development plan. So I can't change that policy. I could change this one. Peel.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. So, number of different issues there. Let's start with why the site was selected and the relevance of the affordable housing. What is required is the delivery of 50% affordable housing, either on-site or off-site, and that is because of the value of the area. We heard about values in the area, and that is why, and one of the reasons this site has been selected in the first place. And it's no part of our submissions to you to say anything other than that is a high-value area capable of delivering affordable housing. The second point is that as far as the on-site, off-site issue is concerned, there is undoubtedly a mismatch, which indeed Councillor Garrido himself highlighted, which is he highlighted earlier today about the demand and need, I should say the need for one-bedroom units. Yes, that's absolutely accepted, and that's why the off-site is being referred to and considered an appropriate part of the policy, precisely for the reason that he himself highlighted. Because this is a site that can deliver family housing, and if you then use 50% of it for one-bedroom units, you're effectively depriving the council of the revenue and value, the uplift in land value derived from the family housing. The uplift in land value doesn't arise just from granting planning permission, it's what you build on it that generates the value. So that is why the council have suggested, and Peel agree, based on the evidence that's available, that what should be delivered here is family housing, which will be of high value, with some affordable on-site, so there's a clear commitment to deliver affordable housing on-site, but to do the full 50% would be counterproductive, and all the evidence demonstrates that. And it really is as simple as that. And the council itself is well used to being able to take money and apply it elsewhere. The third point is that what Mr. Kitkowski said, which is as far as the council's approach to this issue, They are relying on the evidence. Salford did not have an up-to-date policy for a long time, hence the 20%. So what's being referred to, other sites at Vickers Hall Lane, phases 1 and 2, they were developed by Countryside and by Bellway, that's in the southwest corner of Booth Town. That was under the old policy, so that's why so little affordable was delivered. The emphasis, particularly at Salford Quays, on flats. Tall buildings are expensive, and land values in some of those areas are not as high as in the Greenbelt, and hence you get a lot of development that doesn't deliver affordable housing unless there's some public subsidy. So this is a way in which Salford can deliver affordable housing, and then the council is well positioned to understand how that can be done efficiently while maximising the value out of this site. Pepper potting, I mean, I'm surprised we're even discussing that. Pepper potting is how affordable housing is delivered on sites. Anyway, you might get blocks of 3 or 4 because housing associations want tenants next to each other, but nobody proposes the ghettoisation of affordable housing in just one area. And I didn't quite follow, and it's my fault, I'm sure, the debate about types of affordable housing, home ownership and rented. But yeah, I mean, in the last 10 years, the definition of affordable housing through the NPPF has changed significantly. It's a much wider range of products, some of which are focused on home ownership. But it is the case that, in fact, Mr. Gove himself emphasised through the changes to the NPPF that there has been a failure to deliver social rented housing, and hence the government's emphasis on that as well. So yes, there is a range. The government wants to see a range. It also wants to see social rented within the delivery, and that's what this development will facilitate.
While I have you, again, your written statement questioned the 50% figure. Have you got any comments on that?
Yeah, absolutely. So that was questioned because there was an immediate reaction to that. It's an unusually high figure for the north of England, for those of us who travelled the entire country. But subsequent work has been done. So detailed work has been done on the values. Since we wrote those submissions, values have increased significantly, around 20%. We've done a great deal more by way of ground investigation. I mean, we're on there's a planning application due to be submitted shortly, and we're still discussing that with the council in terms of the right composition of the affordable housing. But we've done a lot more work, which has demonstrated both an increase in revenue and a lower level of associated costs, and that's why we're in a position to agree with the 50%, provided it has the clause that we've been discussing about flexibility between on-site and off-site provision.
Thank you. And Councillor Greedo, I do want to move on from affordable housing.
Yes, I'll be very, very quick. I think, in fact, the Council for Peel has actually hit the nail on the head. He's actually now confirmed that, well, it may not be 50%. It could be less. Well, I mean, he said some of them will be built off-site. Those, I think, were the comments that he actually made. And our view is, looking at past experience, both with Peel and with other developers, is that where you have a higher value site, the majority of those houses are built off-site with the agreements of the council. So there's been, that's been the practice. That historically, that's the situation. In terms of pepper potting, I've got to come back on this.
Yeah, I don't. Well, okay.
It made a view there that, of course, these days there is pepper potting. Well, phase 1 of the developments in Booth Town, which has been built in the last 5 years, isn't pepper potted.
No.
It's 2 rows of houses at the beginning of the development, built next to each other, and segregated, if you want to use that word, from the rest of the development. So, pepper potting sounds very good. In practice, it's not been happening.
But there is a policy. Again, I can't get into the detail of a planning application that's already been built out, obviously, or permission to built out. There's no policy in this plan about that because well, there might be, but there's policies in the Salford plan. I'm reliably informed about that. That's all. Or you can go on. And obviously, when a detailed plan application comes in, it can be assessed as to whether it's considered by the policy. Just going back to your first point about, I think my understanding of what was said from Peel was that 50% is viable, but yes, they want the flexibility of the clause to be off-site or on-site, which obviously I'm considering. I think you're right in saying that it sounds like that is the approach of Salford Council, because that's actually in Salford's local plan. So it's an approach that they have adopted. So it's not, I guess, surprising that that's the approach, bearing in mind it is part of the Salford local plan. I guess what you're saying is it shouldn't be. And on this site, are you specifying that are you saying that you think it should specify it's 50% on-site? That's the soundness issue.
Yeah, I mean, if it's going to be 50%, right, and as they say that's what they're going to build, 50%, you know, then that has to be on the site, right? We're saying, in fact, is there's no way that's going to happen, right? It's not happened in the past, either with Peel or...
I understand that. I think I've got that point. Yeah. I'm really trying to get to with these questions is what is it you want changing from what's in the plan now?
Well, yeah, we would certainly change that, but conversely, we would say that there are other brownfield sites within the city of Salford. So we don't agree, to be honest, 100% of housing shouldn't be built there.
Yes.
You know, if they are to be built, then it should stick to what they're saying. But we don't believe that even 50% should be built there, because we're saying that there are other brownfield sites within the city of Salford that these houses can be built on. And in fact, if they got permission for this, that's where they would build off-site. They would use those other brownfield sites to actually get their 50%. They won't build the 50% next to 500 or £1 million houses.
I think, well, that point's been made now several times. I really don't want it to be made again. Thank you. I understand it completely. Your sign still up, is that?
It's really, really important that nobody misleads in any way. And, you know, I can't cross-examine politicians, more's the pity, but the point we're making abundantly clear here is that in terms of the value, the equivalent value of 50% affordable housing. So it is correct to say that, you know, land economics can appear complicated, but basically the uplift in land value will deliver 50% affordable housing, but as we've made clear, and for the reasons that the councillor himself highlighted about what the demand is on the waiting, 55% of the waiting list is for one-bedroom units. And precisely for that reason, and the reason that he raised, we are seeking to do what the council is advocating, which is to recognise that off-site provision of some of that 50% is appropriate. Now, that doesn't mean that Peel don't provide 50%. They just provide it in a more effective, efficient and appropriate way. It is 50%, but it may not be all on site, and certainly all of the evidence is demonstrating that. At the same time, it will not be zero affordable housing or around zero. It won't be that. There will be some on-site provision because we recognise the point about mixed communities.
Okay, thank you. Unless you want to come back on any of that.
I do, I'm afraid. I know you won't welcome it, but
no, we must say everything.
But I'm going to do it very quickly.
Thank you.
On and off site, dealt with in the local plan. Split in terms of tenure, local plan. The one point I haven't mentioned to you before, but it was raised along the table by one of the councillors. Houses as opposed to flats. You know what I'm going to say. Dealt with in the local plan. Policy H1 this time, in a plan which is less than a month old. So this site would fall within the rest of the city, and the requirement of H1 is at least 80% of the dwellings should be houses, at least 80%. That's in the recently adopted plan. I won't say any more.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to move on. 50 minutes to get through to criterion 3, but important issues to be discussed and to be clear about. So there's a new criterion being suggested here, which is the now familiar wording, which states that the development should make provision for new and improved sustainable transport and highways infrastructure, having regard to the indicative transport interventions set out in Appendix D, which is a document that was produced some time ago now, setting out potential transport mitigations. in accordance with policy GPC 7, and then the way that modification would work if we accepted it would be that what our were criterion 3 and 4 would become including, and then including encouraging the use of nearby public transport and incorporating attractive public rights of way. And just to set the context in its entirety, the Appendix D proposals, or Appendix D potential proposals for this site are as necessary A580 East Lancashire Road, Moorside Road crossing improvements, Worsley Road crossing, I guess in creation of one, presumably, or improvements, ramped cycle and disabled access from Greenleach Lane to NCN 55, just perhaps what is NCN 55? National Cycle Network, of course, yes. It makes sense when you explain. And then local transport and sustainable travel improvements. So no, obviously, and again, talking about earlier about traffic impacts, no major junction works or road systems. So
because, yes, a lot's been said about traffic. Obviously, the assessment's been carried out, as you know, and the assessment has found that there wouldn't be severe impacts, which is a threshold test in the framework. And indeed, in terms of mitigation, yes, there are mitigations which are perceived as being necessary, as set out in Appendix D. They mainly address these crossing points, which have been raised by councillors and the local MP as well. But no, there aren't any requirements for large-scale highways, works, etc., because of the level of impact. That's the assessment that's been carried out, and as you know, so, and I've, again, it's one of my broken record points, if there are records anymore, broken or otherwise, but, then that work has been done on a worst case and, some might say a very worst case basis. So even on that basis, there isn't a requirement for big bits of highway kit.
yes, so as you said, just again confirm that you're content that you've got sufficient evidence to demonstrate that there wouldn't, with the worst case scenario, it wouldn't be severe transport impacts, cumulative severe transport impacts.
Absolutely, yes, very much so. That's the whole purpose of the work that's been done, so yes.
Okay. Just in terms of, if I open it up, I'll just cover 3 and 4 while we're here. So, or what was 3 and 4. So public transport, we've probably covered a lot of that already in terms of the services that exist and the routes. I think they've been covered. I'm probably nothing more to say to that other than that is obviously covered in Appendix D to an extent. Yes, so that's fine.
Yes, although 3 and 4, they'd be included in this item, wouldn't they? But 3 and 4 are about how the site would be laid out. The master planning and layout of the site. So it's a point like those which we've been discussing on other sites earlier this week, and even before this week. And that's to say, let's not be silly enough to bring forward a site layout which in some way obstructs easy access to, for example, the bus services along the main road. So when you're laying out the site, have a good eye to being sensible in terms of points like that.
Okay. And under C4, criterion 4, incorporating attractive public rights of way, again, layout issue, into wider pedestrian cycle network, providing access to local facilities. I just wanted to make sure where when you were talking about access to local facilities, where they were and how far away they are.
Look to my left for that, so.
Facilities in terms of public transport facilities, which we know where they are. Swinton Town Centre is to the north-east, maybe north, and there are some local facilities, I think, on along Folly Lane. There's one 4 Folly Lane, isn't it? Sorry, bearings.
Bearings, 1 moment.
Down Hazelhurst, Hazelhurst Road, there are some local facilities as well. So the largest centre will be Swinton.
And that's roughly distance-wise?
Swinton is probably half a mile away, I'd guess. I'm trying to work out my head. I do sort of cycle it. It feels quicker.
Okay. And And again, I presume this is more a point not about necessarily providing a new path or anything to those. It's more about making sure that
Yeah,
you're not blocking it off. Or
yeah, it's just trying to be sensible about the layout.
okay. So again, I'll open up then. Any comments on the transport issue and those criteria? Obviously, if some of these points have already been picked up, they don't need to be picked up again in terms of, I think, access to public transport and access to the railway station, unless you've got something specific about this point. But obviously, any general points, Councillor Keenan?
Just for clarification purposes, what were the next two items after this, if I may just ask very quickly? What were the two next topics within today, just about?
Well, in terms of sites?
Yeah, on the site, as in we've gone through transport and public transport.
We're going through the criterion in turn, so it will be, there's the criterion 5 is about access.
Okay,
Is that,
all right, that's fine.
And then we move on to competence improvement. So basically working through the document or working through the criteria.
That's fine. It's just just picking up obviously on transport. Now, obviously, Worsley is I think obviously the Member of Parliament hit it on the head, but I know that the council acknowledges that Worsley has a horrific congestion on the roads. It's utter madness, if I may say. And in fact, the lead member for Planning and Sustainable Neighbourhoods said recently that these roads and roundabouts were built when there was far less traffic overall and were never designed to cope with the volume of traffic they handle today. And that's obviously from somebody who's pushing forward with this plan, or who certainly is in favour of it. Now, obviously, if we look at what the RHS is, it's an excellent facility. No one's denying that. But obviously, it has led to an increase in traffic, particularly along Lee Road. But if we look at, obviously, if we're sticking to this site, because they're quite similar.
So threw me then for a minute.
They're quite similar, so it's easy to get. It's easy to get misstranded. But what the two sites do have in common is that they will share Junction 13, which is obviously about to experience a traffic light trial of up to 6 months, which is obviously something that we've welcomed, or quite regretfully, because something that we'd obviously want to push in the longer term is actually looking at a more sustainable model of allowing, of redirecting from the East Lancs another junction onto the motorway. That's just an aspiration of myself. But I think if we're looking at this, we're talking around 400 houses, so it could be potentially 800 extra cars. I mean, I think you were talking Swinton town centres. I mean, as I've pointed out, it's not actually very accessible for a lot of members of the ward. There certainly aren't local facilities. There's a cooperative, and that's it. That's the shop. There's a co-op, there's a school, there's a funeral parlour, and there's a pub. That's it. So if we're talking about we're talking about extra traffic, certainly at peak times, which I think people are saying, well, we're just focusing on peak times. Well, actually, peak times really important. Moorside High School, which is one of the nearest high schools to the area, I think St Ambrose as well. Moorside High School had to take in an extra 2 year 7 forms, an extra 60 pupils in the 2021-22 academic year. Now, obviously, at those times, if we're talking about how the roads are going to be able to handle it, it's I think if we're looking at assessments, it might be easier to make an estimate, but actually speaking to people being there physically in the morning paints a whole lot of different picture. I think if we're focusing on the word average and we're focusing on average journey times, a lot of the time it can vary. I mean, me and Councillor Garrido shared a car today. I walked to Councillor Garrido's house, and in the 20 minutes that it took me to walk down the road, I played a game and followed a car, and I beat the car by walking, because the fact is the extremely slow speed that people are going along these roads, and that's obviously when there's this half terms locally. Some people are on half term, but I am working in schools, some people aren't. And the fact that it's 20 minutes now, I think it demonstrates that actually the impact of having potentially 800 cars in the Hazelhurst and perhaps another 600 obviously in Lee Road, it will impact Junction 13 massively, and that there has to be a permanent traffic solution, which there is no talk of there being. And I think that's a really, really important point to make, is that actually among Worsley, and it's not just junction 13 as well, it's on Moorside Road, which is of course is one of the access points to the East Lancs. Moorside Road is imperative for a lot of the people who live in the Broadoak Park area, who live along the Hazelhurst Road where the development would take place. Moorside Road is a pinch point. HGVs constantly going down it when they're not supposed to be. There's talk of we're having to lower the speed limit potentially for that area. If we look onto the other side of other access points, there's an access point near Albert's Restaurant on the west side of Worsley Road up offering to the East Lancs. I can't remember the exact name of the road in particular, but that's where it is, and that is again another pinch point, and people are waiting a long time to get out of these places. They're waiting a long time, and I think the fact is the council themselves have acknowledged that these roads and roundabouts were built when there was far less traffic overall. They were never designed to cope with the volume. That is the council's own words, and that was done on the 9th of February. So what's that, 6 days ago?
Okay.
I'll come to the end of my point. If we're looking at, especially with the impact of traffic at the moment, if we're looking at the state of the roads and if we're looking at the type of roads and towards the development, I think that's crucial to point out that there has been a severe lack of the filling of existing potholes, and there has been not much attention brought on, particularly to Hazelhurst Road, with the mad congestion that faces in the morning, and of course the impact of the extra traffic on that. I think you said we were talking about access points in a minute, so I won't talk about that. But I think the point has been made that estimates can always be made, but in reality, if we're looking at it now and we're going off what the council's talking about, 14,000 vehicles pass through the Worsley Courthouse roundabout through peak times. 14,000. This is the council's own figures. I don't think it is going to be able to sustain anymore. And obviously, not all 800 are going to go at once, and they're going to go to Worsley roundabout, but they are going to spread out. I think that's really impactful.
Understood. Thank you. Peel.
Okay, I'm not, I'm not going to talk about potholes and things that may come up in council meetings. Just focusing on this issue in relation to Junction 13. So the highest recorded traffic through Junction 13 was in 2013. Since then, obviously, Manchester has sought to vastly improve its public transport. And as a consequence of which, what we're discussing here is the development of houses immediately adjacent to the guided bus route and close to a railway station. So, I mean, either you don't build the houses and you say, well, we have more houses in Warrington and then more people come in a longer distance, or you have them within the urban area. And this is a council that is already developing very significant amounts of car-free development at Salford Quays and on the edge of the city. So they can't be accused of not embracing the idea of sustainable transport in their housing policies. But for the reasons we've already explained, the delivery of affordable housing and high-value aspirational housing and the value from the aspirational housing to deliver the affordable housing is why this site has been selected. But I kind of just take a step back. As you do, I go up and down the country, and I am forever promoting sites in various different forms and new settlements and so on, and greenfield sites. And none of them can achieve the sustainability credentials of sites like this. I mean, any discussion about sustainability, we're within a stone's throw of secondary schools, employment, local shops, and public transport systems that take you directly into the city centre in, some would argue the third, but second city in the country. And the reality is that this is a highly, highly sustainable location. Traffic is a part of life in urban areas. It's part of reality, and it's difficult to say how or show how this is unsustainable, particularly as the traffic volumes have started to go down, and not just because of COVID and not just because of home working, but from a peak in 2013.
So thank you. Councillor
Yes, thank you,
Councillor Greeno and then Councillor Keeley, are you just going to respond to Mr Young?
I've got to come back to...
Yeah. Can we, if we can keep it in relation to what's in the plan, rather than, I don't want this sort of back and forth.
I've got to come back, sir, because there's a very flippant remark, I'm afraid, made by the Council for Peel about cars coming from Warrington. Nobody has ever suggested that we should be building houses out in Warrington and them driving in. That's a totally flippant and useless comment to make, I'm afraid. You know, what we're talking about is building on brownfield sites within the city of Salford, right? Sorry,
Councillor, I understand that. I think Councillor Young's got his point. I've accepted that point. I understand your points about this site. I do obviously want to move on. I don't want this sort of response back and forth if we can avoid it.
In terms of, mentioned its reality in terms of, you know, the current traffic situation, we are working hard within the city of Salford to solve the traffic problems. They are so horrendous, they are affecting so many people's lives, both health-wise and in terms of being able to get to work, that Salford are working to try and solve those problems. We're not accepting the reality. The reality is that it's not sustainable, that the current level of traffic is not sustainable, and therefore we cannot have any situation that makes it less sustainable than it already is. So, you know, it's not a reality. It can't be a reality. We are trying to solve those problems. Eventually we will do, but we won't solve it by building another 700 houses in Boost Town and Hazelhurst.
Thank you. Thank you. That's useful. And Councillor Keeling.
Again, it's just obviously in regards to what the council said, just regarding regarding shops. There are shops. I think you said, well, I don't know if you've been to the area, sir, but what I wanted to
have you not
point
just made,
out.
Sorry, have you not just made this point about
No,
there being
well,
no shops?
I'm making a different point. If what I'm saying is actually, obviously, yeah, I did say about there being just the one shop in that area, but if we're going outside of the area, because people are obviously going to want to travel, one of the nearest supermarkets, Asda, Morrison's over in Swinton, we've already talked about how difficult it is to get there. You could look at you could go to Tesco Extra in Walkden, again, difficult to get there. Of course, there's been a Lidl opened in the Winton side. Regardless, there is not a single large supermarket within the entirety of this area, which means you're going to have to go through either one of the pinch points, which really struggles with traffic, or you are going to have to try and take public transport, which again we've highlighted is quite difficult to get to these places. I think it's really, it's important to point out that people, you know, I mean, I've been driving for about 3 or 4 years now. The fact is because public transport is not so good in this area, it is what makes me drive. And you've got to think about that. Some people have, I recently took a placement in Trafford and I live in Walkden, which means I have to go through these different places. Are you saying that people, you know, it's their fault for taking a job in another area of Greater Manchester, or that, you know, that they should know that if this is a particular problem in an urban area, then why are they choosing to drive? I think it's, well, yeah, traffic is a problem in cities. No one's denying that. But as we've heard, in this particular area around the development, it is among the worst in the city, and it is among the worst in Greater Manchester. You know, in the country, it needs to be acknowledged that in this particular area, yes, other areas, Swinton, Walkden, Little Holton, the Keys, other areas of Salford experience traffic congestion. I'm not denying that. What I am saying, though, is that this area is among the worst, and these are the council, you know, this is what the council acknowledges. That's fine, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I could bear in mind what I said at the start about repeating points and sticking to sort of 1 or 2 minutes per contribution, because it does. I think, you know, you understand. I've got the point about congestion. I don't. Yeah, I've probably got that I've probably got it a while ago, to be honest. So thank you. I try to give as much leeway as possible, but there is a point at which I do have to move on. So I will. Obviously, Council could respond if you wish to.
Just very briefly indeed, sir. Sorry, my highways team is getting very agitated by these numbers that are being bandied around. Can I just put the marker down? We obviously don't accept 800 vehicles or anything like it. The numbers are all set out in the assessment work that's been done, but let's not go there. Very briefly indeed, as I've explained at previous sessions, but the gentleman in question, there's no reason why they would be aware of this. The threshold test in the framework of severe impacts, not defined in the framework. One uses a dictionary, as it's just used in its ordinary sense. It means very great. The High Court has recently clarified, if one needed clarification, but has recently clarified that the severe impact in question is in relation to the development traffic. It is not the base conditions. And so the plea, which is very often made around the country, it's been made here repeatedly and as we've gone around the sites, is that there are severe, very bad traffic conditions, peak hours, widen the peak hours, etc., etc. Yes, let's just accept all of that is correct. Let's just take that head on. I'm not saying we do accept it, but just for the sake of the argument, let's accept all of that head on. That's not the point. The point is whether the development traffic itself would have a very great impact. The work that we've done shows that the development traffic from this site would be marginal in relation to the traffic on the highway network in the vicinity in the wider area. That's the work that we've done. That's why the list of necessary interventions in the Appendix D is short, focused, and does not involve major highway improvements. And that's all done on a worse or even very worst case basis. So I just wanted to say that, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Right, I'm moving on. We will be breaking into our lunch, I'm afraid, but that's how it's going to have to be. Criterion 5 is about ensuring the vehicular access to the site does not have an acceptable the quality of existing residential areas. No particular point on that, because I suspect any question will come up. People obviously wish to raise whether that's possible. Just on in terms of when we talk about quality here, we're presumably talking about living conditions and residential amenity, not aesthetics or anything.
Yeah, the former, not the latter. Yes, that's right. Yes. Although this is one of those criteria. I think I would argue against writing stuff like this into plans because it really would be a bit silly to have an unacceptable impact on et cetera, et cetera. But there you are. It's stated as a.
It's not unlike other sites. Well, the one I'm talking about later. It's not obviously saying access must be taken from these locations. It's indicative, but it's basically wherever it goes, it must be acceptable. Which is statement of the obvious, I suppose.
I'd like to think so, sir.
Yes. Any comments on that criterion? Have not already made.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. We're talking generally now about access to the site. So I think that's the point we're talking about.
Number 5.
Well, criterion 5, which talks about delivering a quality access. Right. If your point is you can't deliver a quality access, then make that point.
The point is there is no quality access to the site. I mean, that simply full stop. You've got Hazelhurst Road, which comes from the East Lancs down to Worsey Road. On both sides of Hazelhurst Road, you have properties built either at the turn of the last century or a little bit later on. But most of those houses, in fact, are without drives. They're built close to the road, with only small front gardens. There's no there's no off-road parking. So cars are parked on both sides of that road. When they're parked on both sides of the road, which is 90% of the time, you are down to one lane of traffic in both directions. One lane servicing both ways. So cars are going to pull in, allow one lot of cars to go through. When they've gone through, the others pull out and pass. That's constant all day long. It was used as what we would term as rat running for some time from the East Lancs down to Worsey Road because of the backlog of traffic on the East Lancs.
So we're dangerously getting into territory we've already talked about the congestion relating to this site.
Okay, but some of the congestion is caused because Hazelhurst Road is being used for access to either.
So just to try and, is the point without, I need all the detail of everything. The point you want to make is, if I may, that the access, potential access to the site is either unsuitable in its own right, but also will exacerbate other problems that have already been talked
It
about.
will, and even without exacerbating other problems, the actual...
Exacerbate, sorry.
Sorry.
I said exacerbate, didn't I? Exacerbate.
It's probably both on this occasion. So,
Apologies. Freudian slip.
The actual access from Hazelhurst into the site is so restricted. You've got Kersall's Close and Lawson Close, which are very small cul-de-sacs. Again, you just about, if there's no cars parked on the road, you just about get two cars parked past each other.
I think if we've summarised your point.
Yeah,
we can
point
leave
is that there is no suitable
Yeah,
access
I think
to
that's
the site.
yeah, and that's as much as I need
Okay.
to know. Councillor Keynes, is your sign up?
It is, yes. It's just...
We don't. And obviously, I'm going to start getting strict about reminding people not to reiterate, repeat.
I'm hungry as well.
It's not about lunch. It's about getting through the whole session.
No,
in
of
the
course.
day.
I'm only kidding. No, well, I do concur, obviously, with what Councillor Garrido said, but I absolutely believe, yeah, there really is no strong access point. Obviously, Richmond Drive, just off that, leads onto the East Lancashire Road, and there are frequent accidents at that site because obviously at that point you are then going onto the motorway where the speed limit increases from 40 to 70 miles an hour, and the point of entry onto the East Lancs is extremely close to where people's access to the motorway is. Obviously, from what Councillor Garrido has also said, I won't repeat his points, but Lawson Close, Hazelfields has a nursery on it, for instance, if we're talking right at that entrance. Cartmel Grove, really steep, obviously Gibb Road and Lawson Close aren't even paved properly, and Hazelhurst Fold is cobbles, so there is really no suitable access to that site. But that particular point about Richmond Drive and just leading on to the East Lancs, there are frequent crashes in that area, and there is no justification whatsoever. Obviously, we've spoken about wanting an extra route on there, but there is no justification for improving and maintaining the existing roads, and so the access points, there isn't a suitable one. That's what I'll sum up and say.
Because the policy doesn't specify where that access point should be, but I take the point, you don't think it wouldn't matter because there isn't one. Anything you wish to respond to?
Sorry, sir.
Nobody's
No, I was looking to Peel, but no, the locality assessment has identified 3 potential points of access. It's likely that 2 of the 3 would be required. So this has all been canvassed and considered by us. As far as we're concerned, suitable access can be obtained, otherwise we wouldn't be promoting the site in the first place. And we're actually talking about item number 5 in the policy, which is seeking to ensure that the access doesn't have an unacceptable impact on the quality of life, if you like, of neighbours. So
I think
that's where we are.
Some leeway on the fact that it is the only point where access is specifically talked about, so fair enough.
Actually, no, fair enough.
Okay, I'll move on then to, thank you for that, I'll move on then to, there's another new criterion here, which is, I think, something we suggested at some point, about making provision for compensatory improvements to the environmental quality and accessibility of the remaining green belt. The topic paper for the site identifies a range of potential improvements could be made, which is, again, quite familiar territory. Apologies if people have not been here, but familiar territory about some work LUC did, identifying potential benefits. And although we understand that list isn't necessarily exhaustive, it does suggest that there are proposals and schemes that could take place. Is that? That's
right, sir. And before, just to be crystal clear as to why this item is here, it's here, well, first of all, it's here because you advised that it would be a sensible thing for it to be here, but the reason you did that is because national policy requires provisions like this to be made where green belts are adjusted and land is taken out of the green belt and allocated for development. So I'm just trying to put a marker down. This is not about any supposition that if you remove this amount of land for the green belt, you're going to be able to compensate, sort of cancel out the harm, if you like, from doing that by doing, you know, good things elsewhere in the green belt. That's not the underlying proposition at all. The proposition is that national policy requires this approach. So where you're taking land out the green belt, you're to do, you know, what you can, if you like, to improve the environmental quality of accessibility, et cetera, of the remaining green belt. So it's not us seeking to argue that this would cancel out the harm. That's not the point at all. This is required by national policy. We're just faithfully following national policy. But there is a very extensive study that's been commissioned by us, which sets out a menu, to use one of my clunky words, a menu of potential improvements that could fall within this item.
Okay, thank you. Any comments on that one? No, I think at this point I'll probably just start going through. I'm going to carry on for about another quarter of an hour, then so there's at least some time for lunch, if that's okay with everyone.
Yeah, well, we'll be done in a quarter of an hour.
And then we will have obviously potentially, well, I'm expecting the discussion on the second site to be slightly quicker in some cases, because obviously some of the issues that have been discussed already needn't be rehearsed. Although obviously there are some subtle differences and important differences, but we can probably short circuit some of those discussions, and particularly when we come to some of these criteria, they are identical, so we shouldn't need to talk about them again. So I'm going to move on to then the watercourses, which is criterion 6, protect the quality of watercourses through and around the site. I've got nothing to say about that. Anybody? No? Criterion 7 is respond to the site's location, characteristics and surroundings to take opportunities to incorporate green infrastructure that can most effectively benefit the site and wider area. Nothing particular on this other than perhaps I would question whether if there is something particular about the site's location or characteristics that you think should be responded to, or is there anything particular? Is this just a sort of general policy which could apply anywhere? Or is there is something about the site that you think actually needs to be responded to?
As I understand it, so we're going to find in the Salford policies they have more things in them than some of the other authorities have put in their policies. So that's the sort of logic of it, if you like. Yeah. I mean, obviously, well, we have the woods, but I mean the woods are covered by a later criterion as well. So
Okay, I just wonder. Obviously, there have been examples where there's a particular aspect of the site that is so important that it requires, but this seems obviously a general catch-all point.
Indeed, yeah.
Okay. Councillor Greedo on criterion 7.
Yeah, talk about the any items which are of importance for the site, and the one thing that we said very little about is the positioning of the site with regard to pollution, and the fact.
Well, we'll be coming on to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it obviously has an effect on whether this is an important site or not, because we would say that a large part of this site is affected by the pollution coming from the motorway which surrounds it at one end.
Sorry, I said we were going to come on to it. There is a criterion about 13, this, isn't there? Yes.
13, sir.
Yes, sorry. Thank you. This was more about criterion 7, which seems to be more of a design and layout policy than a particular. Okay. So then move on to I think matters of biodiversity, which cover, I think, 8, 9 and 10.
That's right.
Broadly. Topic paper refers to some of the work that's been done, identifies the woods, obviously, on the periphery of the site, plus a number of ponds within it, which may be priority habitat, but would need further assessment prior to development, and suggests there are records of protected species on the site, which again would need further detailed ecological surveys accompanying a planned application. Just a general point before looking at the specific criterion, in terms of biodiversity, and obviously in the context of the note you provided to us, I think it was IN20, in response to IN24, about,
indeed,
again, it's in the context of that note, whether or not the council the content that you have sufficient evidence on biodiversity ecology to justify an allocation?
We are, sir. We are content. The gist of the note is that we have at least sufficient, we certainly have sufficient evidence on a proportionate basis to justify making the plan, bearing in mind that we're not dealing with planning applications, we're making a plan here. So the whole purpose of the note is to explain what we regard as the proportionate evidence base in relation to ecological matters. I do notice that, I don't know whether there's a need to particularly look at the wording, but 8, 9 and 10, yes, are on a certain theme. This isn't one of the policies, and I don't think it's deliberate, I think it's accidental. This isn't one of those policies that rolls everything in by referring also to the biodiversity net gain policy, the thematic policy. Elsewhere in the allocations where we've picked out specific ecological matters, we have had our catch-all clause, and biodiversity net gain in accordance with policy, whatever it is, the thematic policy. But we'll wait for you to report back to us, obviously, as to whether you think all these policies should have a very consistent sort of approach or not. But the thematic policy is there anyway, but I just flagged that point up.
Thank you. So if I just look at the criteria before opening up, protect and enhance, so criteria to protect and enhance the Worsley Woods SBI, okay, I guess, obviously, is that achievable in the scale of the site? Presumably, the site is of sufficient scale to provide whatever protection would be needed? So,
certainly, yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Criterion 9, so I've got nothing particular on that. Again, it's fairly obvious that you want to protect the SBI. Criterion 9, again, retaining a mature I'm just making sure I'm in the right place. Talks about retaining the features. So there's the hedgerow, swamps, woodland, water bodies as important landscape features, supporting an overall increase in its nature conservation value. I guess this is where that phrase about biodiversity net gain would probably.
This would be the perfect place to, in accordance with the thematic policy. Yeah.
Again, the only little point I might have on that is that it talks about retaining them as important landscape features rather than important.
Well, it runs on supporting an overall increase in its nature conservation value. So they're performing two roles, as I understand it. So landscape features on the one hand, but you can exploit them, if you like, in relation to biodiversity net gain.
No suggestion that they're not important. Anyway.
Yeah, indeed.
Okay, and criterion, yes, so criterion 10, support the objectives of the Great Manchester Wetlands Nature Improvement Area and avoid harm to protected species. In terms of just a couple of things, on the map you provided to us this morning, or last night, there's an area identified on that called the Great Manchester Mosses NIA. Is that the same thing as the Great Manchester Wetlands Improvement Area?
Yes. Yes. So we need to get its proper name.
Yeah, sorry.
Whichever one it is. Or maybe it's even both.
Should be wetlands.
Okay.
Should be wetlands. Okay. The great is not a typo either, is it? I mean, the great is.
No, I noticed that. I was about to say the typo and then realised it wasn't.
Sounds like a bit of promotional stuff,
So, avoid harm to protected species. Well, that's fairly self-explanatory and clear. Just in terms of support the objectives of the Great Manchester Wetlands Nature Improvement Area, it's a mouthful. I suppose in terms of ambiguity and clear and unambiguous approach for the decision maker, is that actually clear what that means? I mean, what objectives? Where are they set out? What is it? Do they know which object? What is it achievable?
Which policy? PG1. BG for biodiversity, something rather. Policy BG1 in the local plan, I'm advised. That's one I haven't looked at. I was distracted by housing earlier on, so just bear with me for one moment, sir. Because this may well be one that we could simply cross-refer to the local plan or not have the cross-reference at all. I think that the difficulty that we have, to be quite frank, with I'm trying to multitask here, the difficulty we have with some of these items in this policy is that the new local plan has come along and sort of, in the midst of places for everyone chugging its way through the plan-making system. So BG1, where's it gone? I'm just seeing whether that answers your questions. I'd like to think it does. BG, where's that gone? What page is it? 217. Oh no, we got a nearly 300-page plan here. 217. Gosh. Here we are. Nature improvement areas. Yes. Okay. Great Manchester Wetlands Nature Improvement Area will be managed so as to, so it's policy BG1 of the local plan, which, to be quite frank, answers your questions. I mean, I can read it out if you like, but it explains what's to be done.
How long? I mean, well, I think it's one of those...
Mitigate the impact of environmental pressures by improving species mobility, make a lasting improvements on the rarest habitats, improve regional and local connectivity for critical species, optimise ecosystem services. Development will be carefully controlled to support the achievement of these objectives across the Great Manchester Wetlands Nature Improvement Area, and nature conservation projects will be encouraged, and there's a whole load of supporting text as well. So, I mean, to be frank, to be honest, I would say that this is best dealt with in the local plan, best left to the local plan. So if one is to keep item 10, then I would cross-refer to in accordance with local planning policy requirements.
I'll give it some thought. Just on thinking out loud, it would seem more logical to refer to another part of the local plan, development plan, than a document or a thing which has no clear, obvious status. In terms of this document,
No, fair enough. I agree. It would, now that we have a local plan in place less than a month ago, it would be better certainly to cross-refer to the local plan policy requirements for this.
Okay. Any general comments about? Sorry, thank you. Any general comments about biodiversity and all those policies? I expected it, Councillor Keelings.
That's why I'm here. It's just to note that, of course, in October last year, Salford Council did declare a biodiversity emergency. Just to note that.
And just for what does that actually mean? And when they declared that, what was the consequence of that?
Well, this is what we were saying at the time. But obviously it passed, and the council must acknowledge that if there is an emergency to protect biodiversity in certain areas, our personal preference was that it doesn't make sense that greenbelt buildings such as this, which would obviously have an impact on biodiversity, regardless of whether it's big or small. You know, when they talk about the climate emergency, for instance, they talk about the need for public transport and the need to get off roads as quickly as possible, as we've already discussed. And in biodiversity emergency, obviously, if there is an impact on biodiversity, then clearly I just feel that there's a little inconsistency between maybe this plan and the local plan in particular. Obviously, addressing those needs, I don't feel like they've been... I don't think it's wise to say this is an emergency. We need to do something now and then build on the land. So that's what I'm saying.
Okay, thank you. Understood. Any comment? Peel? Yes.
It's a good question, isn't it? What does that actually mean? Lots of councils are declaring these. There was a decision determined in the High Court last week in which North Somerset Council had raised a sort of similar issue, which is to say they had refused the expansion of Bristol Airport on the basis of their climate change policy in declaring a climate change emergency. And what the court observed was that you don't take these kind of general concepts and assume that they should be incorporated into planning decisions. And in particular, in that case, there was an offsetting provision whereby all the flights that we're taking will be offset through the aviation industry addressing the Climate Change Act. Now, it's the same here with biodiversity. We have biodiversity net gain. There's a direct offsetting provision. So that's why housing schemes and through the legislative process are seeking to achieve that. That's how these concepts about climate change and biodiversity, that's how they interface with planning through specific objectives. And in this case, you know, these points are raised equally. We have a housing emergency. We have that's how Shelter described it. We have a housing crisis. That's how the Conservative government described it in 2013 in a backbench debate in October 2013. So, you know, these concepts can be used in general terms, but it's what it means on the ground, and planning is the way of reconciling these different interests.
Sorry, okay, thank you. Anything you wish to come back on biodiversity?
No, sir.
Okay, what I will do then, we'll pause now until 2 o'clock for lunch, and we will seek to get through the rest of this policy then. So thank you. Return at 2 o'clock, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, it's 2 o'clock. We'll make a start. Thank you, everyone, for coming back. We got to criterion 11, I think, which the council are suggesting to delete, which relates to drainage. I assume this is one of those where it could apply anywhere.
A thematic policy, yes, that's right.
So there's nothing on the site which is specifically, there's no evidence suggesting there's any specific flood risk issues on this site.
Not needs to be
referring to.
drawn out in a criterion, no, sir.
Any points on Councillor Greeno?
Yeah, just on the drainage side, we currently have huge problems in the area in terms of flooding and inadequate drains and sewers. The council are working with United Utility to try and resolve some of these problems, but some of them are quite large problems. So I'm not saying it's specific to this site, but certainly, generally speaking, in the Worsley area and Worsley Road and around the area generally, we have big problems with flooding, and they're trying to resolve them at the moment. But any additional capacity that's required, I think is going to create even more problems.
Thank you. Anything you want to reply on that?
I mean, you know, we've done a study and nothing's been thrown up in relation to this particular site, so.
Thank you. Well understood. Criterion 12 is about providing a buffer for overhead power lines that run across the site, and you're suggesting deleting reference to national grid requirements.
Presumably because you would have asked us, well, where are they? Which is a question I asked the team, so.
Well, there's two,
So,
I think
yes.
there's two questions, but one is, what are they, where are they? And two is, in accordance with his, although...
Exactly. And well, that's...
You'd probably want to be in accordance with national grid guidelines if such things exist.
Yes, but the point is the buffer as opposed to writing into a planning policy a reference to...
Somebody else, okay.
Exactly. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Any points on that point? Seems fairly uncontroversial amongst many controversial things. Okay, thank you. So now we are moving on to the issues of criterion 13, which refers to mitigation to provide mitigation to address noise pollution from nearby roads, and there's a suggestion which came in from your earlier response to MIQs to include reference to air pollution as well. So I don't.
And the air pollution bit is, I mean, just to clarify this, so in relation to the air quality management areas that have been mentioned, I mean, the map is on the screen to my left here, but basically with the extension of the allocation northwards up, northeastwards up to the main road, that brings the very top edge, northern edge of the proposed allocation to within, it's a very small area, to within the air quality management area. And that's it. I mean, the motorway, the M60 to the west, its air quality management zone area is way off the site. So it's just a small part, encroaches, I mean, as you can imagine, right beside the road, encroaches on the extended allocation. So that's why the change was made, because once one makes the allocation that bit bigger and moves it up to the road, then you encounter this issue.
So in that respect, mitigation might be avoid the area.
Indeed, and your layout would, yes, mitigation to address, it could be done in various ways. Layout, one would have thought, is a primary way of doing it. Yeah. I mean, it depends which of these you're dealing with, because obviously noise you would address or can address through barriers and layout.
I think
layout
some, again, probably some policies, I'm right in saying maybe a bit more specific, but something specifically refers to landscape buffers, I think, or in relation to that, I don't know whether such a thing would be necessary here. Is that satisfactory in itself?
I don't think we'd want to, I mean, if we did introduce landscape buffers, that could be said as an example. I don't think we'd want to sort of, it could be an EG, but certainly not an IE, if that makes any sense. So.
Okay. And this is one of those sites actually with the RJ, reason justification, sorry, dropping into is actually quite brief, to say the least.
Commendably so.
There's not a lot of explanation about some of these things, so sometimes that might be the kind of thing that went into RJ, you know, to explain.
And some would say it could be in the policy.
Yeah.
Yes, it's a very brief reason justification.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you consider it needs more specificity, then you'll tell us that. But I think leaving it like this, frankly, is perfectly sound. You know,
okay.
Because it's not closing options down.
No. Any other comments on that criterion? Sorry, I saw you were moving for your sign, didn't I? Bearing in mind, obviously, we did hear quite a lot about this from Barbara Keeley this morning.
Yeah. No, I won't say anything that she said because it's already been repeated, but it's just obviously to note that, again, yeah, besides the fact that she talks about the air quality, you know, the WHO limit is well, the recommended limit is 10 micrograms per cubic metre. We're talking about PM 2.5 particles. In Manchester, it's 13. In Salford, it's 15. So obviously, I know she talks about how heavily polluted Salford is, but I just want to put an emphasis, especially in that area, given its close proximity to both the motorway and the East Lancashire Road, which are two of the main roads, probably if not the main roads, that people use in and out of Salford. I think it's just important to note that those figures exacerbate how polluted Salford is in that aspect.
Thank you. Peel?
So just on the air pollution, the Salford monitoring shows concentrations are reducing annually, and that's because more and more people are moving to clean car technology. And of course, that is a trend that will accelerate with the government seeking to impose that on all new cars, not in 2040 was originally proposed, but 2030, which isn't very far away. And indeed, major manufacturers like Jaguar and Land Rover are already moving to all electric fleets by 2025. So it will come upon us very quickly, and I'm sure you've heard the arguments that, you know, the second-hand stock will diminish in value because it won't meet those requirements. Whilst, of course, you know, it's a concern which, fortunately, modern technology has provided a solution. And eventually we will all be in electric vehicles. And the pollution that people do suffer in the city will be very, very dramatically reduced. As for noise, I spent many of my formative years in the career working in the West Midlands and dealing with noise, housing sites between industrial estates. It is extremely easy to deal with through a variety of different measures. One of the most effective, and one I've certainly advocated to clients and has been adopted, is when you arrange the orientation of the building. The buildings themselves are by far the most effective barrier because of their height. And the layout of the buildings is one of the most effective ways to achieve that, even if you do have some gaps between them. There's a variety of ways you can do that. And then, of course, as is being suggested in the local plan, mechanical ventilation. So you don't have opening windows on one particular facade, but you have fresh air in the house through either forced or mechanical ventilation or windows on other facades. Fences could be used, but I agree entirely with my learned friend. You don't want to close off options because, of course, this is a site which is interfacing with woodlands, and, you know, creating an artificial bank with a fence on top might be completely counterproductive, frankly, in dealing with that. So it's a question of having lots of options, but there's no reason at all why the noise, and we accept exactly what the councillor said about the interface between these two roads, cannot be addressed again through appropriate mitigation built into the development itself, in fact.
Thank you. Councillor Garrido.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Well, the only mitigation, in fact, is that you imprison people within their houses, because all that's been quoted just now is how you can insulate the house and how you can position it in a particular way. That means, in fact, you're telling people, don't go out your houses. You go out your houses, you get polluted. They want to spend the summer in the gardens or doing the gardening. They can't because of the pollution. So it's not a very good argument, really, just to say, well, you know, let's make the house pollution-free. Let's position this in a particular way, because you're stopping people from enjoying their gardens and what else to do outside.
I'm sorry, I just have to respond to that. The point is you orientate the housing, so the outer facade of the buildings means that the gardens and indeed the several hundred houses behind are in fact mitigated. That's the noise. The air pollution is more diffuse, but as I say, clean car technology and electric cars are solving that.
But the point being that you feel there's a way to address that issue.
Yeah.
You have concerns whether it can be addressed or not. I understand those two positions. I'll see if GMC have anything they wish to add.
No, this is one of those matters that, as I said in my little piece right at the beginning, we consider can be satisfactorily dealt with, mitigated. There's not a show-stopping issue here, is our position, sir.
Okay, I'll move on then to criterion 14, which is about the provision of allotments. So, as submitted, the policy said include new allotments to meet the local standard, unless suitable alternative provision can be made in the local area. We're now changing that to, or it's been suggested it should be changed to include the new allotments to meet local planning policy requirements. So, thinking on that?
This is to bring, well, this is one of those points about the vintage, sorry, this R1. This is one of the, forgive me for one moment, so I'm just going to get the exact reference, forgive me. Here we are. So this is one of those items where the adoption of the local plan in the course of Places for Everyone working its way through the plan-making system has led to a change here. So we did have this previous wording. Obviously now we've got the Salford Local Plan Development Management Policies. It's policy R1, and in that, I mean, I could read out the item, but there's a minimum of 5,000 square metres, or that's half a hectare of allotments per 1,000 households, with each new plot being 125 square metres in size, etc., etc. So there is a particular standard in the local plan for allotments. Whether you therefore need to have this item in here, it's one of those points about, do you try and get all the stuff into the allocation policy so people don't need to learn about something for the first time by reading it in some other document, or do you just leave it to the local plan? It's in the local plan.
I suppose, yeah, my assumption was that there would be local plan policies, albeit
there are now.
Pre-existing ones or new ones that relate to open space standards and green infrastructure, and therefore by referring to it in this this policy, it was kind of like you're telling the developer that it's a given, whatever those standards are, if you like, it's a given that we want allotments on this site. Because I again, without seeing those policies, we'll probably request them. Obviously, it'd be helpful.
No, I think you should say yes.
You know, whether or not provision of allotments or provision of different types of play area was something which was determined at a planning application stage, depending on what the needs might be identified at the time. And therefore, if you like, by identifying the allotments, you were saying, no, we're absolutely certain allotments are needed in this location, and we're requiring them here, irrespective of that test. No.
Well, this is why we've got to meet local policy requirements. I mean, you might have, in accordance with local planning policy requirements, there might be some more elegant wording, but this is meant to bring in the specific local plan policy on the point, which does have the standard, and it does refer to, in its introductory text, to provision being proportionate to the additional demand that the development would be expected to generate, and bear with me for one moment, and then there's an order of preference for where it's to be done, and then there's a get-out clause, if you like, that it's recognised in some circumstances it'd be unrealistic or disproportionate to expect full achievement of all of the standards in the relevant policy. So, you know, there's a fairly lengthy paragraph in the policy about that. I mean, this is one of those where, frankly, you know, the fork in the road is: do you have something like this, or do you just leave it to the very detailed policy in the local plan?
Yeah, I mean, that's useful to know, because, like I say, I took it as read originally, that it wasn't, if you like, a fork in the road issue. This was no, we want allotments here.
Sure.
We've done an assessment, we want it. Whereas I think what you're saying is actually it's sort of allotments and maybe any other
and lots of other
relating
things.
to things might be part of the mix if it meets that policy, which is a different outcome, isn't it, potentially? Or a different...
Potentially it is, that's right. It's a more nuanced outcome than the reading that you originally, and I understand why you read it in that way.
Yeah, because it doesn't mention play areas or anything
No,
else.
exactly.
Yeah.
And so what's happened is that the local plan, being so recent, has just stepped in at a late stage of the evolution of places for everyone, but so late that we're trying to catch up, if you like, and whether we've caught up well enough is, well,
So
I'm not sure we have.
just so I understand, if for whatever reason that clause were to come out, or that clause were to say, provide open space, green infrastructure, whatever the phrase would be,
Yeah.
in accordance with local planning policy requirements,
Yes.
the outcome would be
Yes,
the same.
that's the point. Yeah, we're not trying to say that
It's
on
not-
this
yeah,
on
you-
this particular site,
You
all of
want
a
something
sudden,
in addition to what you'd normally.
exactly less than 1 month after we've adopted the local plan, we want something quite different on this site.
Okay, thank you. Any points on that? I know Peel objected to that
Yeah.
clause originally.
Yeah, we made the point about, if you had family housing, then they'd have gardens, and that was the point that we made in our submissions.
So you don't think that you shouldn't have that clause at all, or you're content with the changes being made?
We requested a modification that would state that green infrastructure requirements would be secured through the master plan. We haven't pursued that modification as we're continuing to discuss off-site provision of allotments.
Okay. Any comments? Councillor Guarino.
Yeah, thank you. Should this development go away, go ahead, I hope it'll go away, but should this development go ahead, I think it's absolutely essential that provision is made both for allotments as an activity that would help local people, but also play areas for children of all ages. So not just the youngsters on their swings and so on, but also the older sort of young teenagers, if I put it that way, because the area is devoid of any facilities at all at the moment. The nearest children's swings are actually in Row Green, and that's a fair old walk if you're a youngster. We've no football fields locally, we've no youth clubs or community facilities and so on. I'd go as far as to say, Chair, that perhaps Peel, out of the goodness of the heart, if they went ahead with this, might like to build a small community centre on the site as well. And then, people would have somewhere to at least escape from the houses to, and it would certainly help them tremendously.
Okay, thank you. Any other points on that?
Broader point about playing fields, etc., etc. It's the same policy. Policy R1, R for recreation, R1 in the local plan.
Yes, I'll think about this, but my thought is moving towards maybe an action point to reflect the whole of that issue rather than just focus on allotments.
I wouldn't be surprised to see that.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, so moving on then to education, well, criterion 15 rather, which was requiring to set aside land to accommodate additional primary school provision unless it can be demonstrated that sufficient additional places can be provided off-site. Yes, so yes, it only talks about providing additional primary school provision. There's no reference to general contributions to
it's
secondary or additional primary.
We're caught in the same. We're caught in that same twilight zone, if you like, because the local plan has policies on the subject. Just bear with me for one moment. The education policy, I had it a moment ago. Here we are. It's one of these. Here we are, 116. If you give me one moment, sir, I'm so sorry. Resident. Right, so it's policy ED, education, ED2 in the recently adopted local plan has how you go about working out, there's a formula for working out contributions towards education, it's all defined, etc., etc. So, the bespoke point about this site is the idea that potentially, as part of the development, there would be land to accommodate additional primary school provision, on the site. That's item 15, with its caveat, the unless, the proviso. And so the question then arises as to whether one then runs this on to say, and contributions towards education in accordance with local plan policy requirements. There is a bespoke policy on the subject in the local plan.
But in this case, there's still, even with that bespoke policy, there's still an assumption that your starting position, if you like, is that there might be, there will be a case to provide land for
Yes.
a primary school.
Yes. Would you like any explanation of that?
Yes,
So,
yeah, please, yeah.
Go on.
Yeah, so the policy requires that land be set aside to accommodate a primary school if there's evidence that there is need for that. At the time of the application, we have a policy within one of our supplementary planning documents around planning obligations, which deals with how we combine contribution of land towards education alongside the financial contribution, and the value of the land contribution is taken into account to reduce the contribution to education accordingly. So when the development comes forward, if there's need for a school, there'll be a requirement for land to be provided for that school, and then a contribution to meet the balance. What that contribution would be, if there are sufficient spaces, it would just be the contribution in line with the formula.
The formula in the local plan policy ED2 does actually take into account what you do in terms of setting aside land to accommodate additional educational provision. So
That came up yesterday, didn't it, in a site, I think, where there was an
yes,
issue about
That's right.
the requirement to provide land. had
you
been
take the land
taken into
value
account.
off, so you don't double charge or whatever. But obviously that was in Rochdale, wasn't it? And they
Yes.
don't have the benefit of a recently adopted local plan with a long policy on the subject.
Presumably, from that point you've just said, that if there's a need when the application comes in, at least this, you're putting a point mark in the ground that there might
Yes.
likely to be need or potential need for land. Application comes in, and let's say there is the need for land. So there's a need for a new primary school. The developer is required only to provide the land, not to build the school.
So if the developer provided the land, that land would have a particular value, and so kind of we work out what a normal education contribution would be, say if it wasn't being provided on site, and so you get a total for the contribution, and then you just knock the land value off that contribution. So it doesn't matter to whoever owns the land what the it's going to be the same cost to the developer whether there's a school on site or off site.
Understood. My point was who builds the school?
Oh, who builds the school? Sorry. So that's something that the local authority would have to look at. But as far as I'm aware, I don't think this council can actually build schools at the moment because it's free schools.
Well, so that's somewhat public.
Yeah,
So you get to a point, a planning application comes in.
Yeah.
Your work demonstrates there's a need for a primary school because you need the land.
Yeah.
What happens then about meeting that need for a primary school? Because if there's no one to fund it, then can the development go ahead?
First of all, there's a policy in relation to raising the money. Secondly, if that's when a planning application comes in, if this is an issue, then you would control that the classic way of doing this would be either by condition or obligation to ensure that you couldn't get beyond a certain point in your development unless and until the education facilities or whatever else might be required is put in place. I mean, that would be the standard classic way of dealing with the points, sir. And again, I think this is. I mean, it's good, very good that there's a recently adopted local plan in place in Salford. It has meant, though, that some of these points and some of these, perfectly, if I may say, perfectly, I fully understand why you're raising these questions, but so many of them are answered. You weren't to know this. So many of them are answered by the local plan, which actually, in the same policy, has a clause about conditions and obligations to make sure that development comes forward so that there isn't a shortfall of places.
Because that's clearly the issue, isn't it?
So development should be phased so that the education development shall be phased, can't get the words out, so that the education places are delivered before demand exceeds existing capacity. That's in the local plan policy, ED2.
Right. I think that gets to, yes, that's covering
That's
the
your
point I was
point.
making.
That's your point, sir. Yeah.
And so because the policy doesn't refer to secondary school, that would still get caught up under that if there was a requirement.
Absolutely, yeah, totally.
Okay. Yes. So we need to have a think about this and how it's slightly different here because there is a potential land requirement, but it is in the same vein as a lot of the other policies which have this.
It is. I mean, it is very much a discussion. It's the same discussion as we've had repeatedly, but only repeatedly because obviously there are so many allocations. We encounter these issues time and time again. The twist in the tail here, though, is the fact that there is this recently adopted local plan for the Salford sites.
Okay, thank you. Comments on education? Councillor Greedo, I think.
Yes, thank you. On the provision of school, I think none of this means anything unless the developer, whoever that may be, actually provides the funding to build the school. Because local authorities traditionally nowadays have not got any money. You know, they're strapped for cash and probably will be for the next few years. Unless money is actually provided as part and parcel of the development costs, then a school just won't go ahead. Doesn't matter if you have a piece of land for it, it'll just be standing vacant. So this is really an important point, because we're saying, in fact, that there will be a distinct shortage of places for young children particularly, and unless the funding comes as part of development, it just will not go ahead, and we will have a shortage of children's places in local primary schools.
Okay, thank you. Peel.
Okay, I mean, it's a fair question, you know, how do you actually deliver the school? There are two components, and any developer there'll need to be recognition of those components. So the land has a value, and it has an opportunity cost, obviously associated with it, with housing, but it has a value, and surveyors will routinely value that, and then there's the cost of building it. And if we provide the land, then we should get recognition for that value, and we won't generate all the pupils for the schools. So, as you know, the Section 106 money from other sites would therefore contribute towards this and paying for the cost of the school. The cost of schools have gone up, there's no doubt about that. I've just won an appeal for a secondary school which is being built. Tony Pidgley at Berkeley agreed a deal whereby an entire secondary school would be built on the back of 400 houses in the Greenbelt. That's in Surrey, before anybody gets too excited about the values. £64 million in terms of the cost of the school. Values have gone up, but that took a hit on the affordable, whereas on this site we're focused on the delivery of affordable housing that's consistent with the plan, so it wouldn't be appropriate to require us to build the whole school and provide the land and provide 50% affordable housing. So what we're offering is the land if it's needed. And in terms of local schools, obviously, you know, the first port of call is to expand existing schools that have the infrastructure, but I think the local plan acknowledges that's becoming increasingly difficult because there's been a number of extensions already in various schools, and as a consequence of which the council has asked for the land. The likely anticipated date at the moment is 2032 for when it may be required. So we're effectively safeguarding the land, and that's part of why this site has been chosen as a release from the Greenbelt.
Thank you. Okay. Any final words on education review? No?
No, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think I understand it right. So moving on then, there's an additional criterion has been suggested to support that any development should be supported by a desk-based assessment of the site's archaeological interest. Any?
Can you just give us one moment? So we're just checking your point. Where did this one come? If you could explain where it's come from, and then I want to make a point about, guess what, the local plan. But
yeah, okay. So criterion 16 about archaeology. I think you asked a question earlier on in the examination process, because I think in paragraph 11.251 of the justification, we say a desk-based assessment of the site's archaeological interest will be required. So we've taken text out of the reason justification because it looks like obviously it was worded as a requirement. So we put it into the main body, into the allocation policy itself, and it's just based on some assessment of archaeological value which the Greater Manchester Architecture and Archaeological Service have undertaken for the council, which shows that there's potential for survival of archaeological remains in the western part of the site. So we think it's appropriate to have that criterion within the policy.
Okay. In terms of policy wording, this is it's asking for an assessment, but it's not asking. It's not. That's in the RJ fine. You've removed it from the text and you've put it. But does it actually reflect a policy associated? It's one thing to you got an assessment. My answer often question is, so what?
Yes, it needs to be set in the context of
Yeah.
why you've done the assessment, what you're to do with the results.
Yeah.
The wider context is actually set out in a whole run of heritage policies in the recently adopted local plan, one of which is a HE5, so Heritage 5, Heritage Information and Interpretation, and part of that requires an archaeological investigation prior to development where there's significant potential for below-ground artefacts or remains, and GMAS has identified that potential here. And then other policies in the local plan explain what's to happen in relation to heritage. So this is another one of those, I think, so to be honest. I mean, this arose from, it was in the reason justification because of the advice and request of GMAS, Greater Manchester's Archaeological Service. I take your point, having moved it into the policy, one might then think about having to sort of dress it up a bit more, expand it a bit.
I think, it seems to me there's some, in this
Yeah.
kind of fork in the road argument, there's something specific here which might
Yes.
be referred to, but obviously the policy
Yes.
is what you want to avoid or achieve, isn't it? Not
Exactly.
necessarily how you get.
Exactly, and so one's assessment, the obvious point is the assessment should be taken into account in drawing up the master plan.
And
you've
avoid
seen-
maybe unacceptable impacts or whatever, but there's
yeah.
probably wording somewhere which we can.
There's wording somewhere in the next policies. Yeah. Anyway, yes, there will be a better way of, there'll be a way of clarifying the point, but as I say, there is a whole set of heritage policies in the local plan which would be perfectly satisfactory in any event.
Okay. Okay, any points on that particular criterion? No? And then finally, we have a rather standard criterion, which again, I think we've suggested might be worth considering, which is reference to the mineral safeguarding areas and cross-referencing to the relevant policy in the Joint Minerals Development Plan. So again, this has been well rehearsed. Any comments on that point? No? Okay, thank you for that. So it takes us through, that's, I think, taken us all the way through the policy. Any other comments on the development requirements before I move on to viability, just so I don't miss anything? No?
From us, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, viability then.
It's a flyer. It's a good
Yes,
one. Viability category 1.
It says a residual value of 18 million.
Sounds pretty good.
And that's after, so just to confirm, the viability assessment is taking into account, obviously, the 50% affordable, the highway requirements as set out in Appendix D. Such
That's
as they are.
right. They didn't
Did it
change.
account for the land for the school, do we know? Or would the contribute, as you said, the contribution is the same, whatever it's made up of, so...
Exactly.
So the contribution is the same, okay.
That's right, sir.
Okay. Okay, and we've already heard today from Peel that they've done their own work and things seem to be getting better, so...
Yep, it's a flyer.
Okay, any comments on viability, delivery? No? Thank you. Okay, got there in the end.
Well done.
We can take as long to talk about the site this afternoon, but you won't be getting any supper. So,
well, fortunately, many of the points are the same,
well,
aren't
hope,
they,
yes,
really?
so,
Or very similar.
we will, as I said, we will perhaps just take a quick 5-minute adjournment now, just for everyone who can shuffle their papers around or anything, including myself, before we come back to talk about JPA 27. So we'll come back at 22. Thank you. Okay, everybody is the same,
Yes, get as much done before Mr. Young comes back. So.
same people. I think he has colleagues who can sit in his place, can't he? I'll just give another 10 seconds or so. But I can do some preamble before he arrives. We are going to be moving on to east of Boothstown. I think different site, obviously, but some similar issues. And I think if we can all be mindful of what has already been, if there are points that have already been picked up, either in discussion about the site this morning or about that was made, say, by Barbara Keeley MP, things that that raised quite extensive issues about the site and about the issues, then that would be helpful. Rest assured, I think we have to say we've got lots of the points already, but that's not to stifle debate. Just to be mindful. I will just see if he's going to return. Well, he said that. I'm not. Okay. I was going to say that's what. There's about 15,000 people behind the table. One of you can stand up.
Mr. Young is just setting up his own political party, I think. So.
And he said that I've lost my questions. So. Right.
So all done. So we finished that one now.
Yes. So I suppose we'll start then with the normal introductions by GMCA into why the site has been allocated.
As to who we were. Yes, sir. Thank you very much indeed. So this is a site which is allocated for around 300 dwellings. And it is a site which we consider meets site selection criteria number 7. That's to say, it's one of these rare opportunity sites to deliver sites for housing in the north of Greater Manchester, where there's an opportunity to capitalise on an existing high-end market housing area and or provide an opportunity to diversify the housing market, etc., contributing to the competitiveness of the north. So we see this site as being a rare commodity, if you like, as being able to deliver exceptional quality, high-value housing in a very attractive environment, benefiting from a premium established housing market. I think the colloquial term is Millionaires Row across the road. Location next to RHS Garden Bridgewater and also the canal. And we see this as complementing the economic strategy of the plan by helping to attract and retain additional high-skilled workers. I made the point earlier about the previous site in relation to, and I'll repeat them without saying it all at great length, houses rather than apartments, and the area generally having provided a small contribution to overall housing needs over the last 10 years. Same points as I made earlier, see above. And other benefits as well would flow from the allocation as we see it. In terms of its impacts on the green belt, this was a site which, on the harm side of the equation, was split into 2 parcels or portions. The western half or so, the western part of the site identified as having a low to moderate level of harm, the eastern a moderate level of harm. So overall, if you took the higher of those, you'd say moderate, or if you put them all together, you'd say moderate to low. So yes, harm to the green belt, but not at that high end that we've had for some of the other sites. There are a number of particular and bespoke issues, if you like, which arise from the site, but they're all, as far as we're concerned, satisfactorily addressed in the criteria, the requirements which we have in the draft policy. So we'll look at those as we go through them. I know there's a particular point about flood risk here, but that's catered for, covered by one of the requirements in the policy which we're turned to. So in overall terms, we see the advantages very significantly outweighing the disadvantages, exceptional circumstances in our book to release the land from the green belt and allocate it as proposed.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. I'll pick up on, there's 2 aspects of flooding. One is the questions I asked about the sequential approach, which I'll pick up under site location principles, and then obviously there will be any criteria which we might pick up under development requirements. So greenbelt purposes, yes, you've outlined your where you think there's sort of overall moderate level of harm. would serve, I think, to reduce the gap between Boothstown and Worsley, but the remaining green belt would still function.
Yes, that's the conclusion, yes.
Okay, and then we'll just talk about, I'll go through all the greenbelt points. So I think they say the harm issue is understood by us, and we understand your position. Obviously, people can make a point, but we understand the point that you, whatever level of harm you consider the exceptional circumstances.
Others would take a different view, but that's our view on the basis of our consistently applied criteria.
Boundaries, I think, seem fairly obvious. To the east is the RHS Garden Bridgewater. Generally, to the north is the road, Lee Road. To the west and south, you've got housing and the canal. Just one query to me is about the playing fields, which are over to the west of the site. And they're on your site, so I'm using the site visit plan again. Identified as playing fields, and I've been and had a look, and they are indeed playing fields. Or open space and open area anyway. Just wonder why that removed from the green belt, because there's no particular boundary there. Because a general question as well, whether that's, it's in the allocation, so is it identified for development? Well, there is a development requirement on that, but I just wondered why that's particularly removed.
Obviously, the policy has a requirement to retain or replace the playing fields, but I think they're included within it to allow the master plan to take account of that. Obviously, we wouldn't lose any playing fields overall, but it gives that greater flexibility.
Okay, and for the same purpose, then it's removed from the green belt. And it probably would have been an island, I guess, if it would have been a little thumb going up, wouldn't it? So, okay. Again, we'll deal with compensatory features under the new criterion. And then there is land, again, outside the green belt here, but this is a sort of, appears to be associated with the Lee Road and some existing housing or farmland or farmhouses or something.
This is occupied by 2 existing dwellings, etc.
Yes. So it's
the
sliver at the north side.
I remember it took us a long time, Chris, to explain this to you. So the boundary, the green belt boundary, takes the north of Lee Road, whereas the allocation is the south.
Oh,
so
yes,
there's the Lee Road and a couple of houses which happen to be in the green belt to the northwest, which we've removed as well.
I remember it did take you a long time to explain it, and I still don't understand it, but you've given a very good explanation.
So you effectively you consider the northern boundary, the boundary on the other side of the road to be the logical rather than this side of the road, as it were. Okay. Understood. Any points on the green belt issues? General points? I think we understand that you'd rather it didn't come out of the green belt, but
I think we've probably made all the points about green belt on the previous sites, and really those can be replicated almost onto this site. So we don't take up your time sort of repeating everything we said this morning.
That's helpful. I mean, obviously, I want to give you a chance to say it, but if you're content that you've said it, then that's fine.
Yeah, we're reasonably content that we've said it. But there are some, in terms of access, I presume we'll be dealing with that separately.
Yeah.
So I'll leave the comments for that.
So when you say access, do you mean access to the green belt for like recreation, or do you mean access as in physical?
Well, physical access onto Lee Road.
Yeah. Okay. We'll pick that up then.
And we've got particular problems that have already been said.
Yeah.
So perhaps we could deal with those under that section.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. So under site location, then we'll move on to site location. Unless, yes, it's one of these. It's met one criterion of the site selection process, which is criterion 7, which is about meeting a local or delivering significant local benefits by addressing a major local problem or issue. And in this case, we want to explain what the local issue is that what you've already explained about higher value?
That's right. Boosting the competitiveness of the northern areas is a fundamental point, and that's involves many things. And one of the things it involves is our economic strategy, seeking to help to attract and retain additional high-skilled workers, premium housing for a particular sector of the market. That's the essential point. I mean, it's a rare site. I mean, as we've made the point, and again, it's all recorded in the evidence about the predominance of apartments in Salford because of the nature of so much of the land in Salford, brownfield sites which are being redeveloped, etc., etc. It's a rare opportunity here to provide A, houses, and B, a particular end of the housing market as well. It's an unusual opportunity.
Okay. Can I just confirm, because this is probably relevant to some of the points, when you talk about the local problem, is this a local problem for Salford, a local problem, or a Greater Manchester issue, or even something more, if you like, more drilled down locally in this part of Salford? I only ask because the policy refers to Greater Manchester. So in the first paragraph, it talks about retaining highly skilled workers within Greater Manchester, and then 11.252 again, small number of opportunities within Greater Manchester. I just want to confirm my own thinking. Is this a Greater Manchester issue or a Salford issue? Or
it's at all scales, as I understand it. So Greater Manchester, the northern areas, the Salford itself. Yes. Would you like to add?
I think in terms of the benefit of retaining high-value workers and providing that high-value housing is primarily a sort of city regional challenge. There are specific Salford sort of opportunities here as well to meet in terms of diversifying that housing. I think the value of the higher-value housing is more strategic, I suppose, in scale, but there is also value from Salford's point of view, which Mr. Kakowski has set out earlier about providing new homes in this part of the city and a different kind of homes from the type that we predominantly provide in the city centre and at the quays.
So when you were looking at this from a site selection perspective, I'm saying you as in Salford, but obviously this is you as in Greater Manchester.
The team, yes.
When you were trying, saying that then this is when you cast your net, if you like, you cast your net across the entire area and identified this as well, there are other sites, aren't there, which have the same thing. So it's one of they were competing is the wrong word, but they were being looked at, those sort of sites being looked at together as meeting this particular issue.
In relation to the site selection criteria? Yeah. Yes, I mean, yes, and any other sites which meet site selection criteria are in that 7 are in that pool, although you then have to drill down to the exact point that's being made for the particular allocation because it's not the same across the board. Because criterion 7 is quite wide, and you then have to ask yourself, well, what particular aspects of 7 are we dealing with?
Yeah, I suppose trying to put it more simply, I suppose, is could this local, if there was a similar site to this in Bolton, Bury, Rochdale, wherever, Manchester, Salford, could that have been replicated there and met the issue, if you know what I mean, rather than it had to be here? Something.
Well, in terms of the spatial strategy, this site's within Salford West, so it's in the northern areas in terms of the competitive, policy JP Strat 6. So at that higher level, yes, you could, if you like, move around within the area, the wider area in question. But there is then also the Salford dimension as well, which has been drawn attention to. So that's why I've said this operates at each different level or scale. The point comes into play.
I think also, I think we think this in terms of looking at the sites that have the potential to deliver housing in that kind of market. There aren't many others within the plan that actually do that as well. Possibly one of the ones sort of South Trafford, Timberley Wedge is possibly an opportunity, but this is a particular opportunity we think at a GM scale or 9 authority scale too.
Okay, thank you. And this differs. Obviously, this contributes to the issue about diversifying housing requirement and housing supply, but it differs to that general point.
Exactly,
There's another dimension.
There is, that's right, yeah. It contributes in a very specific way, I think is the point, that isn't readily replicated elsewhere.
Right. I think that's actually, sorry, the point I'm trying, is it readily replicated elsewhere? The answer would be no.
No, no, it's a rare thing. You're not going to be knee deep in this sort of site, to be honest, in Greater Manchester.
And I suppose in terms of qualifying or assessing that, the benefits associated with that, where would that be sort of set out as a, this where Salford or GM have identified this as a particular issue, and therefore we,
Way of examination document, A, B, C, point something around
or roughly,
yeah.
where if you're looking at obviously the planning judgment as to how important this is, then presumably somewhere the identification of that local issue has been set out, and
yes.
whether or not there's a scale associated with that, I don't know.
Yes, and there'll be references and a paper. I'm just searching for the reference myself. Matt, can you help? Got the piece of paper before I did, so well done.
Yeah, so I think we've covered it in probably a number of places, but site selection background paper 030401 in section 6, and in response to PQ20, I think paragraph 4.48 of the plan itself identifies the location as being a specific opportunity to enhance the attractiveness of the northern areas. I think there are, in the northern strat, Matt, you were saying a couple of sites are mentioned. In joint planner strat 6 talks as well about some of the opportunities. Obviously, we've got opportunity to say it without other districts here, and we'd say Salford is the most attractive. I'm sure we wouldn't get away with that in the earlier session.
Okay. Sorry, I don't know if you wanted to make another point. You were gesticulating.
The piece of paper you need is always one sort of randomly shuffled in the middle of the pack. So I've now found all the references that you've just been taken to. So forgive me.
So that's in terms of, if you like, the general point about site selection. There's obviously the second point about sustainable pattern development. So your written statement has suggested that you consider this to be a sustainable location, perhaps, but I think it refers to it being a sustainable location because of its proximity to the Bridgewater RHS site, the Garden Bridgewater. I don't know if there's anything more to that about the sustainability of the site. I see from the site visit map there is bus, Lee Road there's a lot of bus stops on Lee Road, and from my visit I was having a snapshot because Lee Road's a busy road, and so.
No, I think we think Lee Road provides bus services. It probably isn't as well provided in terms of the very local public transport that we saw in the previous site, in the site this morning at Hazelhurst Farm. But Lee Road has, we think, decent bus services. About a kilometre away, you have access to the Lee Salford Manchester bus corridor, and then locally, in terms of facilities, obviously there's RHS nearby, which can get busy, and then about half a mile to the west is the centre, is the local centre in Boothstown.
And just to give us a idea about the scale of Boothstown local centre, local centre as in everyone has a different definition of a local centre. Is it local centre districts, and what kind of things are we talking about?
I don't know how we describe it. It's more than a parade of shops. There's a few pubs and a few shops, and it doesn't have I don't think a large supermarket.
We've defined them all in the local plan, haven't we?
But it has plenty. It has quite a few. Yeah.
So local centres are defined within our local plan. So it's a designated local centre in the plan, and I think the local centres are. It kind of explains the function of the local centres within the local plan. So it's local centres' important role in providing local shops, leisure opportunities, food and drink, services and community facilities for the surrounding neighbourhoods. Strong emphasis on strong convenience goods, food retail. So I think within the local centre here, I think there is a Sainsbury's. So that kind of provides that, you know, that service really for that local community.
And the reference is page 105 of the local plan, which is part of a lengthy policy, TC Town Centre 1, which is the designated centres network policy.
Sounds like, from what you're saying, a lot of the policies in that plan are lengthy, is that?
They are, and I remember at the time thinking, God, these are very long policies, but your colleague thought they were great. Probably added a few words there as well.
Okay. I'm going to come on to flooding sequential approach as part of the principle, but I'll just stop, pause here and see if there are any comments about general location and site location principle. Councillor Keeley, sorry, beg your pardon.
Yeah, obviously it was just picking up on, obviously on what has been said regarding public transport. Again, I won't repeat much of what I've already said today, although I can tell you regarding train stations, there's absolutely nothing nearby, nothing within walking distance. Regarding bus services, obviously, for those who know Lee Road well, and Simpson Way and the other roads that lead onto it, obviously it just being a single, two lanes have been a single carriageway. Any bus that goes down it will get stuck in traffic. There is the guided busway right at the top, but obviously that is a significant walking distance from the development. That needs to be noted. It's a significant walking distance from the development. Regarding the local facilities, I mean, when we talk about the small centre in Boostown, it is. I think it's been made out to be quite, big and quite nice. It's quite small actually. It is a local Sainsbury's. That's all it is. It's a local Sainsbury's, and similar to the fact that in Hazelhurst it's a local co-op. That's all it is. Similar supermarket distance nearby. Obviously Tesco Extra in Walkden, a good 2.5-3 mile distance. You'd probably be nearest one again, like Lidl in Winton. So there is, when we're talking about small shops, not just corner, but obviously the local Sainsbury's, then yes, there may be several, but you can't expect. There is very little parking facilities around that area as well. So really, there aren't much local facilities in that area. Obviously, the RHS is a great amenity, is not visited, on a daily and a weekly basis as much as maybe a shop is. So I probably wouldn't include that nearby. But I think I've probably summed up my point in that aspect. I don't think that in terms of obviously public transport and local facilities, I don't think we can justify it on the basis of a small Sainsbury's, a couple of pubs and the RHS nearby.
Thank you. Helpful. And Peel.
Just briefly in terms...
I'll come back. Sorry, beg your pardon, Mr. Young. I'll come back to you, Mr. Greed. Councillor Greed, I'm out of order, but... Okay. Yeah, sorry. I missed your sign. Beg your pardon.
Yeah, I'll keep it brief, sir. There was discussion a few minutes ago about whether any other locations would be as suitable. And I think what hasn't been mentioned, in fact, is under the recent parliamentary boundary changes, Worsley now connects with Bolton. So half of the Worsley constituency is now in Bolton, part is in Lee, and the rest is Worsley, Earlham and Caddishead. So there is a much wider area that it is connected to. So in terms of looking for other locations. The other point I wanted to make, in fact, and maybe I should have made it under the previous item, was that Greenbelt, there's supposed to be special, as I understand it, supposed to be special circumstances why Greenbelt should be built upon, or why it should not be Greenbelt. And we've just heard, in fact, that these are high-end houses. And by high-end, we're talking of well over £1 million, generally speaking. Lee Road, you've heard, has been called Millionaire's Row for many years, and it's probably not the highest value area now. But, we expect 1.5 million is not unusual. So really high-end, you're certainly not going to find social housing, going onto a site such as that. However much they would like to suggest that might happen, it's not going to happen. They're going to be allocated somewhere else. So I think just on those points, my colleague has already mentioned about Stansfield Centre. It is a small centre. It's an L shape with a little bit of a green in the middle of it. And that's supplemented by what was the original Booth Town Village, which is actually where the post office is. And that's further down Lee Road, at the corner of Simpson Road and Lee Road. And you've got a Chinese takeaway, and you've got the post office and ladies' hairdressers. That used to be the centre of the village. It's moved up a little bit now towards where the Stansfield Centre is. But there are, generally speaking, small shops, and the Sainsbury's is the size of a couple of double-fronted shops. You know, it's a small supermarket. But in terms of, you know, whether it is necessary to use this site, whether Peel, the council, have demonstrated that it is so necessary to build here that it overrides all other considerations for building on or for not building on Greenbelt land. I don't think those have been justified, and I don't think you can say that there's any justification whatsoever for actually building on this particular Greenbelt site.
Okay. I'm sorry, thank you. I will ask GMC to respond to that particular point at the end, but after Peel, sorry to delay you.
Just a couple of points about the selection of the site. So this part of Salford is part of the northern area, or so Salford is split in two. But to be clear, this isn't part of the northern area. And when you look at that northern area, in contrast to Altrincham and Stockport and places like that, there are limited opportunities to achieve this type of housing. It's been discussed at some of the other sessions, like Bamford, but there are limited opportunities to achieve this, and this is a location where you can do it. You can sit, you don't need maybe to repeat all the locational advantages that come with this location. And in terms of facilities and shops, yeah, you can get your, pints of milk and bread and so on from the Sainsbury's local. It's no bigger than that. There's shops, cafes, and there's pubs and things like that. But it's not a district centre. It's just meeting the needs of the community. What there is with the RHS site is a significantly attractive environment, probably more akin to the people who would move into these houses. It's got food, it's a very extensive cafe, it's a very upmarket environment. And so, there's a range of facilities available for people. And it's a location which will achieve all of the things we talked about this morning, so they don't need repeating.
Thank you. Councillor Greer, is your sign still up? Is that to make another point? No. Thank you. So, yes, I'll hand back to GMC then. Obviously, anything you want to worry about, Mr. Councillor Greer's point about, that I suppose the point is the delivery of high value housing in and of itself a justification for removing Greenbelt?
Yes. Yes is the answer to that, as far as we're concerned. But there are just 3 points quickly. I'll come back to that in a moment. 3 points quickly. The local centre includes in the name local. It's not a district centre. It is more than the Sainsbury's. There are other facilities in and nearby, as has been mentioned. As for bus services, 2 buses an hour to the city centre. And other services as well. But the main point you've asked us about, sir, is this site selection point. And yes, as far as we're concerned, in terms of diversifying the housing market, providing for and catering for all segments and sectors of the market, although obviously naturally there's a very large focus on other sectors of the housing market, so it is unusual, isn't it, to discuss it. It's unusual at this examination to discuss these premium sort of high-end, sort of high-value homes, because there are so many other needs that we're also seeking to address, including affordable needs. But yes, every sector of the market needs to be addressed, and there is an identified need for this very form of proposition. As we've explained. And, this is the opportunity in making a local plan, or making 9 local plans together as a joint plan. This is the opportunity to address all those needs as one is meant to. And where you come across an issue which you can't address without going to the green belt, then that's where you're in the category of exceptional circumstances, as far as we're concerned. I appreciate that's a controversial view, but that's our position.
Okay, thank you. I will then move on. There's any other points on that? I don't think there are. To my question, the first part of my question was about the sequential approach to flooding. So I'll just go through. So, and then probably deal with the actual criteria when we go through the development requirements. But the GMCA response to our PQ question PQ41 refers to this level 2 strategic flood risk assessment that indicated that around 5.9 hectares of the site, which equates to about 20%, would be affected by flood zone 2, and 10.2 hectares, about 34% of the site, in the equivalent of flood zone 3. So that's roughly around about 50%, or just over 50% of the site in areas of flood zone 2 or 3. Is that still the thinking?
Yes, in terms of the modelling that's in the SFRA. However, when we come on to discuss the detailed criterion, we can explain why that's reasonable and why that can be dealt with through design.
Okay, and then obviously we know national policy states that development should not be allocated or permitted if there are reasonably available sites appropriate for the proposed development in areas of lower risk of flooding. I obviously asked a question about how you went about that. Your written statement states that there were no reasonably available sites in areas of local flood risk.
Lower flood
risk. That could be considered as alternative, as other sites were screened out of the site selection process. So perhaps
that's not meeting the criteria to deliver the spatial strategy. So
yes, I was actually to talk me through that logic, I suppose, in the process. Yeah.
Okay, so when you apply the sequential approach and the framework, and as expanded in the PPG, obviously one doesn't apply that in the abstract. One doesn't just see, well, is there a site in an area of lower flood risk? Full stop. One needs to do that in the context of what it is that your spatial strategy, when you're making a plan, what it is that your spatial strategy is seeking to achieve. And so if you find that the position you're in is that sites which are in areas of lower flood risk don't meet the criteria in the spatial strategy, don't meet that which, in this case, for this particular allocation, the allocation is seeking to address, then you meet the sequential test, because the other sites, although in areas of lower flood risk, don't meet the criteria, don't meet the strategy that you're seeking to achieve. Otherwise, it would be, you just go around in circles. You'd end up with a plan which has, which could have no end of sites in lower flood risk areas, but which don't actually address your spatial strategy, which is actually the whole point of the plan in the first place, is to have your spatial strategy and deliver on it. So that's how it works, as far as we're concerned, anyway.
Okay, so there was the first stage of the process then was sieving out sites, if you like, they don't meet the aspects of spatial strategy. In this case, is that with specific regard to meeting higher value need, or so the point was it, or is it just a general housing requirement?
No, it's this premium or higher value point. So yes, so that's the sort of unusual, or well, it is unusual. That's the unusual aspect of this.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is that and that will be set out in the site selection paper, where you've identified sites which didn't, I guess, meet the strategy?
It would be set out by omission, I suppose, really, in the sense that there aren't others that meet this criterion.
This is
particular aspect.
The only one. And again, just for going back to the point I made earlier about the how far you cast your net for looking at the strategy in the terms of the sequential approach for flooding, was the net cast at a GM level for this particular point, or at a local level?
I suppose I don't think the criteria in 7 weren't necessarily spatially defined. I suppose the spatial strategy looks at the north of Greater Manchester, which would rule out the other site, the other site's been identified through Places of Everyone, which has comparable values as probably the most southerly. So in that sense, I think it's the only opportunity. What's the highest value opportunity? I think we think in the north of GM.
Yeah, so that's the Strat 6 area, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes, yeah. So that's a particular spatial point here. This is about boosting the competitiveness of the northern area. So within that wider Greater Manchester context, yes, but then you drill down to the northern areas, and then you, as we've already said, you then drill down further to particular issues in Salford. So that's why, as I've said, it operates at all levels, but it's particularly this competitiveness of the northern areas, Strat 6.
Did you, and I think the answer to this is probably no from what you've said, but just for completeness, did you, obviously you've gone through your sieving process, you've identified, you've got this idea that you want to identify a site or sites for higher value uses, you've alighted upon this one that meets some of your criteria because it's, got these location advantages, whatever, and then, you probably already knew this, but then it's in flood zone 2 and 3, we need to address that. At any point did you think, well, actually then we need to go back and have a look at the next tier up to see if there are sites which may not be able to meet this need quite as well as this one, but are in flood zones 1 or in flood zone 1 or have less of the site is vulnerable?
I'd have to take advice on that as to whether we retraced our steps. I suspect we didn't, to be frank, but
No, I don't think we did. I think we were conscious this was a particular opportunity in relation to Criterion 7.
the idea of meeting all segments and sectors of housing need, the market and affordable obviously is not something that we dream up ourselves. It comes from the framework.
Okay, and so then you've concluded that there are no sites, as far as you're concerned, that can meet the strategy in flood zone 1, low risk of flooding, and therefore you've applied the exception test, presumably.
Yes,
and
that's right.
The reasons that this site passes the exception test are as previously described, or anything specific you want to raise?
Anything specific? I mean, we're confident that the flooding issue is going to be adequately, properly addressed, and that's perhaps when we come to the criteria later, or the requirements later on in the policy, as has been mentioned. We could do it now, Sarah, or we can do it later.
Okay, well, let's do it now then. Okay.
Let's do it now.
Yeah.
Yes, sorry, because I wasn't at the table this morning. I'm Fiona Fryer from Salford City Council on behalf of GMCA. Although the area that was identified in the SFRA as in flood zone 2 and 3 is quite extensive, it's not a large volume of water. It's mostly quite shallow flooding. The site slopes quite steeply down towards the canal, and therefore the further modelling that the site promoters consultant has done has shown that the residential development can be accommodated safely. The exception test can be met. The detailed modelling that's been done, we're quite satisfied that the exception test can be met on this site.
And the mitigation would be what exactly, is it?
In terms of the detail of the mitigation, the consultants over there might be able to help you in more detail, but remodelling the watercourse and providing SUDs and flood storage basins and the master plan, I'm sure there'll be a master plan in front of you somewhere, shows the land to the south, which is, where the flood water ends up, in effect, is not developed. And the development parcels are kept largely dry.
Okay, thank you. Okay. And just in relation to flooding generally, and so it is a more general point, this question, I think United Utilities raised a few points in their representations to us about sewer flooding and the like, and other aspects of flooding. Have all those things been taken into account, one assumes?
I think we're happy that can be dealt with in the detail at the application stage, yeah.
Okay, any points to make about flooding, flood risk on the site? Peel got their sign up first, so Peel.
Yep. So we can help you with all of those questions that have just been asked, and I'll just hand you over. Could you just introduce yourself?
Hello. Yes, Chris Patmore from WSP, acting on behalf of Peel on flood risk and drainage. And as sort of was mentioned in terms of the mitigation, the main cause of flooding from the Shorebrook, which is the watercourse that goes through, is every time it turns a corner, it's generally culverted at the moment. And what we've been looking at is, as part of any scheme, if we take those out, then basically the extent of that flooding contracts down to the Shorebrook quite substantially. And together with various bits of the land raising and changes to the corridor, we can contain it so that it doesn't then go east onto the RHS site and back again, which it currently does. We're also looking at opening up the RHS outfall, which crosses the site to join the Shorebrook. And by deculverting that, by basically taking the top off the culvert, we provide a lot more space for water in general.
So, in short, we've done a great deal of work on this. Again, application likely to be submitted very soon. By that I mean the next couple of months. And yeah, we've looked at basically opening up the culverts to provide a much more effective way of dealing with the water and the sewage issue. We're fully aware of that. We've been engaging with the utility companies how to deal with that. And obviously, you know, we can deal with any issue around the floodwater because there is a way of getting underneath, I think it's underneath the canal.
Yeah, at present we're trying to keep the works under the canal as they are at the moment and control it within the southern part of the site, which is the undeveloped section, before considering any additional works.
Yeah, but we have that option available, so you can actually send it off the site, but that southern part of the site is deliberately undeveloped to accommodate it within the site. And as we say, we've been looking off-site as well to the east at the RHS site and
better protect them
and dealing with that as well. So, I mean, we're almost at the application submission stage with all of that information.
Okay, thank you. One of the changes to the policy relates to the south of the site. One of the suggested changes to the policy relates to the south of the site and peat. So we'll come on to that as well if there across any relationships between those issues. Anything else on the flooding matters before I move on? Okay, thank you. All right, so we'll move then on to development requirements, I think. And as before, move through the issues in the policy in turn. So we start with the opening paragraph, which sets out that little bit of description of where the site is, and then we'll develop around 300 dwellings, and then it's quite specific here about developments at low density to an exceptional quality, primarily targeting the top end of the housing market, with the intention of attracting and retaining high-skilled workers within Greater Manchester, which is what's already been described. So again, assume GMCA content at 300 is an appropriate figure.
We are, sir. Around.
Around. If I was being particularly pedantic, I might wonder if all of that opening text is actually policy, but I probably haven't got time for pedantry.
Well, yes, and some of the words are, you know, on a strict approach, you don't need within Greater Manchester, do you? Because you're setting out the intention of attracting and retaining highly skilled workers is the point, isn't it? But yeah, or you could just stop at the top end of the housing market. But you know, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I don't think it matters much, but you're right. So yeah.
Any points on the scale being proposed? No? Okay. Again, with the caveat, we're listening. Okay, criterion 1, and this is where I think we're getting into the realms of things we've already discussed, we need to discuss again. So criterion 1 is about the requirement for a master plan framework and a phasing delivery strategy.
All as above, sir. It's exactly the same debate.
So a delivery phasing strategy would be required here. It's only 300. Is that?
Yes, that's what we consider would be appropriate, so yes. Yeah.
As I go through some of these, if you do want to jump in, just stick your fingers up, because we might move through these quite quickly if they're familiar territory. Affordable housing,
Same as
same policy as before. So I guess the question is whether there are any different issues on this site with regard to affordable housing to what was on the last one. Again, Peel, are you content with the policies it's drafted now? We obviously will give some thought to the discussion we had about whether all of that text is necessary and so on. Comments to that? No, okay. Going through them quickly. I haven't got any questions. And sorry, just to be absolutely certain, yes, because this is Greenbelt, again, the Salford plan wouldn't say anything about this, would it? So, no.
In terms of its value area, that's right. So that's why we need the specific reference to affordable housing and specifically the 50%. The rest you could actually derive from the local plan, as we discussed earlier on, but it's what you won't derive is a requirement for affordable housing per se at a particular percentage, because it's not in it's not in the value area because it's in the green belt.
And then the new criterion relating to Greenbelt compensatory improvements, and again, same point before, the topic paper identifies a range of potential improvements could be made. We're in familiar ground. Again, any comments on those issues? No. Criterion 3 is retain alderwood and other areas of mature deciduous woodland and protected trees. Again, statement of the Elderwood's an SBI, I believe, isn't it? Or a local name, isn't it? No, is it not? No. Okay. So it's retained because is it any designation at all? It's just it's a potential biodiversity character.
It's a landscape feature, and there's obviously some biodiversity value, but it's not designated in any sense.
Okay, sorry. No, I thought I'd read Alderwood was a SBI. Any points on that retaining the wood or woodland? Any not controversial? I suppose it's always a question of will it be possible to retain it, but I have an indicative plan. It's Alderwood's identified on this indicative plan. It's in the policy, so move on. Criterion 4, take opportunities to enhance this ecological value of Shorebrook, including naturalising where practical and retaining significant open land around it, and utilise the brook as a central landscape feature. Again, I have no particular comments about that. It seems appropriate.
So, thank you, sir, yes.
I don't know whether or not that would be, again, we were thinking about cross-referencing to perhaps not. That isn't perhaps the same thing about general biodiversity net gain, is it?
No, this is very specific, isn't it? But you'll give us some advice about, I'm sure, about guidance about where, if we're going to be consistent, where we should find a place for our cross-reference to the biodiversity net gain policy.
And yes, so we move on to
maybe
5.
Number 9, actually. But anyway, sorry.
Yes,
so
so yeah, we'll
we'll get there. We'll get there. Number 5. Yeah.
Number 5, incorporate a landscape buffer along the eastern boundary of the site facing Bridgewater.
Particular point about its relationship with next door. Yes.
No, nothing about how big the buffer need to be, but I guess that will be.
Yeah, need to, do you? Yeah.
No points. So here we so criterion 6 and 7, or criteria 6 and 7, both relate to what we've possibly been talking about.
They do.
In terms of flood risk management and drainage. I think the key thing it talks about, criterion 6 talks about the preparation of a strategy great, but it does then talk about ensuring development does not increase flood risk elsewhere, which I think is the effective point of the policy. And then we have a point about sustainable drainage systems, which sufficient space for any necessary flood storage, particularly in the south of the site. So I think that seems to reflect what was just talked about. Okay, nothing further from me on that, I don't think. Criterion 8, protect the quality of watercourses through and around the site. I think we had that in JPA 26 and don't think it was anything which anybody raised any concerns about. So I have no comments on that. No questions, no. So criterion 9, we're here again with a slightly different...
We are in relation to the general point, so it's all as above. Obviously this this site, I mean, as you know from GMCA 59, the very southern, I'm going to say slither, I think would probably be the right word to use, but a very, very small part at the southern end of the allocation is just within the deep peaty soils on the Natural England map. So that's why, in relation to number 9, we've got this particular point about in relation to peat in the south of the allocation. I mean, you've already heard that in no version of the world would one be sort of, building on the southern part of the site where the peat is, as has been explained, because the southern part of the site is envisaged for other purposes, as we've run through earlier on. So although we're going to have I'm sure, quite a discussion about peat in relation to some of the other allocations, this really isn't a precursor to any of that. To be quite frank.
No, I think. Yeah. Well, it's useful that you've said that it's the intention here is to avoid the area of peat, because then obviously, yes, tomorrow we'll be having a more in-depth discussion and probably under that principle.
A slightly different discussion,
yes,
perhaps. This is the easy one.
Yes. Well, easier, shall we say.
No, I'm going to put it in the box. Easy.
Obviously, we're back to that point we were making before about what support to the objective for the Greater Manchester Wetlands Nature Improvement Area mean.
It's the same point.
Yeah, and I think the twist here, of course, is the reference to in relation to peat, because again, that's an extra tier, and so I don't know what the objectives are in relation to peat. So it may need some spelling out, or however we deal with it, it needs to be dealt with.
I think however you address the general point, the wider point, under the previous allocation that we discussed, for example, by cross-referring to the local plan policy once you have it and you can read it for yourself and its supporting text, however you grapple with that issue, if we end up with a specific point which cross-refers to the local plan, for example, one would, in this instance, I think it would be right to flag up, including in relation to, or particularly in relation to, or especially in relation to peat in the southern part of the the south of the allocation, the southern part of the allocation.
Would it be, if the intention is to avoid development on the peat, should we say, or affecting the peat, would it be as well to say that? Is that quite the? I suppose the point is saying avoid development in the south of the site for both, I guess you could argue, for both flooding and peat purposes.
There's the difficulty with all this is that I think the way it's done here particularly if we end up cross-referring to the local plan policy and then flagging up in particular that a part of the site right at the bottom of the site has peat, is the right way to do it. If you start, we could say now you're not going to build houses on that part of the site, obviously, but in relation to any works which concern flooding and flood issues, that then opens this whole debate about. I'm going to use the phrase again, the greater public interest. I'm sorry to say it like that, but that is the point, because peat is not. We're talking about this properly on another, but peat is not an absolute bar to doing anything. It's not written in the framework as a showstopper. Natural England would like it to be.
Preempting one of my questions.
Exactly, but it's not. So it would be a balanced point, wouldn't it? So when you cross-refer to the local plan policy, which is on the particular nature improvement area and what one's meant to do in relation to it, you flag up a particular point about peat, that in my book is perfectly good enough. You know. You could, if you
I
wanted. You,
I guess I will be better informed once I've seen those policies. I can see how it would work in practice.
I think, to be frank, A, yes, I totally agree with that. B, also once we've had the wider debate about.
I think there's that
peat.
as well, because there's forms of words in the policy in other policies
Exactly.
which have a different, and whether or not those are the right form words we'll talk about, but there are
Indeed.
different ways it's addressed.
There
It
are.
might be that you want to use the similar wording here. Or
There are indeed, and if one wanted to spell out, you could spell out at this stage in relation to peat that, you know, you're not to, no part of the housing development, if you like, is to be on the peaty part of the site. I'm not writing the policy, I'm just giving the concept here. You know, you could say that, certainly, but I wouldn't want there to be any question of interfering with necessary flood management works, you know, because
oh
of that,
well,
you know.
quite. Sorry, yes. Well, sorry, yes, I know what you mean now. So I was thinking development in the wider sense. It could be infrastructure works. I understand.
Exactly.
Yes.
That's the point.
Yeah. Okay. And here we'll have a think about the reference to the Greater Manchester wetlands, but the overarching aim of the policy is to avoid harm to protected species. So that's a given, if you like.
Well, that was, but then yes, but by bringing peat in, obviously peat has its own particular.
Well, that's the other thing. Like you said, peat
dimensions, so to speak.
it's. I guess we'll talk about this tomorrow. It's more than just biodiversity. Potentially, there's other aspects to it as well. So.
Carbon storage, etc.
Okay. Okay. Any points on that particular criterion? I don't Peel have a point. Yeah.
Yeah, so at the moment, we're not facing a criteria relating specifically to peat. And I think what's being suggested is adding something into that effect. Is that right? Or I
I
understand
know
that
in the
correctly?
sheet we've added peat, so I don't
Yes,
know whether you've got
peat's-
the latest.
peat is referred
54.
to.
Yeah, which is fine just in the generality, but is the intention to go beyond that?
At the moment, I don't know. I'm listening to views on
Yeah,
that. So.
well, I think that's sufficient, but I mean, the site's been identified for this particular purpose. There's no evidence of, this being a significant area of peat. I think the peat is on the other side of the canal. In fact, there are patches of peat. There's a criteria, isn't there? Peaty pockets. But the evidence shows that there's only patches of peat anywhere on the site. So this isn't a definitive peat bog or anything of that kind. So I just urge against getting any more enthusiastic, I suppose, about it. Whereas other sites, it'll be front and centre, I'm sure.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll move on then to. I'm sorry. I will just say before we move on. Obviously, the discussions we have, as you say, the discussions we have later in the week or later in the month may well have some bearing on some of this in the fullness of time. But
You'll have to come back in the fullness of time to
but
consider.
we'll take the points. Okay, so then move on to the next criterion in the suggested modifications, which is again the familiar one we have about Appendix D and Policy C7. If I can put my hand on my Appendix D, I can have a look at what is proposed. Oh, thank you. I wonder if I left it in the room. So, thank you, Mr. Fieldhouse, has saved me. So here we have, again, no particularly large junction works or new roads or anything like this. This is, again, sustainable transport measures, footpath along Lee Road, footpath from canal to Occupation Road access, from the canal, sorry, to the Occupation Road access, Lee Road active travel crossing, and New Earth Road active, and a New Earth Road active travel crossing. So,
Yes, so they're all of a certain ilk, can't they? But no major bits of highway kit, if you like. And again, I'll just flag up the point. We found no severe impact for all the reasons explained in our background work. That may or may not be a controversial view, but that's what our work shows.
okay. And I think we're current criterion 10 and 11 would be for your inset, as including some of those points.
That's right. So,
Again, will be about layout.
yes. It is the same approach,
Yeah.
isn't it, as
It
we
is, I think it
discussed
is, isn't it?
earlier, yes.
But they are to provide high quality routes, which again
Yes.
will fit in with sustainable travel options, as in
Yes.
an active travel that's in the Appendix D. Just to pick up all of these issues while we think about it, preempt some. Criterion 16 is about taking its primary access from Occupation Road. So as it's a transport issue, I think we'll just pick that up there. Again, I suppose the point you've specified in this case, is it because access from any other location would either be impossible or implausible or unacceptable, or is
Yep, so Occupation Road is off Lee Road, so it's the main access road into RHS Bridgewater, so we'll be using that access onto the allocation.
And is it specific? I mean, I've been to the site. Obviously, this is the main access into Bridgewater.
Yep.
It's a wider access traffic light controlled. I just is it specified because it's just a statement of the obvious, or is it specified because the other any potential other access would be unacceptable? And you've assessed them and unacceptable.
Yeah, we've looked at the access through the locality assessments, and that's considered, as it says, the access into the site.
Okay. Comments on transport-related issues, Councillor Greedo.
Yes, thank you. I'm not quite sure where the access would be off Occupation Road, but wherever it is, it would create all sorts of other problems anyway, because Occupation Road is the only road coming from Worsley that takes you into around 1,000 houses. You've got Birchfield Avenue, and you've got all the houses that have been built in the last 20, 25 years. Narrow road, already have trouble with traffic, because you notice that there's they've had to build sections of the road out to actually bring it down to single file at various points. So that would be certainly a very bad access. Wherever they thought they could actually go onto the site from there, it would be a very bad access. And there are lots of families and children who live on that estate, private estate, and I think their safety would be put at risk. I'll just make another point on transport in terms of buses. I think we've mentioned that 2 buses an hour go down Lee Road. They've had to actually divert at peak hour the buses down Lee Road because they cannot get down Lee Road. It's so congested that they have to take it onto Ellenbrook Road and then onto the East Lancs. So there's virtually no through road for buses. I'm not sure if they've brought that back occasionally, but generally speaking, they are diverted onto Ellenbrook Road and onto the East Lancs. In the census before last, which I think is the 2011 census, they did figures as to the direction that people took to go to work. And in fact, over 80% of people who responded to the census said that they travelled south to go to work. That meant, in fact, they had to go down Lee Road, across to the second roundabout, and then onto the slip road going south, because that is the only way you can go south from any parts of Worsley, Boothstown or Ellenbrook. So I think that's an important consideration, because there's, no matter what public transport you provide, there is nothing at all that would go south and accommodate those car drivers that need to go in that direction. So that leaves you with a very much smaller percentage, which is split between Eccles, Swinton and Manchester Town Centre. So what few buses that we do have service a much smaller number of the population. So I think in terms of transport and in terms of the effect it would have on the road network, it would be very severe, and it would lead to increased congestion because the public transport network is just not there to service it.
Thank you. Peel, did you want to?
Yeah,
sorry, beg your pardon again. Say, Councillor Keeley's. They're very sneaky when they sneak.
We try our best. Thank you. It's obviously on the piggybacking on what Councillor Garrido said, but in terms of obviously Lee Road, the council's own figures showed that from 2019 to 2021, there was an extra 3.5 minute added on journey. Now, what I want to specify is obviously in 2019, despite all the political stuff, it was a relatively normal year. 2021 was not. And so those figures have, although I don't have them on me, have increased significantly now. And this is what the council is telling us. And the council is telling us that on Lee Road, which, I mean, you just have to go down there. You don't need facts and figures. You just need to be there. But if you wanted facts and figures, then it has increased significantly, not just as a result of the RHS, but as people were getting back to work anyway as a result of coming out of the lockdowns. And so I just want to place that, I keep saying I want to place that on record, I've realised that a lot now, but I do think it's important because people obviously, if we're talking about this extra housing need, we're talking about the extra housing need needed, people are going to be driving, and let's say they are high value properties, and then you could definitely count on them having more than one car, looking at 2, possibly 3, and this added journey time again is significant on the upper Worsley roundabout and also obviously up on the East Lancashire Road leading over to Moseley Common. Now, like I said, the council's own figures show an increase in traffic. That's very easy to see. I'm more than happy to supply them later on. And I just think it's worth noticing that if there is extra traffic in that area, especially on Occupation Road, bearing in mind, of course, they would be sharing that with, that is, of course, the road that leads down to the RHS, if I'm not mistaken. And so I think there needs to be implication taken into that as well about the impact of having both the RHS, which has caused, as much as it's a great asset to the community, has caused an increase of traffic. But it's also worth noting, therefore, if that has increased traffic in the area, which does increase it daily, then obviously there needs to be taken into consideration about the housing and the extra traffic in that area as a result of it as well.
Thank you. And Peel.
Yeah, thank you very much. So just your question was about Occupation Road, and I think there's a little bit of confusion over that because Occupation Road is just the road that leads down to the RHS, so there's no problem with using that road. That's the obvious road to use. To your question, would you use another route, for example, through Quayside Close? No, you wouldn't use that when you've got such a clear and wide access at Occupation Road, so there's no need to have any alternative route in. I think the discussion then sort of morphed into consideration again of Lee Road, and I'll just ask Mr. Hibbert to deal with that.
Thank you. Just to pick up on the point about the combination of RHS traffic and the residential traffic, of course they have a different tidality. So in the morning when people would be leaving to go to work, you've only really got staff arrivals for RHS. I know about that site because I did the transport for it. We don't get arrivals in terms of visitors until around 10 o'clock. That builds up to lunchtime and then they start to depart. As they depart, we get the people returning to the residential property. So those peaks don't coincide. That has all been looked at previously. In terms of the conditions on Lee Road, we're fully aware of that. As was indicated earlier, I've personally been surveying this area for Mr. Councillor Garrido will know about 25 years, and 2013 is still the highest set of counts we've got for Junction 13. So even though there's been some recovery post-COVID, we're not up to those 2013 levels.
It has to be seen in the context, I'm sure you have this point, of an urban area, a very large urban conurbation, and what we actually add isn't going to, reach a threshold of severe, yeah, you just have to be seen in the context of the wider traffic numbers.
Thank you. Is that a new point?
Probably the only time I'm going to agree with the Council for Peel today is to say that he's quite correct about Occupation Road. I think what I said was a bit confusing. So Occupation Road does only lead to the RHS.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Okay, anything you wish to come back on?
So our work shows there won't be a severe impact on the actual additional trips from the proposed development would be very small in relation to the overall volumes.
Sorry, I just had it. Sorry, this is my fault.
We were talking about the access, weren't we?
We were talking about.
We had morphed into a
sorry,
wider debate.
We were talking about. No, we were talking about all of it. Actually,
yes,
it was right. 10, 11, and 16.
That's right, sir.
Recency, primacy. Everyone was focusing on the access, but there are other issues. But there is a point I wanted to make, and this is about it's in criterion 10. Where it is quite specific about a foot, and it is in Appendix D, so it probably is, but very specific about a footpath adjacent to the site on the south of Lee Road. And I raise this only again because, again, it's a point Peel in their statements to us queried the need for. So are you content with that reference now? Yeah, okay, good. Obviously, putting your markers down just in case, and then...
Yeah, you'll appreciate with both of these sites that we're very well advanced with planning applications. So some of the, if you like, precautionary observations that we've made have fallen away as we've dealt with a lot more detail.
Okay, thank you. Right, okay, so that's dealt with 10 and 11. 12, and I guess, well, we'll do a 12, which is including new neighbour-equipped area of play. Seems to me that might fit in with 14, which refers to, again, we're back to the allotment point, which is both of those things presumably would,
yes.
the need for those would be dependent on the application and your thematic policy.
And the local plan policy, which is specifically on the point.
Yeah, so yeah, that thematic
that
policy.
The other thematic policy, that's right.
Yeah.
Pardon me? And there's a particular issue here that we just wanted, Mr. Shuttleworth just wanted to draw to your attention. Go on.
Only the point that the reason for the specific requirement for the neighbourhood equipped play area is because our open space assessment identifies a shortage here, which development without a play area would exacerbate. So that's policy R1, is it 5? Is that new plan? Has a standard to be within 1,000 metres of a NEAP, and there is an absence here, so that's why we specifically talked about providing a NEAP within the development.
So I got the impression with the allotments that was something that you flagged up, but it would come out of the process. Whereas, so in this case, though, that might still be the case. The equipped play area is something you still wish to reflect.
I think sometimes we might get a contribution towards providing a play area elsewhere, but I think we're quite. Our assessment suggests this is a location that should accommodate a play area in this neighbourhood.
Councillor Garrido?
I'm a bit concerned about using the word play area here, because what is actually missing in Boothstown, we've got a children's playground on Boothbank Avenue, which relatively adequately deals with the younger children. We do not, however, have any facility for older children. So in other words, if you want to say 12 years upwards, up to middle teenage years, we've absolutely no facilities in the whole of Boothstown for that age range of youngsters. And they're constantly being moved off away from shops and meeting up on the corners of roads and so on, not particularly causing any trouble, but because there's absolutely nowhere else for them to go. So if we're talking about play areas, I'd like the terminology of that to actually reflect that it is for older children that we would require facility, and we would urge that something was provided within, because if the development did go ahead, because I can tell you, in fact, that over the last 15 years, we put together about 18 possible sites for a play area for older children, and every single one of those was turned down as not being suitable. So we are desperately short. But as I say, if that can be, if it was to go ahead, I hope it doesn't. Maybe we could put something there if it doesn't go ahead. You know, we're desperately short of something for that age children.
Okay, thank you. Come back on, just respond to that.
I mean, I think our understanding of the definition of NEEPs is it's focused on older children, potentially including some provision for younger children, but primarily looking at accommodating older children.
Okay, thank you. So that covered 12 and 14. So 13 is about the playing fields. So the initial as submitted policy said retain or replace existing playing fields. And now there's a suggested modification to retain or replace existing playing fields in accordance with local planning policy requirements. So
Because of the local plan.
Because of the local plan. How can I say this? It seems, if it's sort of retain or replace in line with local policy, then what is the policy saying? Because it's just, yes, they will either be retained or replaced.
It's the same. It's a discussion we've had repeatedly. So, but I make no complaint. I mean, I'd rather say the same thing over and over again rather than have to think of something new to say. But
yeah, I just think, again, it's like
before,
I can understand if you were saying, well, we want them to be replaced,
or we
want them to be retained.
But not
I guess we're saying
so.
well,
We don't really care either way.
We're open to options, so we're not saying we want them replaced. We don't say they have to be retained, but it's being clear.
But that would come through local plan anyway. I mean, if the if the developer put an application in and the playing fields were part of that development, if they doesn't really add a lot, does it? I'm not saying it's necessarily unsound to have it in there, but it isn't. It's not really saying this is this is what we want.
We would probably follow a similar process.
Yeah, so
with the local plan and
Salford City Council is desperately in need of something here, but you're sort of saying, well, kind of, we don't really mind either way, and you know, we've got a policy to deal with it, so
surrender. It's the same point, so to be frank, isn't it? I mean, the local plan has overtaken quite a few of these criteria.
Okay,
to be frank.
Councillor Greedo.
Yeah, I think the playing fields that have been referred to, the ones at the bottom of the area we call the moorings, which is the bottom of Booth Hall Way, to the left-hand side. And the problems there are threefold almost. One, that the main Z-line sewer runs across that site. Two, the houses from Falconwood Chase actually back onto that site. And are affected by any activity that goes on there. And three, there's history of flooding on that site. So I think one has to be careful about how it's actually dealt with. We've looked at it as a play facility, and it was ruled out by the council because of those specific problems. So I think I'm just putting a marker down there that there needs to be careful consideration as to what happens down there. Certainly would not be suitable for development.
Okay, thank you. I think the point I was making is neither one thing nor the other. It's not being promoted for development, and neither is it necessarily being we must retain this. It's sort of ambivalent, subject to.
Probably better just being left as it is without making any comment.
Oh. Something for me to think about.
I think I probably agree with Councillor Greedo on this one. Yes.
Okay. Right. So, any points on that? Any other points on that? No. Dealt with. I think we've dealt with allotments, haven't we? Provide an easement for the significant utility infrastructure running through near the site. We've talked about.
Have we?
That.
Right.
Well, I think it's been picked. I think.
Yes.
I've been informed about the infrastructure running through the site. I think.
Yes.
The policy is.
Yes.
At any point,
I think this is a battle I probably lost with Salford, actually, as to why we state the blessed obvious. I mean,
Yeah.
You couldn't develop the site legally without ensuring the easement is protected. But anyway, there you go.
Yes.
It's there. It's
It's
flagged
there.
up. It's flagged up. So one school would have thought, which, to be fair, I mean, every now and again, one or other of you or your colleagues would, if there's a particular issue on a site, should it not be flagged up in the policy? Well, this is doing that. The other school would have thought is, well,
Yes,
something which
I
you'd
mean,
have to do anyway. Do you need to state it? But
It is. It's in the same vein as the pylons, isn't it, on the other side?
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
So okay. No comments on that. We've discussed the primary access from Occupation Road. So criterion 17, incorporate mitigation to address noise pollution from nearby roads. I think in this case, it's the same policy, but you've not referred to air pollution, presumably because there's no AQMA in the vicinity.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any points anyone wishes to make about noise pollution, air pollution?
Yeah, I mean, certainly a considerable amount of pollution from Lee Road because of the heavy amount of traffic, at least for 2 to 3 hours in the morning. It's virtually standstill traffic along that section of Lee Road. And of course, you've got similar coming back at peak hours in the afternoon. And of course, the pollution caused from standstill traffic is substantial. So I would say that the site would be affected quite substantially by pollution.
Okay. Thank you. Peel?
Yeah, just to say the concentrations are going down on Lee Road.
I'm conscious that it's 4 o'clock. We've been going for 2 hours, but we did have a little break, so this is why I've carried on. We've not got much left of this policy to do. So I'm content to carry on. If everyone's content to carry on,
Please.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you okay with that? Okay, thank you. All right, so we'll move on then to 18.
So 18, so
which is a change.
It is. I mean, these are all, well, we had this, well, you can see what we had before. We've had this conversation on other allocations. To date, we've adopted the approach, I think, of trying to, if we're going to refer to heritage assets, refer to those which are on site, if any, and then there might be a justification for this. All of these assets are off site, and so anything on the allocation site would, potentially, depending on which part of the allocation site it was, might or might not be within the setting of one or other of these assets. But all of that would be covered under the thematic policy in Places for Everyone and in a series of, I think I counted 5 heritage policies in the local plan. So, I mean, really, if you wouldn't mind if I just said this is very much like the discussion we've had previously, if in due course you decide to advise that in order to be consistently consistent rather than consistently inconsistent, if we're going to refer to heritage, we should restrict ourselves to cases where there are heritage assets on the allocation rather than assets off the allocation, then this would come out. If, on the other hand, you decide that, no, fair enough, if there are things in the general area more widely that it's useful to refer to, then fine. But as I say, the thematic policy would cover all of this anyway, and there is, in this particular instance, in Salford, there is a group of heritage-specific policies in the recently adopted local plan.
Okay, thank you.
Quite apart from national policy on top of it all.
Quite. Obviously the wording that's been used here, I think, is taken from an example. We gave some examples of. Obviously, they weren't set in stone, and because of discussion, they were in a particular moment in time. There's been further discussions, and it's probably evolved. There's reference in the original. A submitted policy, rather, to the Heritage Assessment 2019, which is obviously a specific piece of work that was done. One assumes that highlighted these particular issues as being potentially of concern, and which is why there is a policy. So,
yes, but I mean, I think when we looked at this before, I think the sort of shot that was taken at this was, well, heritage assessment in the plan's evidence base, so quite exactly what it is, and any heritage impact assessment submitted. I mean, this is all, you don't need to do it like this, and it's much better to do it in another way. And in this particular case, there's a question mark against whether one should do it at all, because these are off-site assets which any impacts on their setting, and then in turn, if there is any impact on their setting, whether that affects the significance of the heritage assets at all, will all be washed through the PFE thematic policy, the 4 or 5 local plan policies on the subject, and on top of all of that, national policy just for good measure. So there's no escape from considering the heritage impacts, if any, of developing on the site. And I, myself, but you can probably tell from my tone that I'm, if I was sitting up there, I'd put my pen through this one, but I'm not, so I'm just making the point.
Okay. Yes. Well, not yes. I want to put my pen through, but yes, I understand.
I'm hoping
I understand.
to get sacked before tomorrow.
I understand your.
That's
I understand your
idea.
position.
That's my strategy. You could possibly sack me now. No, what shame.
Any comments on the heritage issue or the criteria that's been suggested or that's in the plan already? No. Okay. So 19 is employ methods throughout the construction process that will ensure potential for archaeology investigated and any find, safeguard and properly record. That is the reference you made earlier. That would be, as far as you're concerned, a more appropriate form of words for the...
that was Mr. Shuttleworth. That's right, yes, that's right. If you're going to do this, then this is a better form of words, yeah.
And again, this is presumably on the basis that there is the evidence has highlighted something specific that may be on the site, and therefore it's worth mentioning.
It is, again, GMAS, the Archaeological Service, considerable potential for buried remains of at least local importance.
Okay, I'll take that wording away with me, and if there is anything I think needs to be addressed, we can come back with an action point. Okay, any points on archaeology? No. So finally then, again, I think finally, let me just make sure. Oh, yes, sorry. So we've got the minerals criterion. Again,
that's a
well-trodden path on that. Any points on that? One point I did want to raise just in general, there is no, unless I've missed it, no reference in this one to school provision, education provision in this policy.
Yes.
So I guess it's where we keep coming back to that point. We keep, is it deliberate because it's unlikely there was going to be a requirement, or is it we left it out because it's nothing specific?
Or was it an oversight?
Or was it an oversight?
Yes. Yes, so we didn't think there was a specific issue here, and also the Hazelhurst site, where there is potentially for a school on site, that school on the Hazelhurst site could potentially, meet some of the need arising from the East of Boothstown site, because they're within the same pupil planning area that the City Council splits the city into different areas. They're within the same pupil planning area.
So when you say this issue here, it's not that there's no requirement to deliver something on site, but there's likely to be. There's two ways of saying there's not an issue. One is it's not an issue. It's unlikely, no contributions needed, nothing like that. Well, it's not an issue because there's no specific. It's nothing different here to anywhere else.
It's the latter, isn't it? It's the latter. So yes.
Yeah. I assumed as much. Yeah. But just to be absolutely clear. So if we were following, it's a big if, but if we were following the route of making it clear that there are thematic policies which would apply, then similar wording to what's being used elsewhere in other sites might be applied here.
Yes, although one would add in the Salford cases, well, I suppose if your similar wording was, there are cross-references to the PFE thematic policies, fine, but in this particular case, there are bespoke local plan policies as well on the subject that I referred to earlier on. So here you would probably have your, PFE, whatever it might be, and local planning policy requirements, or even choose a local plan over. It doesn't matter. I mean,
okay.
It would be caught. Okay. It would have to be looked at.
And that's something. So we know we need to give that some thought. Councillor Greedo, I've prompted a comment from yourself on that.
Thank you. Yeah. As far as education goes, both the local primary school, the Boothstown Church of England Primary School, which is on this side of the East Lancs, on the same side of the East Lancs, is well oversubscribed. Children that would normally go there are then allocated to Ellenbrook Primary School, and that's also now oversubscribed, even though it's been extended. So they then have to go further afield. So I think, contrary to the impression that seems to have been given, there is a need to provide additional educational facilities. There's particularly a need also on the high school side, because there's no high school that's this side of the East Lancs, and there's considerable distance for children to travel either to Moorside High School or in fact to Walkden.
Thank you. Thank you. Peel.
The evidence shows that the local primary school has capacity, a surplus of 127 places. Now that is forecast to be a surplus of only 15 by 2025-26, but there is a surplus as we stand at the moment. There is a need, but on the basis that we generate 73.4 pupils, roughly, that would necessitate a contribution towards new primary school places. Surplus of secondary school places as of January 2021, 227 secondary school places in the area. Forecasts indicate that a small surplus will remain within the medium term. New secondary school St George's is due to open in September 2023, provide 750 secondary school places, but there's a shake of the head from Councillor Guido. He's going to tell me the school isn't going to open.
Finish your point. Is that you finished? Yeah. So, okay.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. I will have to check those primary school figures, but I am constantly getting parents contacting me that can't get their children into the school. So your figures may be correct, I don't know, but that's not the experience I have as a local councillor when I get parents contacting me saying they can't get in. That was the basis on which I said it was oversubscribed. If you're producing those figures now, I'll certainly check those out tomorrow and see what the figures are. In terms of the secondary provision, I think I caveated what I said by saying it was the distance, not that there wasn't a lack of places, but there was quite a distance for children to travel to go to either Moorside High or to go to Walkden High School. The new school, St George's, which you referred to, the academy, stroke technical college, is even further away. So I think it's the distance that we're concerned about there.
Sorry.
I understand that point, but when a new secondary school is introduced, the catchments, they often call them, the sort of octagon shapes that catchments are focused on, change over time and change so that there is a better geographical spread. So I'm sure you're very familiar with what your local residents say about the schools and so on, but that is a significant 750 space secondary school. That is a significant additional capacity in the area. I appreciate, though, your point that it's further away, and that may take, a few years to readjust the octagons.
Okay. Well, obviously, two general points, and obviously a bit of hair running here, but this question. But one is there is a policy in both. There's a policy in the local Salford local plan, I'm told. It's general policy anyway about making provision, education provision, based on assessment need. The second point to that, of course, is when you've made that, when the developers have made that contribution, is whether it can actually be, for want of a better word, spent. And actually, I suppose one question would be is if, whether all this debate about education, what contributions are provided is actually is the capacity at the schools to expand, and guess the council would be in a position to know that.
We have a process working. Obviously, we collect contributions towards education and have been doing for some time, and we have a process liaising with colleagues in education to identify where those can be spent in expanding.
And have they, I suppose, very simply, have your colleagues in education ever said, this can't be, they'll eat, whichever the outcome is in terms of the scale of contribution or the scale of need, this is not something that can be delivered.
Given sufficient time, the colleagues in education are quite good at finding solutions and places. You know, it's in terms of we obviously collect Section 106 contributions for a number of different things. Education tends to be the bigger projects that take longer to put together, as is hardly surprising given the nature of schools and the different places that funding comes from. But given sufficient resources, solutions can be found.
Okay. I mean, that's obviously there's a point about this site. It's a general point as I was thinking about it. Comes up, Councillor Keeley.
Thank you, sir. The new high school that our colleagues are referring to is absolutely miles away. It's in Little Holton. Now, I know how catchment areas work. I've dealt with this issue in my own school, and I deal with this in constituent cases, regardless of whether it is in Little Holton or in another part of the city. There is still no high schools nearby in that area around the east of Boostown. What will happen is obviously with to give some context, obviously Star Academy's in Little Holton, there's the Lowry Academy, there's the Walkden Co-op. In those areas, there's St Ambrose, there's Moorside High School. Now those high schools obviously serve predominantly upper of that area, and then people in the Ellenbrook area, in the Boost Ellenbrook area, will obviously split between those schools. But there isn't a school within walking distance that we're talking about, or within a good travel distance. So the school could open on the other side of the city, and eventually, obviously, the boundaries will change, and people will, I know how the catchment area works, and those catchment areas will shift over time. But regardless, I mean, nobody from Boostown and Ellenbrook will be in the catchment areas for this new school. It's miles away. I mean, you might as well have something in Stockport. It's the equivalent. What we're saying in this aspect, obviously the nearest high schools would probably be, again, Walkden Co-op. It might be a stretch. Obviously, there's the school down in Winton and Eccles as well, and then maybe Moorside High School. We know for a fact that Moorside High School had to take in an extra 2 Year 7 forms just an academic year and a half ago. I mean, the new high school, again, it's not going to benefit Worsley at all. The catchment area, it's not going to benefit it at all.
Okay, understood. Thank you. Thank you. Right. I think I've got everything I need on that. Before I move on to viability, any other points about any of the development requirements so we don't miss anything? No. Viability then. The Three Dragons work suggests a Cat 1, is it?
Category 1, sir, yes. I think if we can't make this one work, then we should all pack up our bags and go home. Yeah, it's very viable.
And again, just to confirm, the constraints we've talked about flooding and all the drainage issues, et cetera, have all been factored into the viability assessment in a bespoke manner.
Yep.
Okay. And the 50% as well. Yeah.
Yes, very much.
Okay. Any comments from you on viability?
No, the same. It's a good site. It achieves a good value in terms of the land value, benchmark land value, and all of those factors, particularly the affordable housing, but setting aside land for flood alleviation or flood accommodation and so on, have all been taken into account.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think that's everything I need to know. Any other, before I close for the day, any other points about this site, or even if, heaven forbid, there should be any comments about JPA 26, so nobody leaves without saying what they need to say? I think the answer will be no. So thank you all for your contributions today. It's been very useful and extensive and very helpful to me. So we will adjourn now and return at 9:30 tomorrow to talk about JPA 28 and 29. So thank you very much, everybody.
Indeed, thank you.
Thank you.